Between 1971 and 73 in Rochester, New York, every parent's nightmare became reality. 3 little girls were abducted, raped, and strangled to death. An odd pattern implied a link.
All the victims' first and last names started with the same initial. Their bodies were found in areas starting with that same letter.
I'm taking a fresh look at this bizarre cold case, the double initial murders. New clues are out there. I just have to find them. I'm M. William Phelps, best-selling crime author, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice, and just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
Boy, I'm telling you, nobody can hear her scream.
Because he is one. I'm diving into a cold case with a serious history. Some top investigators have made solving these crimes their mission, but failed. So what can I bring to it? Fresh eyes, that's what. If I can find a new spin on old evidence, it could heat up the trail, and the families can get some closure. Their nightmare began on November 16th, 1971. It was late afternoon. Carmen Cologne, age 10, was returning from the local pharmacy. She was well known in the Bull's Head area of southwest Rochester. Her extended family lived in the neighborhood. She never made it home. Her body was found 2 days later in a roadside ditch near the town of Chilai, 12 miles away. From bruising on her neck and body, it was determined she had been raped and strangled. The killer left no physical evidence at the scene, but he did leave a tantalizing clue to what would become his signature. The victims' names, Carmen Cologne, and the town where she was dumped, Chilai, all start with C. Over the next 2 years, 2 more victims would follow the same pattern of rape, strangulation, and double initials. To get a psychological perspective on this killer, I'm meeting with John Kelly, a veteran criminal profiler who's well acquainted with sick minds. Got another hot one here for you to help me with. It's very disturbing, however, you know? What kind of guy has sex with little girls and then kills them?
Well, what we're looking at is a monster, obviously. The question is, what makes this monster tick? It's a complicated sexual phenomenon. I mean, somewhere in their childhood, they've been abused, or the majority claim they've been abused. And somewhere, there's been a fusion of sexual stimuli and kids.
All right, so if it's a mental condition, why kill these girls then?
If they're dead, they can't testify against them.
Witness elimination? Is that it? Or does this guy enjoy the kill? Are we dealing with a pedophile who kills, or a killer first and a pedophile second? Maybe another dark mind would know the answer. For 10 years, Kelly's been working with a secret collaborator, an incarcerated serial killer he has codenamed 13. Through countless letters and face-to-face interviews, Kelly has looked deep into 13's disturbed mind and brought back answers that have put away other killers for life.
Please wait.
There's a part of me that just doesn't want to talk to him. There's a part of me that just gets a queasy feeling when I'm talking to him or corresponding with him. But then again, there's a part of me that will go to hell and back to catch the murderers of these children. And if it means shaking hands with the devil, I'll do it.
Okay, John.
I know this one's tugging at your heart.
Well, I'm telling you, this one really breaks my heart.
But is 13 really sad for the children or for the killer?
I feel he needs to start for companionship. Just wants to love these little girls.
Love? Try telling that to the families.
This man is frightened of women. And he's probably sexually immature.
Right.
He's probably shy, gets nervous when he's talking to attractive women to the point where he stutters and he begins to sweat.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good chance he may not be well endowed. You know, there's
Right.
Look, how can I say it? Picking on someone his own size. I think the killing is an afterthought. He doesn't want any witnesses. Because they begin to scream and make a lot of noise. He's forced to subdue them. That's it.
Could 13's sympathetic take on this killer be accurate? Is the motive to attack really some twisted form of longing for company? Somehow I doubt the victims' families share 13's compassion. I won't be talking to them in my investigation. They've suffered enough. Instead, I'm heading to Rochester to meet the 4 detectives who spearheaded the original investigations.
Rochester's an old mill town. Beer companies, old rundown buildings. You know, the wintertime, the snow coming off Lake Ontario. Highest street signs, that snow. It just keeps coming and coming. You know, in the summertime, salmon fishing in the lake, trout fishing in the streams. You know, between Albany and Niagara Falls, it's like a place I can stop and take a leak. That's what I think about Rochester.
But for these long-serving local cops, Rochester was once a highly prosperous, blue-collar community built on hard work and family life.
What I relate to most is that they just can't let this case go. You know, it's one of those things where when you're talking kids and murder, it's hard to just forgive and forget.
They're all retired now, but they haven't given up the hunt for this killer.
To rape and murder 3 young girls, it's a horrendous thing. It's bothered me, it's bothered Bob, it's bothered Nick, and it's bothered Vito.
These guys have chased leads and suspects as far as Puerto Rico, but it's time to pass the torch. They've promised to tell me everything they know, so I can take up the chase for this killer. Sal Ruvio, a detective with the Rochester Police Department at the time, tells me how it all began.
Well, I guess like most homicides started, there was a call that there was a body found outside the city, I think the initial one was, and I believe it was Carmen Cologne.
Former Rochester PD detective Vito D'Ambrosio remembers going door to door, searching for information.
We did a neighborhood check on top of the neighborhood check that the sheriffs did, and hoping that maybe we would know somebody in the neighborhood that might talk to us about seeing Carmen Cologne the last day she was spotted.
That's when they learned about her last hours.
After school, she went home, which was on Romaine Street. From Romaine Street, she then went to visit her grandmother on Brown Street. Her mother had cooked a big pot of rice and corn. She got in the car with her uncle, and they delivered this from Romaine Street to Brown Street.
Then she ran down the street to the pharmacy to get a prescription filled and never returned. In First Victim, Carmen Cologne's murder, Detective Bob Rossello tells me he had one guy locked in his sights.
I zeroed in on one suspect. I received a call as to a person who was employed at a certain place in Rochester, a country club, where he worked in the kitchen.
The kitchen worker was seen in Carmen's neighborhood, Bull's Head, the day she was murdered. Then, he fled right after the crime.
He had a room at the country club, and he got rid of his car. He left his property. He didn't pick up his paycheck, and he was gone.
Suspicious behavior by itself. Then Bob dug a little deeper.
And that led me to do some further investigation, where I found it as a time card, which is worked on an electronic machine when they punch in. And the time of the murder, it was penciled in.
Bob believes the suspect penciled in his shift at a later time to cover up for his absence. Then, there was the final straw.
And I got the background on him, and I got a hold of the police department in Mansfield, Ohio. And he had a warrant outstanding for his arrest for assault and child abuse on a 15-year-old girl.
Assault on a minor. It was all adding up. Bob was convinced he had a prime suspect. But his partner had other ideas. Nick DeRosa had developed his own person of interest, someone nobody wanted to suspect. Could Carmen's killer be a member of her own family?
She got in the car with her uncle. That's what made us look at him.
I'm in the middle of an upstate New York mystery. Who raped and murdered 3 young girls with double initial names?
There was a massive manhunt involving a small army of police, sheriff detectives, and state police investigators.
After the first victim, 10-year-old Carmen Cologne, was molested and killed, Detective Bob Rossello had a good suspect, a kitchen hand. But he fled Rochester right after the crime and disappeared. At the same time, his partner, Nick DeRosa, got a new lead. Eyewitnesses reported seeing a bizarre scene on a public road the day Carmen Cologne disappeared.
They saw her running down a ramp, and he backing down backwards. He was in reverse.
Did anybody see this person grab her again and take her into the car?
She was ahead of the car. She was running a little faster than the car was being driven.
Who was driving? And what happened next? All police know is it was the last time Carmen Cologne was seen alive. Then, 2 days later, her body was found about a mile down the road, discarded in a ditch. That's where I'm going now, to see if it gives me any clues.
This is definitely it, the drainage ditch. First victim, Carmen Cologne. Fractured skull, no pants, just a blouse, a sweater on. What her last moments must have been like. She should be skipping rope and playing board games with her friends. She's raped and strangled and left in a ditch. As she was screaming, running for help, nobody stopped to help her.
But witnesses did provide one vital piece of information. A description of the car chasing Carmen. And it gave Detective Nick DeRosa a startling new person of interest. Carmen's own uncle, Miguel.
The car that was chasing her.
That's right, gray, small gray car. And he owned a gray car.
Then, more evidence emerged.
In her uncle's car, some of her hair was found. A doll that she owned was found in the back seat. And the car, which was new, we found out later that had just been scrubbed clean. So that's what started us looking at the uncle, Miguel.
Law enforcement closed in on Carmen's uncle. And what happened? Just like the kitchen worker, Nick's suspect fled.
First thing he fled was to Syracuse. We were half a step behind him. Syracuse told us he was in Spanish Harlem in New York City. We went to Spanish Harlem.
Nick DeRosa chased his guy all the way to San Juan, Puerto Rico. But the uncle was wise to him and fled into the jungle.
And I mean, it was a jungle. No water, no bathrooms, no nothing out there. We couldn't find him.
Now 2 detectives, partners, were both left empty-handed. Had one of them let the killer slip through his fingers?
Bob, Nick, it sounds to me like you both think a different person killed Carmen Cologne.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Bob and I go back to school in 1949. We were partners for a long time, but we do have differences of opinion.
Well, I had my suspect and he had his. And unfortunately, either one of us hit a home run. We're both batting the breeze right now.
Even the detectives who work the case don't agree on a person of interest.
I mean, you think so strongly about what you have, and you make a lot of sense when you explain who your suspect is and why he committed a crime. But again, none of us have been surprised at other suspects we've had. It didn't even pan out or come close.
What neither of them knew then was that one of their suspects would eventually resurface and turn himself in. But not before a second defenseless young girl lost her life. April 1973. 11-year-old Wanda Walkowitz went to the grocery store on Conkey Avenue, just steps from her Avenue D home in the Upper Falls area of Rochester, 30 miles from where Carmen Cologne went missing. She picked up a few things for her mother, paid for the groceries, and was never seen alive again. Parents all over Rochester were stricken with fear. 2 young girls snatched in less than 18 months. Whose daughter would be next? But was it the same person who murdered Carmen Cologne? Or worse, was another pedophile on the loose? Wanda's body was found at a remote rest stop off Route 104, 20 miles from where she was last seen. Would this site give investigators the physical evidence they'd been looking for? To find out, I'm meeting investigative journalist Gary Craig.
Hey, thanks for meeting me. Oh, nice to meet you.
Craig recalls the fear and uncertainty of the time.
Parents who were scared to death for their children at the time, children who remembered the fear of their parents and remembered being kept in the household in a way they never had been before. I was amazed going back and looking at this case, decades later, how so many people, it seemed to impact them, and it just continues to this day. It's like this case that nobody that lived here seems to ever forget.
Wanda's strangled body was found battered and bruised in this wasteland outside the town of Webster. Again, the victim's first and last names and the town share the same initial. This time, W.
So, this is where they found her, right here? Yes, the belief is he came from the city, did a U-turn on the highway, came back, sadly dumped her here, and then just headed right back into the city.
A human being, somebody's baby, just tossed out of a car like a piece of garbage.
Yeah, no care whatsoever.
So, what did you find out when you started digging in?
Yeah, probably sadly like the police, we found out there were a lot of people who were suspects that probably didn't do the crime.
What's your gut tell you?
You know, it's really retracing the police stuff, but the theory that it had to be somebody they know, maybe somebody in some position of authority that could get them into a car.
Wanda had been raped, but unlike Carmen's attack, this time there was more than just bruising. The killer had left something behind.
We're talking about semen in the panties of one of the victims here.
Exactly, and that's the evidence that they're sure that it would match if they found the right person.
In 1973, DNA profiling was at least a decade away. But police knew that in the future, science would catch up with this killer, and evidence like semen could solve crimes. So they stored the sample. Then, just 6 months later, another major development in the case. But it was the last thing anybody wanted. A third victim.
The body of 11-year-old Michelle Mayenza was found in Macedon.
And again, the killer left behind a tantalizing clue.
He wants them to be easily found.
The crimes took place between 1971 and 1973, and they struck fear in the hearts of parents.
I'm in Rochester, New York, reinvestigating the notorious double initial murders. By the fall of 1973, 2 little girls had fallen victim. Police had solid leads, even physical evidence, but no killer. Terrified parents feared the nightmare would never end. And they were right to be scared, because on November 26th, he struck again. 11-year-old Michelle Mayenza was the third victim of the double initial killer. Someone lured Michelle from the safety of her neighborhood after she visited a shopping plaza. Michelle was described as shy. Perhaps she was eager for a friend. Was it someone she knew, or someone who made her feel safe?
The body of an 11-year-old girl has been discovered in Macedon. Investigators fear Michelle Mayenza may be the victim of a serial killer.
Like Carmen and Wanda, Michelle had been sexually assaulted and strangled. Her first and last names and the town of Macedon, where her body was found, all start with the same letter, M. Now, I'm heading to the site.
So this is the Michelle Mayenza dump site. If someone would have blindfolded me and drove me here, I'd swear it was the Cologne site. It's almost identical. And why is he driving all the way out here, pulling off to the side of the road, dumping a body? These are the kinds of places he feels comfortable.
The killer appears to favor roadside locations to dump his victims. I'm thinking that's most likely because the roads give him easy access. All he has to do is pull over. But it also means the bodies are found quickly. Each of these girls was found within a day or two of her death. Why didn't the killer try to conceal his crimes?
What are you thinking?
I need to go back to profiler John Kelly. If he can't help, maybe his secret weapon 13 can.
So I'm out there in Rochester and I'm looking at these crime scenes. These bodies were easy to find. Why, Kelly?
That's the old dump and run, Matthew. You know how that works.
Right.
I mean, this guy's so fearful at that point in time because he's so vulnerable. He's riding around with a child in his car. What he needs to do is get rid of the evidence.
Not every killer dumps and runs. Arthur Gary Bishop, another pedophile killer, buried his victims deep in the Utah wilderness. Despite one of the biggest searches in Salt Lake County history, police didn't find the bodies until Bishop led them to a cluster of secret graves. According to my research, leaving bodies where they can be found is a specific behavior. It can mean you're an amateur, or that you're taunting law enforcement. The BTK killer, Dennis Rader, left his victims in their homes for police and family to discover. He even called in his kills. For Rader, who also wrote letters to police and media describing his murders, it was all part of a need for attention.
Got her a glass of water, comforted her a little bit, and then I went ahead and tied her up, and then put a bag over her head and strangled her.
He even suggested nicknames for himself, including the one that stuck: BTK, bind, torture, kill. Is this killer like BTK? Calling out for publicity? Is that why the double initial victims were left where they could be found? Kelly has sent 13 the case files on these murders. Has something caught his eye that could help lead me to this killer?
Okay, Don. After his crime, I think remorse sets in. He doesn't want anybody to know what sick, depraved thing he's doing. You know, killing 10, 11, 12-year-old girls, that's terrible. The area is full of wooded areas that he could place them someplace where they could never be found.
Right? You're right there.
Yeah. He wants them to be easily found. He doesn't want their bodies to rot or any more unnecessary harm come to them. That's it.
Again, I'm sickened by 13's bleeding heart for this monster.
What the hell is 13 talking about? Remorse.
13 is explaining this guy's thinking after the fact. He's not defending him, Matthew.
Can a killer be empathetic toward his victims?
We're not just talking about a killer here. We're talking about a serial killer, okay? We're talking about a psychopath. The pure definition of a psychopath is they feel no remorse and they feel no guilt.
But if 13's right, this killer does feel guilt and shame.
So if we're gonna go by what 13 says, and this guy's remorseful, then he's showing empathy toward his victims.
If we go by what 13 says.
Why wouldn't we?
Well, he might be trying to manipulate us, Matthew.
Then why are we using him?
Because we have to sift through what's true, what's BS,
We're alchemists.
and what's the manipulation. That's playing mind games with a serial killer.
So far, 13's mind games have given me nothing but frustration. I need to go back to the sources I can trust, the cops who work this case. After the third murder in November 1973, there was still no sign of Bob Rossello's suspect, the kitchen hand, or of Nick DeRosa's guy, Carmen Cologne's uncle. All four investigators tell me they were desperate for fresh leads. Then, 2 months after Michelle Mianza was killed, a new suspect came to light. Detective Vito D'Ambrosio says, in his mind, a local fireman was the best lead yet.
It was told to me that he had done service in the firehouses in the particular neighborhoods of all the girls. He was around St. Paul Street, which was Avenue D from where Walker was. He was at Broad Street, which is close to Bull's Head for Carmen Cologne. And he was on Goodwin Street, which was near my Alma Anza when she was picked up on Webster Avenue.
And then this. On January 1st, 1974, police caught the fireman red-handed, trying to rape a young girl in a garage. Was it a narrow escape for the double initial killer's fourth victim? Cops never got the chance to ask.
That he committed suicide in his car after being chased by the police officer.
The fireman's death eliminated the chance of a confession. But he did have a history of sexual attacks, and there were other reasons to connect him to the murders.
I thought the fireman was a relatively good suspect in light of the areas that he committed rapes. In fact, if I remember correctly, the last girl he attempted to rape was like 16 or 17 years old, and she looked like she was 9 years old.
After the fireman killed himself, the double initial murder stopped. And now I'm thinking, did the hope for justice die with him? I'm going back to meet again with journalist Gary Craig. He's no cop, but he tells me in 1984, he began investigating a whole new suspect, someone already convicted of multiple murders. Is Kenneth Bianchi, the Hillside Strangler, also the double initial killer? Bianchi is serving life in Walla Walla State Prison in Washington after he and his cousin killed 12 women in California and Washington in the late 70s. But it turns out, Bianchi also has a connection to Rochester. He had a job there that brought him into contact with children. He used to sell ice cream. Ice cream man. Great job for a serial killer, huh?
Yeah, sadly. Obviously, you get the children attracted to you.
It definitely fits the picture of a trustworthy charmer who could lure children from safety. But Bianchi maintains his innocence. And in a series of letters to Gary Craig, he has even launched a campaign to have his name removed as a suspect.
He's upset that his name gets mentioned with us. I mean, he's a narcissistic serial killer. That's who he is. And
it's kind of odd that a narcissistic serial killer wouldn't want to be connected to other killings, but when you look at it, it's the children that are involved.
I think perhaps even there's a level for him that he says he won't go to, and maybe this is it.
A serial killer's denial may not hold much credibility. Lucky for investigators, by 1985, new technology had become available that would expose the truth at last. And we're not talking about a polygraph. The semen sample left with the second victim, Wanda Walkowitz, was compared with Bianchi's DNA. But he's not the only suspect they compared it to. The fireman was also tested.
The body was exhumed. A sample was taken from the femur.
2 suspects, 1 test to find out who's guilty. But is there yet another question? Are we only looking for one killer?
My suspect is one case in itself, has nothing to do with the other 2 murders.
Experts at the time called the Rochester killer a psychopath with a growing appetite for this type of crime.
Who raped and strangled 3 innocent little girls in Rochester, New York in the early 1970s. These 4 detectives tell me they all had solid suspects, but no proof. Then, more than a decade after the murders, DNA testing was about to give them the answers they'd been waiting for. But would they be the answers they wanted? The fireman.
The body was exhumed. A sample was taken from the femur and proven to be negative.
Negative.
And the Hillside Strangler, Ken Bianchi. Negative.
Negative. So he's ruled out.
Eliminated.
Eliminated.
But then, one of the detectives finally got an unbelievable break. His suspect, who fled before he could be interrogated, suddenly reappeared and turned himself in. It's the first victim's uncle, Miguel Cologne. Detective Nick DeRosa finally had his guy right where he wanted him. After a long interrogation, including a polygraph, would justice finally be served?
He flunked the lie detector test and...
He flunked the lie detector test?
Yeah.
Nick was convinced the uncle was guilty of at least Carmen's murder, but he couldn't connect him to the other 2 murders. Then, just as he was building his case, the uncle, like the fireman suspect before him, put a gun in his own mouth and fired. That left only Bob Rossello's suspect, the kitchen worker, to rule in or out. Police eventually tracked him down, 6 feet under.
They got the body located. He was dead, and he was in the cemetery in Mansfield, Ohio.
Did the kitchen hand also take vital information to his grave? Police only learned enough to know he wasn't in Rochester at the time of the 2nd and 3rd murders. And it all started adding up to one alarming conclusion for these weary detectives.
In my case, Carmen Cologne, with my suspect, is one case in itself, has nothing to do with the other two murders.
I feel the same way. I always felt that Miguel did his niece, but somebody else did the other two.
Were there two killers? Or even three? And if there is more than one perpetrator, what about the double initial connection? Could what has always been thought of as the signature of this killer be nothing but a coincidence?
So Bob, Nick, do you think the initials were a coincidence?
I believe it was. I think it was just a stroke of luck. In my opinion, totally coincidental.
We had another homicide after that, and it was a double initial. And everybody first jumps right to the conclusion, we got another double initial. Well, this was different than the other ones. The other ones were abducted, murdered, and dumped elsewhere. This one was at her home, and it turned out to be the maintenance man of the apartment.
And whoever killed these three victims?
He didn't go after those girls because they had the same initials.
Hollywood couldn't come up with all the twists in this case. We've got 4 suspects: family, fireman, dishwasher, serial killer. They're on the run, committing suicide, being dug up from graves to be DNA tested. They're failing polygraphs, dying with secrets. And now, the whole double initial thing is supposed to be a false lead too? I'm thinking this case needs a completely new perspective. I want Kelly to call 13 one more time.
This double initial thing, the cops seem to think maybe that it's just a coincidence. It's not true.
See, I disagree with that. I disagree with that because of the percentages and the odds of having 3 girls with double initials murdered in the same area and dumped near towns or in towns starting with the same initial. Matthew, I believe there's too many similarities. I believe when you look at these girls, when you look at the ages, when you look at the areas, when you look at the homes they've come from, I'll tell you, I have a real problem with believing that they're not connected.
There are other similarities that get lost in the double initial hype. The girls all came from broken homes. They were all Catholic. They all had learning disabilities. And they were all abducted in late afternoon.
For me, there's much more than just the double initials. What I'm looking at in a profiler is the obsessive compulsive behavior that I'm seeing here.
Someone with obsessive compulsive traits is driven by repetitive thoughts, compelled to act. Mostly, this behavior is harmless. But in this case, Kelly believes the killer's fixations are deadly. And he should know. Because he says 13 is driven by the same urges. But does 13 really want to help us catch someone like him? And if so, why?
13 says that he does it because he's a new man. He's not the old 13. And he wants to try and help get these psychopaths like himself off the street. He wants to help society, is what he tells me.
Let's see if he's serious.
You know, it's my feeling that the killer was well aware of the children's names.
13 agrees with Kelly. The letters mean something to this killer. Do they mean something special to 13 too?
You know, it's the CWM for Carmen, Michelle, and Wanda. Could that be the killer's initials?
Right.
What I did is I took the alphabet and I put B as 1, B as 2, C as 3.
Right.
So on. And I come up with 31323.
Is this mind games again? Or is 13 for real?
And then since the double initials right in was I doubled that.
Right.
The 62646 would make him a Cancer, and he would have been 25 years old at the time.
You're working overtime on this one.
Well, yeah, I just let my mind run wild on that. That's it.
What was that about?
Yeah, that was weird.
The astrology
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah, well, I don't even know where that
Like
came
he's cracking
from.
a code, a safe.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
3, 13, 23. What the hell was that?
Yeah.
But the thing is, I don't think 13 was messing around. I think he believes that stuff. And if he does, then maybe the double initial thing isn't so far-fetched either. Still, I want another perspective from someone who's actually put a serial killer behind bars. Frank Adamson commanded the task force that brought down the Green River Killer, a man convicted of killing 49 women in Washington in the 80s and 90s. What does Frank have to say about this case? Does he agree with his fellow officers that the double initials are just a coincidence?
Well, I think that's certainly possible, but I do think you have to at least entertain the idea that he might be qualifying these victims.
Frank's agreeing with 13's take, not the cops. What about Carmen being murdered by someone else?
It's certainly possible to take Carmen Cologne out, but I wouldn't take her out. It's highly unusual to have pedophiles out killing their victims. What I'm saying is that you don't have someone killing a child every day. So it's always possible that you have a second pedophile, but I doubt it in this case.
There are so many opinions on this case, it's hard to keep them all straight. But the bottom line is that 3 little girls never got to grow up.
You know, the sounds. Baseball hitting a bat. Kids yelling and screaming. Those 3 girls should have had that. Who is he? Did he hang out in a park like this? Did he stalk those girls without them knowing, sitting there on a park bench, drinking a soda, eating popcorn, laughing, knowing that he was gonna put his hands around their necks and rape them? He did that. I know he did that. Hell, there could be a guy just like that here right now, and nobody would know.
And then, something even more unbelievable happens. If my police contacts say the double initials are just coincidence, how can they explain this?
In a strange echo of the Rochester murders, the first and last names of the victims here in California also begin with the same letters.
Some believe the so-called double initial murders of Rochester in the 1970s are not connected, just coincidence. But now, breaking news is forcing them to think again.
Police in Rochester, New York are now sharing their information with Marin County after investigators here noted what they're describing as eerie similarities between the 2 sets of murders.
April 2011, a man has been arrested in Marin County, California for crimes that mirror the Rochester double initial murders. The defendant is a photographer. We can't reveal his identity because he hasn't gone to trial yet. But police allege he killed 4 young women with double initial names in California between 1977 and 1994. They were strangled and their bodies dumped in rural locations, just like the Rochester double initial murders. And it doesn't end there. The suspect lived in Rochester in the 1960s and 70s and was in the area at the time of the murders. And one of his alleged victims out in California was also called Carmen Cologne, identical to the first victim in the Rochester case. But the match isn't complete. The victims were older than the Rochester girls. So, What do the former investigators of the Rochester case make of this new suspect?
His victims were in their 20s. Doesn't sound like he would be interested in girls 10 or 12 years old. That's just my opinion.
These four veterans want this case solved more than most. And yet, they're not buying it's the same killer. But what about the double initials? And another victim named Carmen Cologne? How can they not be connected?
Carmen Cologne is a very common name in the Puerto Rican community. From New York to California, thousands. And that could be the answer.
I'm thinking, there's gotta be a better answer than that. And then, it occurs to me. Are these guys downplaying the new suspect because they don't want to get their hopes up? Only to have them dashed again, like so many times before? I guess, after almost 40 years of frustration, I try not to get my hopes up either.
Sal, throughout this, I've noticed something. And I've noticed it with the other guys, but there's a bit of sadness that has come over you.
Well, it's hurtful because when you investigate a major crime like that, you get to know the victims and know a lot about them, and you always make a connection with your own relatives and your own children, you know? I do take it personally, and it's pretty hurtful to see this happen to children.
What would it mean for the police department and the community to solve this case?
Mean an awful lot to the policemen that put a lot of hours in and to the families who deserve some closure.
But how could it be solved?
There's no doubt in my mind that somebody knows something. And if they're going to take that information that they have to their grave, well, there's someone at a higher authority who they'll have to face someday.
California and New York authorities are still investigating whether the suspect being held in Marin County could be responsible for the Rochester murders. But they will need more than the circumstantial evidence they have to bring charges against them. This 40-year mystery has taken its toll on everybody who's ever touched it. Cold cases stay cold because people keep secrets or hide a piece of evidence that could be the missing link. With your help, the double initial murders can still be solved. May 2007, off a lonely back road outside Jennings, Louisiana, police find the naked dead body of a young woman. It's the fourth murder here in 2 years. And by 2009, 4 more women will be killed.
Still no answers, just mounting frustration among some in the community.
Suspicion and fear are destroying this southern town.
It's always in the back of your mind. Are they going to find a body today?
Can a fresh take on the mystery lay the people's fears to rest? I'm M. William Phelps, best-selling crime author, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice, and just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
Nobody can hear her scream.
because he is one. Jefferson Davis Parish, Louisiana. In the small town of Jennings, a serial killer is on the loose, targeting girls mixed up in the local drug scene. A multi-agency task force says it's clocked over 50,000 hours on these murders, followed thousands of leads, even staked an $85,000 reward. But so far, whoever killed those 8 girls is still out there, and the community wants to know why.
As months turned into years and the number of victims grew, citizens have raised questions about both the integrity and competence of local law enforcement.
There are even rumors of a cover-up. Police aren't commenting, so to get at the truth, I'll have to choose my sources wisely. Someone I can always rely on is veteran criminal profiler John Kelly. He knows this case, and he thinks 8 victims could be just the beginning.
Yeah, this guy's not done. I don't know where he's at, but this guy's not done until they catch him.
The first thing that jumps out at me is, in such a small community, how is this guy flying under the radar? He must be local, so he doesn't arouse suspicion, or an experienced predator who no one sees coming.
Just keep some of that for me.
I need to get another predator's take on this, so I've asked Kelly to call his insider. A convicted serial killer, he is codenamed 13. For 10 years, Kelly's been sharing his cold case files with 13 to get a killer's perspective on unsolved murders. Can he tell us how the Jefferson Davis killer hunts?
We've got 8 girls murdered here over 4 years. They're all part of the local drug scene. Did this guy stalk his victims?
There's a very good chance. He knows their lifestyle. He knows when they go to work, when they come home, their patterns.
Do you think he kills in the day or at night? Or both?
Both.
Both, okay.
Both. He may have even staked out. And if these girls work night shift, could have been one of the times he grabbed his victims. That's it.
13 thinks this guy's a predator, all right. But maybe he parties with these girls too, and nobody suspects him. He could be black or white, and I'd say he knows the way of the street. To get onto his trail, I need to head down there and pound some pavement.
So I'm a stranger in a strange land here. Nothing but fields, flat as a tabletop. The whole horizon above me here. Who knows what I'm gonna find, really? I mean, I'm down here with the gators, the oil, the gas, the heat. The Yankee from up north, heading down into the deep south. You know, this is Cajun country. This is where people stick together, where they don't like to let their secrets fly. And here comes this northerner, coming into town, asking them to talk about their secrets.
Jennings, Louisiana, the parish seat of Jefferson Davis. About 11,000 people live in this quiet, rural town. A few notches down the Bible Belt from Lafayette. But, like just about everywhere these days, times are tough. Nearly a third of the town lives below the poverty line. And now, they've got more to worry about than just putting food on the table. These girls were mothers. They were daughters. They were cousins. They were human beings. I'm going to be on my knees a lot down here, praying for these girls, that's for sure. I'm a Catholic, and that part of me drives me, keeps light shining in. And with all this darkness, all this evil, I need the light to shine in. So do these girls. My starting point in Jennings is a guy who's had a lot to say about this case. What I want to know is, how much of it is true? Private investigator Kirk Menard thinks the local cops aren't doing their job, so he's had to do it for them.
Talk to me about these girls.
They walked the streets, visiting a lot of people up and down one certain area, which we call their high-risk area, south side of town. Yeah, they were party girls, you know. They were into drugs. They were into this certain lifestyle, and that's what they knew.
Girls like Loretta Chason Lewis, a 28-year-old mother of two, and the first to go missing.
A fisherman made the first gruesome discovery May 20th, 2005, in a canal off Highway 1126.
Loretta had been missing for 3 days. Her body was too decomposed to determine cause of death. But toxicology reports revealed a high level of drugs in her system.
Were all these women abducted from basically the same area?
Correct. They've all frequented the same places, the same house, the same location, and they all knew each other.
After 7 victims had been killed, Menard began staking out the areas the girls were known to frequent. He filmed this videotape of the girl who would become the 8th victim, Nicole Guillory.
I got a tip from a source that all the victims had gone to this particular house. I was watching the house. I wanted to see who came, who went, what was going on, see if I seen any type of pattern of activity. And as it turned out, Nicole Guillory walked out of the house and began walking up and down the street.
Nicole Guillory, 26, was the last girl to go missing in August 2009. An autopsy revealed she died of asphyxiation. Menard believes this party house in the slum area of Jennings is the key location that connects all the victims. Now, he's taking me to see it.
Main Street, downtown Jennings, looks pretty quintessential Deep South to me. It looks beautiful.
Well, you're about ready to see. It's a big difference.
Where are we going?
We're going to the south side of the tracks, where most of the action takes place.
Is that one of the reasons why you carry this?
Can't never be too safe. I hope I have Jesus on my side in that, so.
Well, let's do it then.
We are now over the south side of the tracks.
In Jennings, Menard says south of the train line is known as the Badlands. Drugs and poverty have these streets in a deadly grip.
So this is where everything went down.
This is where everything went down. Brittany Gary ended up disappearing from this store right here.
17-year-old Brittany Gary was the 7th girl to go missing in Jennings in November 2008. Last seen in this convenience store. Next seen lying in the long grass out on Keystone Road, 3 miles from where the first victim was found. She'd been asphyxiated, and a cocktail of drugs was found in her system.
What do you feel like when we're driving down this road, the last place Brittany Gary walked?
I think that somebody down here knows something. I feel somebody knows something, but they're scared to talk. I don't know if they're scared of law enforcement or the actual killer or killers, but they're scared of something.
So people are tight-lipped around here.
Yes, very much. This is south side of the tracks.
So you can get anything you want down here, huh?
Pretty much, yes.
Cocaine?
Anything, ecstasy. It all happens here. This is actually the street where I caught Nicole Guillory on. And there's the brown house where she sat on the steps at, coming up to the left.
So that's the party house right there?
That's the party house. We have a source that puts every last victim right there.
One consistent line in all these murders is that the victims were high. They had drugs and alcohol in their systems.
All these girls were connected. They all knew each other. The whites and the blacks of these girls, they knew each other.
If they all knew each other, did the killer know them too? Or at least know their weakness?
Their need for the drug overrides their fear. That's what I believe happened in this case, is they were lured with drugs by someone they trusted.
There are 8 families grieving in this town. Some of them hired Kirk Menard because, he claims, they were tired of waiting for police to act. He wants me to meet one of his clients, Mike Dubois, brother of victim number 4, Whitney Dubois. Mike has first-hand experience of life in the Badlands.
Mike has been on the streets, he's lived there, he's been around all these people.
Mike's done a lot of drugs, huh?
Mike's done a lot of drugs, and that's something that he has not denied.
But do I trust a guy who's done a lot of drugs? Do you think so?
It's those type of people that can open doors for you, especially in this type of case.
Well, let's see what he has to say.
Let's do it.
For a small-town private investigator, Menard has a lot of information. And I'm starting to wonder, is this case as cold as it seems? Do you think you know who did this?
Yes.
Jennings, Louisiana has lost 8 young women in just 4 years, and the killer's still out there.
With 8 women now dead in Jeff Davis Parish and the person or persons responsible still at large, it seems surprising to see many women out alone.
Private investigator Kirk Menard says all the victims were connected by a party house on the south side of the tracks.
He, explained to me the north side, south side of the tracks. We sat down, we went through some of the victims, how they were found. He tells me about this party house right here that all the girls were in at one time.
If he's right, that means the killer is probably part of the scene. A drug user, too. Someone the girls knew. Right now, I'm meeting with a guy who was in the drug scene for most of his life. Mike Dubois, whose sister Whitney was victim number 4.
So here we are on the spot, Mike. Tell me why we're here.
This is where my sister was found a few years ago. Murdered, left here naked, right about the spot we stand in.
Tell me about Whitney. Type of person she was. Her dreams, her goals.
Whitney loved music, loved people. She was a people person. Whitney was a great people person. She had goals till the drugs took her. And when the drugs took her, she had no more goals.
As a former drug user himself, Mike knows the dangers of the lifestyle.
We tried many times to get her off the street. We tried, and she always said, brother, I can take care of myself. I can take care of myself. And I kept trying to tell her, baby, if somebody intends harm for you, you know what's going on, there's nothing you can do.
What's so funny, Rich?
Nothing. What's up?
Hey, man, get out. I think you're special, don't you?
It's fun.
According to Mike, Whitney was last seen at the party house on the south side of town. And like Kirk Menard, he believes that house links all the victims.
They're all right here in the same area. They all knew each other. They all ran the same circles. They all had the same drug problem. Everything is just too connected for it not to be connected.
What would you do to your sister's killer if you could?
I don't think you want to know.
I do want to know.
Killing him would be too good. Torturing him would be too good. Locking him up like an animal for the rest of his life would be what he deserves.
Mike, do you know who did this?
Yes.
How do you know?
From information that Kurt and I have gathered, from what I know, tells me who it is.
Mike Dubois and Kirk Menard suspect a local white male connected to the party house who cannot be identified for legal reasons. He knew all the victims and has admitted taking drugs with them at the party house. In May 2007, he was arrested for the murder of victim number 3, Kristen Lopez. But he walked free when the key witness against him suddenly recanted her evidence. Police say he hasn't been ruled out, but Mike's opinion is they bungled the case.
I believe that they have made so many mistakes in chain of evidence, in simple investigative work, that I think it's going to be hard for them to get a conviction. A lot of people wouldn't talk to law enforcement because they don't trust them. They've had a long past history with the people in law enforcement here of corruption, dirty tactics, trickery. Nobody would trust law enforcement.
These are serious allegations, but Mike goes even further. His theory is police don't want the truth about these crimes to come out because it will expose their own involvement in the dark world south of the tracks.
You have law enforcement officers that were involved in drugs. You have law enforcement officers that were involved in what they call tricking these girls, which is sleeping with them. You have law enforcement officers providing favors for them. You also have law enforcement officers that were providing these girls, I believe, to some very high-up politicians.
But why? Why kill these girls?
They either knew too much, saw something they wasn't supposed to, involved with people they shouldn't have been. I've had lots of theories on it.
But when you say they knew too much, what the hell does that mean?
They knew something way too much about either law enforcement or the drug trafficking around this town, or both, that I think were connected together.
I don't know. I'm not buying Mike's conspiracy theory. Murder and cover-up? Not likely. To keep that a secret, the entire task force would have to be in on it.
5, 6 agencies are not covering up 8 murders by a serial killer. It's impossible, people. Impossible.
I need to get away from hearsay and start doing my own investigations. So I'm heading to the site where one of the victims was dumped to see if it gives me any clues. In May 2008, victim number 5, 23-year-old Laconia Muggy Brown, was found here next to a police shooting range. A Jennings police officer found her. Throat cut, doused in bleach. Her body was still warm. The old police shooting range is right there. Muggy brown, her throat slit from ear to ear, and allegedly with bleach all over her. Found right there. I've come here to get away from rumors and refocus, but now I'm starting to ask questions too. Muggy brown allegedly had bleach all over her. Now what does that mean? What does it tell me? Well, it tells me that if a cop did this, he would know to cover up any forensic evidence with bleach, because bleach is gonna wash away all his problems. And I think I need to look more into this. I mean, you have a police shooting range, you have a cop who finds her, you have bleach on her. I need to talk to a cop about this, and I think Frank Adamson is my guy. Frank Adamson is a former colleague of my profiling contact, John Kelly. Together, they helped crack America's biggest serial killer case, the Green River Killer in Washington State. In his long and distinguished career, Adamson has seen most everything. So what's his take on this case? Jefferson Davis Parish in Louisiana. You're familiar with the case.
Yes.
And one of the bodies we're looking at right now is Muggy Brown, 23 years old. Man, a cop finds her. Her body's still warm. She was just murdered. I mean, you look at this thing with the bleach, the boldness of dumping the body right in a police department front yard. Are we talking about a cop here?
I don't think it has to be a cop. What we're really talking about here is the kind of person who has local ties, that this is his comfort zone. He feels free to kill and to do it with almost abandon. He's leaving the body on a firing range, a police firing range. He knows that body's going to be found rather quickly. And I would say that he's mocking the cops. It's possible that he's got some vendetta against cops. The second thing is he's picking up very vulnerable people. A prostitute, be it anybody else that's vulnerable.
He slices their throats, pours bleach on them, and dumps them in front of a police department. That shows a lot of nerve, Frank.
I think it also shows a lot of anger at women in general. All they have to do is something that he doesn't like, and they're marked for death. It's easy to gain control over them. And these are factors that these killers use to their advantage.
Adamson has just thrown cold water on police involvement in these murders and given me new leads to chase. This killer may have a history of run-ins with the law, which makes him resent police. And he may pose as a dealer or a John to gain access to easy targets. So this guy of ours supposedly hangs out with prostitutes, but here's what bothers me about this. These girls, I don't consider them prostitutes, all right? You go down to Louisiana to Jennings and they're called street girls. These girls, a lot of these girls remind me of my sister-in-law, the lifestyle they led. They're not prostitutes, and I hate when people tag these types of girls with that moniker.
Yeah, I certainly understand that. However, you and I both know that these girls will get involved in sexual experiences for drugs.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't make them a prostitute. That's what I'm saying. You know, people burglarize homes to get drugs. It doesn't make them a career burglar. You know what I'm saying? So, they're doing things to support a habit. I'll agree with that, just like my sister-in-law did. But the label of prostitute bothers me, because a prostitute is someone who does that for a living, all right? They walk the street for a living. It's a different thing. It's a sensitive topic for me, I know how hard it is for the families of these girls, living with that stain on their loved one's memory. And I know how easy it is for the public to care less about some dead prostitute than a murdered human being. Besides, it's not the girls who have the real problem here. It's the killer. Like Adamson said, the slightest thing can set him off. Kelly has a psychological take on it.
You see, Matthew, what gets these guys off is the resistance. Resistance equals what? Rejection.
Right.
So they take resistance as rejection. Rejection equals what? Abandonment. And if you think about it, if you look at any serial killer that we've researched or worked, they, or the vast majority of them, have been abandoned by either their mother or their father. And they have faced extreme criticism growing up, which is another form of rejection.
And really, for this guy, it doesn't matter what they are, if they are prostitutes or not prostitutes. To him, whatever they are is his object of desire.
Absolutely, they are simply objects for him to gratify his sexual needs.
And once they reject him, boom, he snaps.
Would another killer agree with Kelly's view? I want to bring in a different kind of expert on this. The dark mind of 13.
Do you think he got a sexual high from his killings?
Jennings, Louisiana looks like any other quiet southern town until you see the billboards. A killer's on a rampage down here. He's got to be stopped. Local private detective Kirk Menard and his client, Mike Dubois, believe a man connected to this party house is the killer. They say police let him slip through their fingers. Dubois even alleges a cover-up. But is the rumor mill only making it harder to solve this mystery?
You see, the whole thing with these guys down there is they want to blame law enforcement, right? And the reason they want to blame law enforcement is because law enforcement's an easy target. And the community there, they need someone to blame because these cases aren't being solved.
Profiler John Kelly has worked hundreds of murder cases, and he knows sometimes they take years to crack, especially when citizens turn against law enforcement.
They don't trust law enforcement, is what you're telling me.
That's big. If you don't trust law enforcement, how can you help law enforcement? Law enforcement needs the community to solve this case, and they're not getting that right now.
I'm trying to sort through the gossip and help find this killer before he kills again. So, once again, I've asked Kelly to call on his secret consultant, the dark mind of an incarcerated serial killer he calls 13. My sister-in-law was a lot like the victims in this case, hooked on drugs, living the high-risk lifestyle. And like these girls, she was murdered. So it's hard for me to keep from getting emotional. That's why I come to 13. 13 doesn't get emotional.
How are you?
Okay, John.
Good. Do you think he hangs out with prostitutes a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think he kills every prostitute he goes out with?
No, not everyone.
Why do you think that is?
He may not feel angry enough for the women could do exactly what he wanted. Where there was drugs involved and he felt good.
None of the victims in these murders had a record for prostitution. But 13 believes, in the dark world of the party house, drug addiction may have driven them to desperate acts.
Didn't I tell you to shut your damn mouth, huh? You want some more of this? You ain't worth half of that.
I've seen girls out there that to keep from becoming a prostitute, they would go to these large department stores and steal clothing. And they'd have somebody that they could send these clothing to. After a couple of times getting caught for shoplifting, they turn to prostitution. It's just, only takes 1 or 2 times. They get the hang of it. That's it.
If 13's right, this killer is in the middle of the perfect environment for a predator. Drugs, prostitution, and a police force that can't get results. It's a disturbing picture of this small community. But is it the truth? To get answers, I'm meeting with an official source. Former mayor of Jennings for 14 years, Greg Marcantel.
So, Greg, tell me what type of community Jennings is.
It's a very giving community. It's a very caring community. They'll have fundraisers. They'll have dances. They'll have bake sales to raise money for people that have been injured, people that have lost things in a tornado or a hurricane or some type of calamity. It's the type of community, I think, that cares about, the people care about each other.
And I guess like any community, there's poverty, there's crime, etc. Well, I've heard about this north and south side of the train tracks.
There traditionally has been a divide in our society between the rich and the poor, black and white. I don't think that the divide, as it were, is nearly as dramatic as it used to be, and not as dramatic as some people would like to present it as.
I get the feeling Greg means people like private investigator Kirk Menard, who says the South Side's a lawless place that cops can't deal with, or just don't want to.
The investigators working on this serial killer case, are they working as hard as they did from the start?
These people are doing everything they possibly can to try to solve these murders. I don't believe for a moment that they haven't been solved because somebody's covering something up, because the people involved are inept. I know just the opposite. I know that the people who are involved are extremely competent. If it were easy to solve it, it would have been solved. Because the people who are trying to solve these problems, they're the ones spending the sleepless nights. They're the ones working 16-hour days. They're the ones following hundreds and hundreds of leads, trying to get to the bottom of this. They're not hiding something so they can prolong this horrible situation. They don't get paid by the hour. They don't get paid by how many leads they dream up. They're sincerely trying to solve this problem. And it's just an extremely difficult situation.
The former mayor has a point. Undermining the local cops isn't helping make this community safe from a killer. I understand why victims' families reach out to private investigators when police progress is slow. Families sometimes look to me for the same reasons, so I get that. But I'm always careful not to get in the way of the official investigation.
When you get a private investigator involved in an open serial killer case, what happens? The cops lose all sense of trust where they need it the most, which is inside this small community. That's where the answers are here.
I need to confront Kirk Menard about his role in this case. And to find out, is he hiding something?
If you develop evidence in a serial killer case and it's found that you hadn't turned it over, that's obstruction of justice.
Jennings, Louisiana has a murder rate that's got locals jumping at their shadows. 8 girls dead in 4 years, and the killer is roaming free. The community's desperate for answers.
While information is hard to come by, many believe the answers are on the streets, in the circles these girls travel by day and by night.
Some victims' families have been so frustrated, they've hired P.I. Kirk Menard, thinking he might do what police haven't yet: find the killer. But I'm thinking that reinforcing the divide between local cops and the community isn't helping.
I still have my clients to represent, you know, and it's not unusual to hire a private investigator when they're leery of law enforcement. They've hired me to give them another avenue, sources to come through and go ahead and submit my information to law enforcement.
But if this case could be solved with you withdrawing from it, would you do that?
Of course I could.
Would you withdraw from the case?
If my clients asked me to withdraw.
What if the police asked you?
If they asked me to withdraw, then yes, I would.
You would?
Yes, I would.
Totally withdraw from the case?
Yes, I would.
Because I think that's what needs to be done. You know why I say that? Not because I got anything against you. I don't even know you personally.
Right.
But I know that you're working there. What's happening is they're going to you now. The people on the street.
Right.
They're not going to the cops anymore. That's wrong. If they're going to you, and Mike is bad-mouthing the cops, and he's with you, that's a major problem.
And I have actually asked them to call the police when I get calls in, and they say they won't call police. They say, you know, if you don't take it, I'm not giving it to nobody.
Yeah, that's a bad position. That's a very bad position.
Yes, and it puts me in a catch-22. You know, they want to give me, do I just let them hold that information inside, or do they give it to me? You know, what?
See, I would step away. If it was me, I would step away, because if I'm hindering an investigation, I would be concerned about being brought up on charges of obstruction of justice.
From years as a victim's advocate, I sympathize with Kirk's situation. But this is a murder investigation. He needs to get some perspective. And maybe I do too. So one last time, I'm going back to my profiling contact, John Kelly.
I feel like I'm on a freaking wild goose chase. I got a private detective sending me in one direction, a source that he gives me sending me in another direction, and I don't know what the hell's going on anymore, Kelly.
Well, I think you need to relax, take a step back, analyze the situation. Let's have a chat with our man in the box.
Kelly's right. To catch a killer, I need the insight of a killer. Has 13 got anything more to say?
Hey, John.
Who is this guy?
You know what? I looked over this pretty close. They all ran in a little circle like.
Okay.
They all hung out together. Brittany was a cousin of one, best friend of the other. Let's see, what else do we have here? And I think that there might have been a couple of guys that hung in that circle. And I would look very closely at them. He's a friend of the family.
13 has hit on a long chain of connections between the victims, which could lead to the killer. But is he just a friend of the family or a family member? I've got another person to confront.
He's local, right? Knew the victims. He knew a lot of those girls.
Sometimes a killer becomes so confident, they put themselves at the center of the investigation.
He's a known, admitted substance abuser. He's been arrested for it.
He'll talk to media and police, enjoying the secret thrill that no one suspects him.
Was there a cover-up or not? We don't know.
I'm wondering, has the killer been right under my nose all along?
Mike, did you kill any of these 8 women?
There are 40 churches in Jennings, Louisiana. 40 churches in a town of just 11,000. The signs on the front lawns say it all. After losing 8 girls to murder, this community needs all the help it can get to put itself back together. But what if the killer was one of their own, someone closer than anyone had imagined? Mike Dubois is the brother of victim number 4, Whitney Dubois. He told me local cops could be involved in these crimes, but was that just a decoy?
What if I told you some people think you're a person of interest in this case? What would you say? Have you heard that?
Yes, I've heard that. It doesn't surprise me, you know, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, I was in the world, I mean, and I was around, so. But if I'm a person of interest, that's fine. Let everybody's a person of interest. I think that's only natural that somebody close in the family or anybody around would be a person of interest.
You're in jail for a certain amount of time, then the murders stop. You get out of jail, people go missing.
But okay, let's take me. I was incarcerated for a while and then came out and supposedly they stopped. But how about every other criminal from this town, every other person from this town that was incarcerated and got out at the same time or had left and come at the same time? You have that same amount, you know, just as many people as that, so.
Mike, did you kill any of these 8 women?
No, I did not. You know, I can prove where I was at, you know, on everything. You know, let's move on to real suspects. I mean, don't rule me out. I don't want you to do that. I keep that investigation open, but let's move on to real suspects and quit worrying about, you know, those that are trying to do something that may or help or not.
Mike Dubois seems pretty straight up to me. He's no killer. And now I'm wondering, with all this conspiracy theory talk, did I get caught up in the rumor mill myself? To get grounded, I'm going to meet with a woman who's been the voice of reason in the community, Sonia Beard, Mike Dubois and victim number 4, Whitney Dubois' cousin.
Whitney was very happy. She laughed all the time. Not until later did she start having these problems and got hooked on drugs.
Sonia doesn't believe Mike Dubois is a killer either, but she understands why I got carried away. Like the people of Jennings, I'm desperate for answers.
This is a small town. Nobody wants to think that there's a killer running around out there. People in this town used to never lock their doors. It's crazy. We don't let our kids play in the streets anymore. It's always in the back of your mind. You know, is something gonna happen today? Are they gonna find a body today? Is this over with? Is he gone? Is he caught? You go to church, you look around and you say, you know, that could be the person that did this.
Do you think there's any corruption or cover-up in this case?
You know, I used to think that way. I did. When it first happened, because of all the rumors that were going around and everything that was said, I did. I thought, oh my God, it's someone in law enforcement. Until I had this detective assigned to this case. I speak to my detective every day, and I call him my detective. He's the one that was assigned to Whitney's case. Every day. We have become friends, and I trust him. I trust him.
So what would you like to say to anyone out there who make that claim that the police aren't doing anything to solve this case?
I would say that they need to become more involved and look at it and talk to the detectives and not just talk to the media and say and hear what the media is saying and the people in town. Go see, go hear, go listen to what the detective has to say.
Sonia believes it's time the community stopped fighting itself and started giving police the support they need to catch this killer.
If you know anything, I don't care how little you think it is, Please go to the cops. All of these girls, they all need to be laid to rest. All of these families need closure. And it's just horrible. We've had so much go on that it boggles my mind to think of what has happened in the past few years. Our families were so close. We were together every Sunday at Whitney and them's house, eating dinner. A bunch of us, always. The thing I remember most, I'm sorry, is her big smile. She was always smiling. I'm sorry.
Sonia, who did this?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew who did this. I don't know. I think when this killer's caught, I think a lot of people will be surprised. I think everybody's gonna say, oh wow, we didn't suspect that at all.
Right now, the multi-agency task force is still working on these murders round the clock. There is an $85,000 reward posted for information leading to the killer's capture. But the town of Jennings is still nervous, waiting for an arrest. Any information you have, no matter how small, could help crack this case. November 2006, in a ditch outside Atlantic City.
Me and my friend were taking a walk down the path, saw the railroad tracks. There's a dead woman down there.
Police discover more bodies. Bizarrely, all of them are facing east. What kind of predator lines up his prey?
Somebody saw something. Come on, they carried 4 bodies out there.
Right.
Somebody knows something. It's just everybody's not talking.
Can I find someone who will speak up before the Eastbound Strangler kills again? I'm M. William Phelps, best-selling crime author, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice. And just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
Boy, I'm telling you, nobody can hear her scream.
Because he is one. Four murders in the space of just 1 month. The victims were all young women caught up in the local drug scene. 3 of them were also known prostitutes. No wonder the working girls of Atlantic City are now living in terror.
The prosecutor now says that along with his office and local departments, that the U.S. Justice Department, the FBI and state police, and federal and state forensic laboratories are all investigating the crimes.
A nationwide task force has worked over 200,000 man-hours on these murders. But the Eastbound Strangler is still out there. I need to pick up his trail before he kills again. My starting point in a hunt is veteran criminal profiler John Kelly. He's already put in his share of man-hours on this case, and then some.
He's killed 4 in approximately 1 month. We have a man on fire here.
For over 20 years, Kelly's worked with New Jersey State Police and the FBI to help identify and apprehend serial killers.
If he's leaving them out, he's leaving them out to say something.
He wants to come back and look at them.
In 2006, Kelly profiled the Eastbound Strangler, and he's agreed to share his notes and contacts with me.
If you take a look at the structure, how he has the girls approximately 60 feet apart, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a very structured individual.
There's one contact of Kelly's who could be my best chance at cracking this case. He's a secret consultant Kelly usually keeps to himself. Only Kelly can talk to him, and there's a strict protocol that must be followed.
We have a time to talk. I have to always give him an idea of what I want the conversation to focus on, because he can only speak for 15 minutes at a time.
Sometimes 15 minutes gets him nothing. Sometimes 15 seconds is all he needs.
The conversations are tense because you never know what he's gonna say next.
His tips can lead you nowhere or be the key to solving a case.
He doesn't have a degree in criminology, he's not a psychologist, and he's not a homicide detective.
So who is he? He's an incarcerated serial killer. Kelly calls him 13.
Hi, John.
The Atlantic City killer.
Oh, yes.
13 knows this case, and as wrong as it sounds, it's one of his favorites.
You know, this happened during I believe it was the Democratic Convention in Atlantic City. That had to bring every hooker out from the deepest dark alleys when a convention is in town.
Can you tell me why you think this guy in Atlantic City strangled them? He didn't stab them, he didn't shoot them, he didn't hit them over. He strangled them. Why strangle?
Oh. Let me see. When you strangle somebody, and that's close enough personal, you can feel the life just flow out of the body. Also, he could strangle them because he knows he has to move the bodies, and he doesn't want any blood in this car. I think he wanted to see his victims suffer. And I think he did that very, very well. That's it.
Sounds like 13 not only understands the Eastbound Strangler's mind, he also admires his work.
A lot of these guys are into strangling. Because that is the ultimate power and control in a way. Because you can actually play God. They strangle them until they go out of consciousness, then they bring them back to consciousness, then they strangle them out again. They keep reliving it over and over, and then finally they do kill them.
For a serial killer, that power is like a drug, and it's never long before they need another hit. To pick up this guy's trail, I'm gonna have to visit some dark places.
Most important thing is you keep a focus on your safety. That's
well, I'm going to
number
focus on this case. I want to solve this case. I think it's definitely solvable, and I think the girls on the street have answers. That's what I'm after, answers.
The bright lights of Atlantic City lure all kinds of people. It's the promise of a good time, and maybe some good luck. That's what brought Molly Jean Dilts here when she was just 20 years old. She left Black Lick, Pennsylvania, where the brightest light in town is the gas station, and headed 400 miles east to the city of dreams.
So here we are, Atlantic City. At one time, this was, you know, Frank Sinatra, Bing Crosby, all the bigwigs, the Rat Pack, coming into town.
But young Molly Dilts never got a taste of that old world glamour. A run of bad luck and some drug troubles later, she hit rock bottom. Then, sometime in October 2006, she became the first victim of the Eastbound Strangler.
We used to come here as a family. It's funny, coming into town, I come out on the boardwalk for the first time in 30 years, and that first smell brought me right back.
But this time, it's no vacation. I'm looking for a killer. The Atlantic County Prosecutor's Office is keeping a tight lid on their information in this case, so I've had to find alternative sources. I've arranged a meeting with retired homicide detective Tim Braun, a cold case veteran who has worked over 500 murders. Ever heard of the Angel of Death, Charles Cullen? The most prolific serial killer in New Jersey history. Tim Braun caught him. I'm thinking his insight could lead me closer to the Eastbound Strangler.
So what is your experience? Tell us about this killer.
Well, it's my opinion. It's a individual who is local to the area, and I believe he returned on several occasions, not just to dispose the bodies, but also to revisit in some sick way his work, revisit his work.
Is there a sexual element to it?
I believe so, especially in this type of a case. There is a fantasy. It's basically reliving the fantasy when he revisits his victims. He may have kept the victim's footwear as a bit of a trophy. Another way to revisit his crime without actually going to the scene.
You think this guy killed before he killed here?
I would have to say yes. That's my gut feeling, that these unfortunate incidents are not the first for this person.
One big question in this case is the cluster of bodies. Does that mean a burial site, or a murder site, or both?
Would this guy, right, dispose of bodies, any serial killer, dispose of bodies in the area where he worked and played?
Sure, serial killers will dispose bodies generally in an area that they're comfortable in, and that could be anywhere for them. Their comfort zone is where they feel safe, non-threatened, and they will take their chances.
Tim Braun makes me think this killer is into the full psychological experience, not just the kill itself. And now I'm wondering if the structured placement of the bodies, evenly spaced and facing east, is part of some ritualized sexual fantasy. If the killer is local, maybe he's known on the street.
When I was a kid here, you know, the one thing you knew was never step on this side of the boardwalk, because on this side of the boardwalk, anything could happen.
Behind the casino strip lies a wasteland known to locals as the Track. Most of the hookers here are addicts, which means they'll go with anyone and do anything to get their fix. The perfect hunting ground for a sexual psychopath like the Eastbound Strangler. I need to find out what kind of perverted urges motivate this killer. But am I prepared for the answer?
It just seems to almost happen randomly at first, but then the individual seems to like it.
In Boots and Waders, investigators hoped to reveal new clues in a murder case that's gained worldwide attention.
I'm in Atlantic City, New Jersey, on the trail of a killer with a curious signature. He takes his victim's shoes and poses their bodies in a line facing east. Just a few years have passed since 4 innocent women were snatched from these streets. And that means a working girl like Tina here could be next.
Do you feel safe out here? Nah. Have you ever met a man who put his hands around your throat?
tried to. I maced him.
You maced him. Tell me about that. When was that?
7 months ago.
But why did he put his... What was the impetus for him to put his hands around your
A
throat?
lot of men like to feel that power, that they have that power over you. I don't know what it is. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I haven't figured them out yet, but they like that power.
Did Tina narrowly escape becoming the Eastbound Strangler's 5th victim? Or is this kind of violence just an occupational hazard for the streetwalkers out here? Prostitution is a deadly business. Like some of the girls out here, my sister-in-law would do anything to get drugs, and she was murdered, leaving behind her 3 young kids, my brother, and the stillborn child she was carrying. It's hard for me, seeing girls like Tina risking their lives for a fix. But these days, in Atlantic City, working girls aren't the only women looking over their shoulder.
Are we safe to walk our streets? Are we not safe to walk our streets? I'm a woman working in Atlantic City. I have to come here every single day.
Terry, tell me how Atlantic City has changed over the years.
When I grew up here, we never locked our doors. We walked from Ventnor City to Atlantic City, to New Hampshire Avenue, back, go to the boardwalk, go on the rides. You never feared nothing. It was safe, it was fun.
Terry's bartended here for years. She says everything changed after the Eastbound Strangler.
What was the vibe like around here after the girls were found murdered?
Scared. You didn't want to look at the guy next to you. The guy next to you was the murderer. That's how scary it was. It's still that way, because nobody knows who it was. Nobody knows who did it.
How does it make you feel to think that a serial killer may have come in here and you may have served him a drink?
Sick to my stomach. Scared. He's the ghost. He could be you. He could be the guy I just served 2 minutes ago. Nobody wants to be out there when there's somebody loose that murdered 4 women for absolutely no reason.
Terry, how would you feel if they caught this guy?
It has to be solved. I would feel very happy. I would feel like they did their job. Now we're safe. We know it was being investigated. We know it was being taken care of. And it's settled. And put the guy away. He murdered 4 girls. You can't stigmatize because they're prostitutes or they're heroin addicts or they're cocaine addicts. They're human beings. They're people. They don't deserve to die like that. Nobody does.
The Eastbound Strangler is still out there. And he's got the women of Atlantic City living in fear. Barbara Brader was his 2nd victim. She was last seen leaving her home in nearby Ventnor, New Jersey on October 17, 2006. After working as a cocktail waitress, she had turned to prostitution to feed her drug habit. Barbara used heroin around the time of her murder. Large quantities were found in her body.
These girls are objects to him. They're only objects. This is all about him and his pleasure. A murder is his pleasure.
I've come back to meet again with my profiling contact, John Kelly, who's given me access to his secret weapon. An incarcerated murderer who helps him catch killers.
I'm dealing with the man who's killed people. I mean, who's gotten up close and personal and murdered people.
We can't reveal the details of his crimes, but there's no doubt 13 knows about killing.
I have learned different things about the psychopathic criminal mind that I could not have learned in any classes or in any books. It gives me a better understanding for the predator that I'm hunting.
I want to know, is the Eastbound Strangler taking his victims' shoes as trophies? Or is it something else?
You know, there was a cluster site of 4 women. Their shoes were gone. This guy had a foot fetish.
Interesting. 13 agrees that the shoes are trophies, but he sees a sexual aspect too. A fetish.
The girls were posed in an area facing east.
That's correct, yes. Why did he do that? Tell me why.
That's it.
Hung up on by a serial killer. What is this, mind games? Is 13 holding out on us, or just bluffing?
He has rules. He has to keep his power and his control in place.
See, I could never.
We have to play
I'm glad
the
you're
game.
dealing with him, because I could never deal with somebody like that.
We have
Who's
to
gonna
play
call
the
the
game.
shots for me? No serial killer gonna call the shots for me.
And you know, I understand that with you, but I have to keep intellect over emotion. He is very important to me, the information he has. And I'm not going to let emotion destroy a relationship.
It's no kind of relationship I want. But I admit, 13 has given me one good lead to chase. Does the Eastbound Strangler have a foot fetish? To dig deeper, I'm meeting an expert in abnormal sexuality, clinical psychologist Dr. Ed Mirsky.
A foot fetish is, some individual, it's almost always a male, very, very rarely a female. Most of these cases, they do start in adolescence, and they continue through most of a person's lifetime. It's a very sexually powerful, stimulating experience for them. Regular, average kind of sexual encounters don't do much for these people. They want the more kinky stuff. They'll take these items and they either rub them on their face or their hands, or they smell them, or they touch them somehow. So even though they're not committing a murder, they're in between, they've got the fantasies going, and the great majority of these men never commit any serious crimes. But some do. Some do become violent, even to the point of murder.
It seems, for this killer, a foot fetish may just be part of a twisted web of psychopathic behavior. But one of the strangest elements of the case is still nagging at me. Why did this guy dump the bodies facing east? A lot of theories have been put forward since these crimes were committed. One of them is so controversial, it might just be true. It involves a suspect for whom facing east is a matter of religious conviction.
The women that were dumped in this drainage ditch were laid out with their heads pointing east toward Mecca.
Atlantic County prosecutors said investigators are pursuing a variety of leads, but would not comment on the amount of progress they've made.
In Atlantic City, the Eastbound Strangler is targeting vulnerable women mixed up in drugs and prostitution. It's familiar territory for me. My sister-in-law, Diana, was once a vulnerable woman too, before somebody strangled her to death. So hunting this killer feels very personal. In November 2005, he took his third victim, 23-year-old Tracy Ann Roberts. It's believed she died approximately 2 weeks after Molly Jean Dilts, and perhaps just a few days after Barbara Brader. An autopsy revealed Tracy Roberts died of asphyxiation.
She was a baby. I knew her for quite a while, but she was very quiet, very inward, and kept to herself most of the time. If you see her,
I've returned to the dark side of the boardwalk, the track, to meet a friend of Tracy's named Zandra.
And with her, one day being here, the next day gone, doesn't that scare you?
I wish it did. Like, people have asked me that. I wish it did, but like fear, I don't carry fear like most people do.
Zandra sounds just like my sister-in-law before she was murdered. Addiction and good judgment just don't go together.
And I've been trying to get away from here as long as I've been here, and it kind of just sucks you in, and you get stuck out here. You leave and you come back, you always find yourself coming back.
I see that you cut yourself. It bothers me. You're so little that any man could just, you know, kill you. And you say you don't have any fear left. I don't understand that.
I don't either.
You know, it breaks my heart to sit here and talk to you because you're a little girl, man. You're just a little girl. I don't have those feelings about every girl I meet, but you knew these girls. You know, I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your slump. You feel every day for these girls, but you're still here, and that I don't get.
Maybe Zandra knows something we don't. Has the Eastbound Strangler already moved on?
Why do you think the murder stopped?
I don't even know if they did stop. I think maybe nothing else happened here because, you know, they were found, and whoever did it had to lay low, whoever he was, whoever he is.
The question is, will he come back?
I believe that'll happen. I believe he'll come back and hit at some point in time.
Can you promise me that you'll be careful? All right?
This case is getting under my skin, bringing back painful memories of my sister-in-law, Diana. But I need to stay focused. I'm on my way to meet a source who in 2006 alerted the public to a potential suspect in this case. My contact is an Atlantic City reporter who covered the murders.
We got a call that someone had reported that they had basically stumbled across bodies right outside the city limits.
Me and my friend were taking a walk down the path by the railroad tracks. There's a dead woman down there.
We ended up getting some photos at the site of body bags being zipped up, that kind of thing, but nothing too graphic. But it was difficult to get an actual visual on a lot of stuff because the police had us pushed back so far. But there was a lot of police activity, lots of investigators going around, taking samples.
Not long after the bodies were discovered, he got a call from a local man who claimed police were eyeing him for the crimes. The caller had a record for drug offenses, was known to associate with prostitutes, and knew two of the victims. But there was another reason the man believed police suspected him. He's Muslim.
So tell me how you first heard about this story.
Well, he believed that he was a suspect, and that many other people believed he was a suspect because of his Muslim background, and the fact that the women that were dumped in this drainage ditch were laid out with their heads pointing east toward Mecca. So a lot of people believed that there was some sort of Muslim connection, and that the killer was a Muslim.
Devout Muslims pray 5 times a day, facing towards the holy city of Mecca in Saudi Arabia, due east of the U.S. It is also Muslim custom to lay out the dead barefoot, with their heads towards the same sacred site. Is the Eastbound Strangler killing according to his religious beliefs? In 2006, police questioned the Muslim man. But suddenly, new information on another suspect came to light that sent the investigation into a frenzy. A local prostitute bravely came forward and revealed that one of her Johns had copped to the crimes. To investigators, it seemed like a solid lead. The man, who can't be named for legal reasons, was a maintenance worker who sometimes lived at one of the dive hotels bordering the drainage ditch. And he had a conviction for a sex offense. I need to check this guy out. So I'm heading to the site to meet a former cop who was involved in the investigation. Retired Atlantic City Police Captain Jim Hutchins.
Hey, man, nice to meet you.
Thanks for meeting me.
Great day today.
Yeah, beautiful day. As we drive along the drainage ditch, I can't help but feel like it's a gutter for broken dreams. These girls came to Atlantic City for a new life. They got an early grave instead. So Jim, tell me about this person of interest.
He was, I guess, an employee or working at the motel. He was living here, supposedly in that room or a room real close by.
So, I mean, it's so convenient. There's a path right here, there's a door there, there's a room there. So even if he's partying in there with the girl, smoking some crack, doing some heroin, or just having sex, after he's done, he could strangle her right there, drag her across here, pose her towards the east, put her face down, go back in the room, clean up his business, and head out of there. I mean, how hard would that be?
Right, if that room was the crime scene.
If it was the crime scene.
The location of the crime scene, where the girls were killed, has never been confirmed. Could have been miles away.
He could have killed him anywhere, had him in his car, trunk of the car, in his van, and drove here and dumped him.
That raises another question. Is this path along the drainage ditch really so hard to find?
You can see between these hotels there's access to somewhere back here. This is not a secret location. So anybody could find this path here. You could drive down and dump stuff.
That means a suspect who lives in one of the hotels is not as significant as it first appeared. And Hutchins reveals, after being held for months while he was investigated, even DNA tested, the maintenance man was released without charge. Even the prostitute who pointed the finger later retracted her statement. After questioning the Muslim person of interest also went nowhere, the investigation stalled. But Hutchins has a theory that could answer a big riddle of the case. He's got a radical new perspective on the eastward position of the bodies. What if it was just an accident? What if it was caused by a surge of storm water flowing through the drainage ditch?
That's not a stagnant body of water.
It seems to be a current.
It flows out into the back bay eventually, follows between the tracks and Route 40. So there is movement. So could you make a case that the movement of the water moved the faces to go east? I would say yes.
If Hutchins' theory is right, then one of the central mysteries of this case, the Eastbound signature, is a red herring. And maybe these murders aren't the beginning of a larger pattern after all.
Could this be a one-off killing spree? Could this guy have killed these 4 prostitutes and stopped?
See, I don't believe that. I believe, and you know this, Matthew, that serial killers kill to live and live to kill. He can't stop killing, okay? He's addicted to killing, just like 13.
But 13 can't kill anymore, so he lives through the murders of others. In the depths of his cell, he's been comparing the Eastbound Strangler with another cold case out in New York. Has he found a connection?
I think he's not in Atlantic City anymore.
By mid-2006, 2 persons of interest in the Eastbound Strangler case had been proven dead ends, and the investigation stalled. I've been combing the streets, searching for the tracks of this killer, but his trail is cold. Profiler John Kelly says all serial killers are addicts, and they won't stop until they're caught. But does his own serial killer consultant, 13, agree?
Somebody that can kill so many women and not leave a clue has to be pretty smart.
Right.
Has to be pretty smart.
Why do you think he stopped killing?
Oh, I don't think he did. I think he's not in Atlantic City anymore. Now, this case is very similar to the one on Long Island.
13 is referring to these unsolved murders in New York State. Between late 2010 and early 2011, the remains of 10 murder victims were discovered in Long Island, just 130 miles from Atlantic City. Investigators believe the 6 sets of remains found in 2011 are the victims of multiple killers. But they think a serial killer may be responsible for the 4 female victims discovered in December 2010. The 4 women were all prostitutes, and one went missing as early as July 2007, only months after the Atlantic City victims were found. Did the Eastbound Strangler leave New Jersey and continue killing in Long Island? Some high-ranking officers in law enforcement believe he did, and so does 13.
This almost mirrors the Atlantic City case.
Several of the bodies in Long Island were found underwater, and 13 has a theory about that too.
This guy has a boat. He invites young lady out on his boat. Boy, I'm telling you, nobody can hear her scream. That's it.
Atlantic City and Long Island authorities are sharing information as they investigate potential links between the murders. 13 thinks the same killer is responsible, but I'm thinking we need a second opinion. Kelly has someone in mind, a colleague. Frank Adamson, former chief of detectives, King County Police Department.
Nice to meet you, Frank. Thanks for coming.
He commanded the task force that brought down Gary Ridgway, America's most prolific serial killer. Frank is one of the foremost experts on outdoor crime scenes, so maybe he can help us figure out if the 2 sets of murders are connected.
From what I've heard of the Long Island cases, this guy really knows what he's doing. He's covering his evidence. He's on top of it. He didn't want the bodies found right away. In Atlantic City, you're going to find those bodies. I don't see the signature in the Long Island cases that appears in the Atlantic City case, the shoe fetish, for example. I think it's important to look at them, but I don't think there's a connection.
Frank also points out that the Long Island bodies were not facing east, but I have to challenge him there on that one.
The significance of the heads on these women facing east, we're not buying really, because the water's tidal. Water rises, and the current moves east. This whole thing about a Muslim facing the bodies or, some sort of significance, I think the current did it.
Well, I don't believe that. I think that indeed he did place them facing east. And I don't see the water, the current in this particular case, as being significant.
So if the killer is facing the bodies east, why? From where the bodies were found, Atlantic City is due east. Frank sees a possible connection there.
Thinking about the placement of the victims facing Atlantic City, he may see this as Sin City, and he may be a gambler who has lost a lot of money, and the prostitutes also take his money.
Whatever it is, Frank knows one thing for sure.
This killer hates women. It doesn't matter that they're prostitutes. It doesn't matter anything else about them. They're simply vulnerable and easy to pick up. They're easy victims. This guy wanted to kill women.
Frank's given us some great insight, but I still don't know if the Atlantic City and Long Island cases are connected or not. We know the Long Island bodies were not facing east, but if the eastbound signature was just an accident, then that's not important anymore. What most intrigues investigators is that the two groups of victims share multiple connections. Several of the girls knew each other and may even have shared clients. And the last victim in Atlantic City, Kim Raffo, had been staying in Long Island just weeks before her murder. In 2002, Kim left her husband and 2 children in Florida and came to Atlantic City. And in just a few months, she went from PTA mom to junkie. Kim battled her addiction for the sake of her kids, but she could never stay clean. Eventually, she turned to prostitution in order to feed her habit. Her lifeless body was found by 2 women, face down in a drainage ditch.
Me and my friend were taking a walk down the path by the railroad tracks. There's a dead woman down there.
Today, I'm meeting with Kim Raffo's husband, Hugh Oslander. He's been outspoken in the media about the desperate need to find Kim's killer before more innocent women become victims.
Well, if anybody out there knows anything, I really encourage them to come forward.
How did you hear about Kim's death?
The last time that I spoke to her, it was just a quick conversation. You could see that she was avoiding any type of help. She didn't want any help at all, and I was like, didn't know what to do. And then 2 days later, my brother-in-law happened to call me, and he told me that Kim was dead. I thought at first that she had committed suicide. Then when I found out that it was multiple people and that it was a serial killer, I was devastated. I tried to call her on her cell phone, and somebody answered. And I was like, Kim, Kim, and they wound up hanging up. And then I called back again and went to voicemail, and I said to her, Kim, please tell me you're not dead. Please call me back. Please let me know everything's all right. I need to know right away.
Male voice on the cell phone?
I just heard commotions. I didn't hear voices. I just heard like somebody was doing something, like they accidentally answered maybe.
Hugh told police about the call, but the lead went nowhere. So he tried his own investigation.
I was literally on the streets, knocking on doors, asking people. I was going up to the gangs, talking to them about it. I was on the streets, pushing for information.
Hugh believes Kim and the other victims were lured out to the drainage ditch on Black Horse Pike and killed there.
None of the girls liked to go out to the pike. It was far from the streets where they felt more secure. So I think that somehow, some way that this guy must have lured them out there. Either, said, oh yeah, I got some drugs, let's jump in a cab. Possibly, I don't know exactly where there is. It could have been any one of the hotels on the pike.
Was the crime scene one of those seedy hotel rooms after all? I head back to the track to see what the girls have to say about the pike. Am I about to get my biggest break in the case?
You just saw a whole change come over him.
Really?
It was really scary, yeah.
The murder of 4 women in Atlantic City has remained a mystery since 2006. But cold cases like this can still be solved by hard work, determination, and a bit of luck. I've got no problem with hard work, but you can't choose luck. It comes when you least expect it. I just want to say thank you very much for being brave and telling me your story.
You're welcome.
This local girl has a story to tell that could blow this case open. She doesn't want to be identified because she fears for her life. She says she was working as a prostitute with victim number 4, Kim Raffo, about a week before Kim was murdered. After they were picked up by 2 black males, the informant and another girl traveled in the men's van to a hotel room for a party. There was another John there, a white male. Kim Raffo was there too, and 2 other girls, but something wasn't right. And what happened next?
In the first bed was Kim Raffo, and in the other bed was 2 bodies, and they were laying still on their backs. The whole time we were there, they never moved. And then we turned around and we looked at Kim and we said, "Who's that? And who are they?" And she was like, "I don't know. They weren't there when I went to sleep."
Wow. And what did you think right at that moment?
I really didn't put 2 and 2 together because I thought, everybody was smoking crack and maybe they were just comatose.
The informant now believes the 2 bodies were Barbara Brader and Tracy Ann Roberts, victims 2 and 3. So tell me about these guys and what they liked as far as sex. I mean, were they into, like, your feet, for example?
The one guy, yeah, he had a little foot fetish. He wanted to massage your feet.
A foot fetish? It has to be more than a coincidence. The party moved on to another hotel.
The one black guy stayed behind, and the rest of us went in the van and we went and got a room.
Where was the room? On Black Horse Pike, alongside the drainage ditch where the victims' bodies will later be found. But then the white male leaves.
He's like, "No, I gotta go take care of something." So he left.
Did he leave to dump Tracy and Barbara's bodies?
Anyway, he comes back later on, and it started to become a really scary situation.
You know we're not having a time. Look at you.
It's like a glaze came over him and just kept repeating, "I did something terrible in my past. I did something terrible in my past." They started really bugging out, and it scared me because they were calling us names, and the one guy grabbed the one girl's neck like he was gonna choke her, and it was really freakish, and I just knew right then and there it wasn't a good situation.
Let's go, come on.
I just grabbed my stuff and left. Later on down the line, the girl that I was with in the beginning told me that the one guy tried to strangle her to death, and she had gotten away, but Kim stayed. And that was the last time any of us saw Kim.
To me, the connections are powerful. Foot fetish, strangulation, a hotel on Black Horse Pike, and 2 bodies. Then a week later, Kim Raffo was found dead.
The girl that I was with, she went to the press and stuff like that. She wanted me to call to the press as well, but I was scared.
So you're telling me, based on the information that your friend provided, they arrested these guys?
Yes.
And what happened next?
They didn't have any physical evidence, any DNA. They had the guys, and they had to let them go.
How do you feel about those guys being responsible for these murders? Are those the guys?
I believe in my heart they are.
Have you seen them since?
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Without physical evidence, sometimes police have no choice but to release strong suspects. Did these 3 men get away with murder, then move to Long Island and take 4 more victims? We can't know for sure. What we do know is the killer or killers are still out there. And to bring them to justice, police need your help.
Police in Worcester County are on the hunt for a killer tonight. Now, the fear is this case could be linked to others.
Since 2003, 5 women have been abducted from Worcester, Massachusetts, murdered and dumped in woodlands out of town. Authorities are calling their killer the Woodsman, and the public is desperate for answers.
We need a person to stand up and to bring my sister's murder to justice.
This case is colder than a New England winter. That's why I'm heading out there to hunt fresh leads, even if I have to dig them out from under the snow. I'm M. William Phelps, best-selling crime author, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice, and just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
Boy, I'm telling you, nobody can hear her scream.
Because he is one. Between early 2003 and late 2007, the Woodsman snatched 5 young women from the Maine South area of Worcester. These were all young moms, mixed up in drugs and prostitution, all dark-haired, dark-skinned, and petite. For the people of Massachusetts, it's like these murders happened yesterday. They're just waiting for the killer to strike again. That's why law enforcement don't like to call it a cold case. To them, it's an active investigation, and that means they can't share their information publicly. But I'm meeting a source on the inside, criminal profiler John Kelly, who has profiled the case and even coined the killer's name, the Woodsman. Kelly was on the task force that caught the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history, Gary Ridgway, who murdered 48 prostitutes and dumped them in the forest. So far, the Woodsman is only tied to 5 bodies. But is he just getting started?
So are we looking at a guy who trolls around, stalks the city, looking for the perfect victim to take out in the woods?
Absolutely. We're looking for a guy who's getting excited about the hunt.
I want to know, why is he targeting prostitutes? Is he killing them in the city? In some cheap motel? Or are the woods his kill zone? I want Kelly to ask his secret collaborator, an incarcerated serial killer who gives advice on other murderers. His code name is 13. Kelly has consulted with 13 on this killer before, and he thinks he's got special insight. He won't tell me the details, but as far as their crimes are concerned, he says 13 and the Woodsman have a lot in common.
Okay, John. Knock yourself out.
Kelly thinks the Woodsman kills outdoors. Does 13 agree?
He's not going to act out in an indoor crime scene.
Right, right. Outdoor crime scene, definitely. They go off to a secluded location to do what they do. Hotels where screams can easily be heard, not to mention all the fingerprints and DNA that could be left behind.
Right.
Yeah, I think the Woodsman is smarter than that.
Why drug-addicted prostitutes?
They're easy. You know, you throw a $20 bill at them or a 50, and they'll go anywhere with you. That's it.
If 13's right, then the Woodsman is an intelligent killer with a well-planned MO, reliable victim selection, and a remote location for the kill.
He's focusing on the woods because he knows an outside crime scene is much harder to process than an inside crime scene.
Especially if those bodies are left out there for a long, long time.
I need to see these woods, so I'm heading out to Marlborough, Massachusetts, 18 miles out of Worcester. It's where the first two girls' bodies were found. Betsaida Montalvo and Carmen Rudy.
These are the types of areas these guys love because there's easy access off a highway into the deep forest, you know? I mean, that's, if you're gonna dump a body, it doesn't get much better than that.
I'm meeting someone who's been following this case from the start. Local reporter, Scott Croto. He's taken me to site number 1, here, next to the Hillside School in Marlborough.
Marlborough was one of my communities. I didn't think it would ever result in a phone call telling me that they found a skeleton up at a private school, like Hillside School.
So you get a call from a source, you rush out here. Tell me what happens.
So you see what you see, a lot of cruisers, a lot of activity, a lot of cops in the woods. And then, you know, what you started to see was some cadaver dogs doing some searches to see if there was anything more than what they had already found, which was a lot.
So tell me about these girls.
Carmen Rudy and Betsaida Montalvo. They, you know, lived a harsh life. They were in Maine, south of Worcester. One of them had a record of prostitution. The other one was a known prostitute. They used drugs. They had families. They had kids. But ultimately, you know, they fell victim to that tough lifestyle of trying to feed their habit and work on the streets.
Victim number 1, Betsaida Montalvo, was last seen in April 2003. 5 months later, she was found here by a group of students walking through the woods.
Whoa.
She was 29 years old, a mother of 5, forced to sell her body to feed her family and her drug habit. The police search led to another discovery 5 days later. Just 100 yards away from Betsaida's shallow grave, a second skeleton. Carmen Rudy, also 29 and a mother of 2, had been missing for a year.
So we're talking 200 yards into the woods, or 2 football fields, really. I mean,
That's about right, yeah.
That's not right on the side of the road, right?
No, it's not. And this is some tough terrain. It's marshy, it's damp, it's coyotes. So you really have to know this territory if you want to start walking in there.
You have to be a woodsman.
About a mile down the road at site number 2, the plot thickens. The third victim, 33-year-old Denelia Torres, went missing from Maine South, Worcester, in August 2003. 6 months later, in spring 2004, her decomposed remains were found here by a utility worker.
The Worcester victims were all said to be involved with prostitution.
But unlike Betsaida and Carmen, Denelia's body was only a few yards from the roadside. This is definitely a dump and run.
Oh, compared to the other sites where the first 2 girls were found, we're deep in the woods. And then you come to this site, on the side of the road, you can see traffic coming by.
So how long was she here?
Looks like a couple months or a few months. It's unclear. You know, what you had here was you had winter that came in, so you had a good snow build. You had high brush. So although it seems like a hurried dump site for a body, the brush and the snow might have helped cover it up for a few more months.
After months of exposure to the elements, these 3 victims' bodies were too decomposed to determine cause of death, and any physical evidence had vanished.
I've never heard of any DNA evidence in these cases to come up with a suspect or link them together.
But a person of interest has been identified. A local man, white male, in his late 30s, currently facing trial for a separate murder-rape. I can't name him because he hasn't yet been charged in the Woodsman case, although he is firmly on the cops' radar.
In the beginning, I was told he started just being flagged as a suspect. He had traces of violence towards women. He grew up in this area. He knew this area. And they started to keep an eye on him and see what was going on.
Is he a serial killer is the question.
Well, I want that answer too. But you don't have any DNA evidence on one of the bodies beside a Montalvo. All you had was pajamas and a bracelet that had #1 mom. I think that says a lot.
Prostitutes, hookers, whatever you're calling them these days, those cases, society doesn't give because they are who they are. Look, no girl is playing with a Barbie one day and the next day saying to herself, geez, I think I'll grow up and be a crack-addicted prostitute when I'm 20 years old. It's just happens in life. And you have this scum out there preying on them. I need to get on the trail of this predator. So I'm heading out to meet the mother of one of the victims. What does she think about the person of interest developed by police? When I say the name, how do you feel?
Hate.
Do you think he did it?
By 2004, 3 young mothers had fallen victim to a killer they call the Woodsman. It seems the killer left no DNA evidence at the scene. But I'm on the trail of a potential suspect who may be connected to these murders in other ways. In 2008, authorities honed in on a Massachusetts native and identified him as the first real person of interest in the case. I can't show you his face because he has not yet been charged with these crimes. Police lack evidence, but the coincidences are uncanny. He was born and raised right near where the first 3 bodies were found. He has a history of assault on women, and he's currently facing a separate rape-murder charge. But criminal profiler John Kelly, who has worked this case and hundreds of others, reminds me of an important fact. You can't convict on coincidence.
Well, I'm certainly not going to say he killed them. I'm not saying he killed anybody. I mean, he can be innocent. He's innocent until proven guilty.
Good profilers and police officers go out of their way to poke holes in a suspect.
We got to go out to eliminate. If we can't eliminate, the case just gets better and better. If we can't eliminate, fine. We move on to our next person of interest.
I think our main focus should be Maine South.
One thing's clear. Law enforcement needs more information. Maybe somebody's seen something that puts this guy at the scene of the crime, or points to someone else. I need to get word out that I'm reigniting the case. So I've arranged to meet with local Rock 102 radio hosts, Bax and O'Brien.
It is 52 right now in downtown Springfield. Cloudy and showers forever. Yeah. An error in the top of the 7th.
Over the years, these guys have helped me out. with local knowledge and contacts.
Bax and O'Brien are, almost like the Laurel and Hardy of radio. One is short and fat.
Cut.
One is tall and skinny. And they have faces for radio. But hey, they know people. And when you're doing this type of work, one person leads you to the next, leads you to the next, and next thing you know, you got another piece of that puzzle in place.
Rock 102, Springfield's Classic Rock. It's Bax and O'Brien, and our friend Matt Phelps is in the studio. Matt, it's good to see you again.
Bax, nice to see you.
I'd like to say it's nice to see you, but the only time we ever see you is when somebody's dead.
Bax and O'Brien know why I'm here, and they know about the Woodsman.
We've been reading about him for a while. He's got a certain type that he goes after, and they're dealing with people that may not be necessarily missed if they go away.
You're absolutely right, Bax. He's choosing girls that he thinks won't be missed.
Which is why I think the public generally doesn't care.
A lot of times, and that is sad.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys know that my sister-in-law was murdered in Hartford. Originally, we thought by a serial killer. She was 5 months pregnant, right? And again, she was doing stuff in Hartford she shouldn't have been doing, okay? And her death was pushed into a pile of girls who were doing stuff they shouldn't have been doing to get drugs. But you know what? A lot of those cases are unsolved, and you have to ask yourself, why are they unsolved?
Most people may not be thinking in terms of a serial killer. They're just thinking in terms of, well, we just lost another prostitute. And they don't think of, maybe there's a lot more to it than just this girl disappeared.
And that's the danger here. And I think we should say here that it's important, if anybody does know anything, that they should call into the station, get a hold of you guys so you can pass it along to me. Because somebody knows something. It happens in every single case.
Hopefully, someone comes forward before another girl is taken. Now, I'm headed to Maine South, the killer's hunting grounds.
Driving into Worcester right now brings back memories for me, because at one time I used to come here twice a week at night. And it was one of those cities that, when I came here, I couldn't wait to get the hell out. There was a sense that, at one time, it was a thriving community, but now, of course, poverty, unemployment has just brought it down to and hey, desperate people do desperate things. Here we are. As soon as you start seeing check cashing store signs, we're in it. Cars with 3 different colored fenders on them. Liquor stores, garbage. We're in it.
Bax and O'Brien gave me the name of the local funeral director, Peter Stefan. He not only knew the Woodsman's first 3 victims, he handled their funerals. Peter often stopped and chatted with the victims, like he does with all the women who work on Maine South.
Well, one, I'd talk about her children. Other thing, you'd talk about the neighborhood. Talk about anything else that you and I might talk about. There's nothing different about them, other than the fact that you know what they're doing.
Do any of the girls, when you spoke to them, mention the types of people they go with?
Well, they don't have to. Most of the people I see come by here aren't people that live here. People come by here with fairly new cars, and they don't operate in their own neighborhood. They go in other neighborhoods looking.
Peter, what's it like out on Maine South for these girls?
I've seen people that are frozen to death outside because they had no place to live. I've seen people who've been run over by trains. People who've committed suicide because of their feelings of hopelessness. I've seen people burn to death in trailers because they didn't want to live in a shelter. So you see the worst of it here because you're in a city. The people that work and better jobs and more money, they live in the suburbs. They don't see this part of society.
So tell me about this memorial mass and why you did it.
Well, I thought, from a religious point of view, it should be done. I thought it would help the families, especially the children and so forth, all the relatives and friends. And we had a memorial mass for all 3 girls. 3 human beings. I didn't want to see them just cast away, and nobody had done anything, so I thought it was time to do something. Put a cap on it, some sort of closure, if you want to call it that.
Peter's compassion is real. But having lost my own sister-in-law to an unknown killer, I know these families won't really feel closure until the Woodsman is behind bars. Peter put me in touch with Evelyn Rudy, mother of victim number 2, Carmen Rudy. Years after her daughter's death, the pain is as fresh as yesterday. But buried in her memory, could there be some clue to get me closer to the Woodsman?
Tell me a little bit about Carmen.
She was beautiful. She was smart. Loved animals. She loved everybody, really. I mean, I was a very strict parent. Then when she got a little bit of freedom, she got involved with drugs. And that's when the problems all started. She got pregnant at a very young age, and she had a son. And then she had another child. Then she had her children taken away from her because she was on drugs. We tried everything we could to straighten her out, but she just wasn't ready yet.
What was going on in her life right around the time she went missing?
She was just about ready to get her children back. The day she was missing, she went out for a job interview. And she was very happy about that, because she really did want to work and straighten her life out. My daughter Jackie reported her missing. I mean, for a whole year we were looking for her, and everybody that passed us on the street looked like her. And it was terrible.
You know, they talk about this Woodsman.
Yes.
When I say the name, how do you feel?
Hate.
Do you think he did it?
Yes.
Evelyn's pain and anger is clear. I hope I can find her daughter's killer so she can get some closure. After the first 3 bodies were found, all over Massachusetts, the cops were listening, waiting for someone to speak up and help lead them to the Woodsman. But it was the killer himself who answered.
Investigators are trying to determine if a woman's body discovered on Monday is the work of a serial killer.
2004 in Massachusetts, the hunt was on for a killer who murdered 3 women and dumped them in the woods. The victims were linked in many ways. By the streets where they worked, by drugs and prostitution, they even looked similar. And there was another tragic link. They were all mothers. Then, 2 more women with the same connections were found murdered. Wendy Morello, 40, a mother of 2, and Leneta Oliveira, 34, a mother of 11.
State police say about 200 yards off Route 122, a deer hunter checking his tree blind found the skeletal remains of 34-year-old Leneta Oliveira of Worcester.
I'm heading out to Rutland, where Leneta was found.
Driving out of the city, what I'm feeling is what this guy's thinking about. The adrenaline rush is over for the kill. And then a new adrenaline rush begins for the next hunt. And that's what it's about for this guy. It's about the hunt. It's about the hunt. And I guess in many ways, for me it's the same. Except I'm hunting him.
It's an enclave of privilege, known for its well-kept, quiet streets. The last place you'd expect to find a dead body.
So we're smack dab in the middle of suburbia here. A bit upper-class suburbia, but nonetheless. Well-manicured lawns, big houses, big cars, and murder. And what makes this place ideal for a serial killer like the Woodsman It's that right there.
Rutland State Park, the perfect place for a stroll through some very pretty woods. But there are darker spots too, off the beaten track. This is where Lynetta Oliveira's remains were found. And like the other dump sites, there's water nearby.
This is the place where he feels like he's smarter than the police. He's smarter than the families. He fished here. To get to the best fishing spots, you need to trek through the woods. The woodsman trekked through the woods. He knew these places. He knew this place.
Rutland is only 12 miles out of Worcester, and not far from where the first 3 victims were found. It's within the woodsman's territory. But the 5th victim, Wendy Morello, was found nowhere near here. Why would the killer break his pattern? On September 1st, 2004, Wendy left her home in Worcester and jumped into a friend's car.
Hi.
12 days later, and 150 miles away, in woodland bordering a residential area of York in the state of Maine, a local man walking alone made a gruesome discovery.
Oh my God!
Unlike the other suspected victims of the woodsman, Morello's body was found shortly after she was killed, inside a plastic garbage can and over the Massachusetts state border. If it was the woodsman who killed her, why would he go so far to dump her body? I want to see if profiler John Kelly can shed some light on this.
All the other victims are found in a 20-mile radius around where they were grabbed, but Wendy Morello's found way up in Maine. Why?
See, I believe this particular killer here was staging. Staging is the act of trying to throw the cops off. I think he's left so many bodies around Worcester, Massachusetts, that he's trying to throw the cops off by taking a body and staging it in a trash can up in Maine out of the jurisdiction of law enforcement in Massachusetts and leaving it in the hands of the Maine police. Very similar to what Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, did by taking the body part of one of his victims and bringing it into the state of Oregon.
Is the woodsman doing the same thing? Or is there another reason? Maybe he has some connection to Maine through his job or family. Maine or Massachusetts, one thing definitely connects the sites. They're always in the woods and close to water. Maybe the killer is a hunter or a fisherman. I want Kelly to see what his contact on the inside thinks.
I'm ready.
Would you call him a hunter or a fisherman?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. What kind of job do you think this guy had?
What would give somebody time off from work? Well, this guy was a roofer, a rainy day would, but rainy days also have, I don't think steel workers or masons work on rainy days. Drywall guys can't work, electricians. So you got a lot of guys sitting in a gin mill, depressed, drinking.
And the booze would uninhibit him, right?
Oh, that would encourage.
Sounds like a few contractors I know. Except with this guy, the consequences are fatal.
This is probably just what everybody would think is just an everyday guy. Only the people really, really close to him know that he may have a dark side. That's it.
According to 13, the woodsman conceals his evil behind a mask of sanity. Kelly says this is common with psychopathic killers. They are skilled at faking emotions.
These people are among us, and these people come across as very charming, very nice, very willing to help. You know, the friends at work seem to like him. And this is the kind of guy you're dealing with. I mean, he knows how to be charming. He knows how to push buttons. He's a master manipulator.
A portrait of this killer is forming, but I want to know, how does the person of interest in this case measure up against that profile? John thinks it's time to call in the big guns.
Then we have this area here, which is by the Hillside School, where 2 bodies were found deep into the woods.
The man who helped bring down the Green River Killer himself, Frank Adamson.
They're deep in the woods, at least the 2 that are there so that they won't be discovered. And what we know about serial killers is that over time they become better and take less chances. They don't want to be caught.
Frank headed the task force that pegged Gary Ridgway as a person of interest in the Green River case, then developed him into a suspect, and finally nailed him as the killer.
What's interesting about this location, right down the street, is our main person of interest, where he used to live with his dad. He knows the area. I also understand that he likes to frequent this area, Maine South, where all the victims in this case, Frank, were grabbed.
What will he say about our guy?
He's been convicted of a violent assault, right? On trial for murder. What do you think of him, Frank?
I think this particular person definitely needs to be worked, and I think he is a high priority. He's a very good person of interest. I think he needs to be eliminated.
And we're having a hell of a time eliminating this guy, I'll tell you that right now.
We need new information, and I think I know where to get it. I've been developing a family source, and it's time to call it in. On the other end of this line is the person of interest's sister-in-law, who has agreed to answer my questions. But will she give me more than either she or I have bargained for?
You just described Ted Bundy.
A 38-year-old construction worker is now a person of interest in the serial murders of at least 5 women with drug addictions who worked in Worcester's Maine South neighborhood.
The main person of interest in the Woodsman serial killer case is currently facing separate murder and rape charges. He has not yet been charged in the Woodsman murders. I want to help police with more information, so I'm going straight to the person of interest's family. His sister-in-law won't talk on camera, but she has agreed to let me record our conversation. She insists her brother-in-law is innocent in the Woodsman killings and in the separate murder-rape case for which he's been charged.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm William Phelps.
Hi there, I'm William Phelps.
Let's start, if we could, a little bit at the beginning. Could you just tell me a little bit about growing up?
Growing up, I know this from my husband, his brother. They were always taught to, respect the woman, help them out, defend them. And I know that because my husband's that way. And all the boys are that way, actually. And, but he's always seemed like a nice guy. I mean, he's helped his dad out on a farm, and they're builders, the whole family. They're like 3rd or 4th generation over here, and they're carpenters, and they're very good at what they do.
A carpenter. It matches 13's idea that the Woodsman is probably some kind of manual worker.
Was a fisherman?
I know my husband said they used to go fishing all the time.
Another match for 13's take on this killer. Then, I ask her about the murder-rape case her brother-in-law is facing. How can she explain that his DNA was found inside the victim?
To my understanding, and that lady were friends. They helped each other out, we'll say. And was known to take her to the grocery store, help her with her children. He was just a very helpful guy. That was nature. And giving her, what would you call her, professionalism, we'll say. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't trade out. You know, he had sex with her. Doesn't mean he killed her.
Well, when you say her profession, I mean, what do we? Let's not, you know, dance around the issue. What are you saying?
It's to my understanding that she was a hooker.
So, he liked hookers?
Yes.
Do you think it's possible that he could rape a woman?
No. No, I mean, he's a nice-looking guy. He has charm, he has charisma, he's very helpful, he's friendly, he's not rude. He's not rude at all, he has a good demeanor to him. And I can't see him wanting to rape somebody.
Charming and polite. Another potential match. It reminds me of what 13 said about the Woodsman hiding his dark side.
If you change the name, you just described Ted Bundy, too. I mean, he was charming, good-looking, you know, he...
Also, I probably described you too, didn't I?
I don't know, I wouldn't...
So you don't know if you're good-looking or not, huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, but you seem charming, you seem nice.
Yeah, but...
It could be anybody, but I don't see any of that.
Right. Do you think it's possible that could be a serial killer and you wouldn't know it?
No. I read people pretty good, and I didn't have any hair stand up on the back of my neck or get any kind of weird vibes from him.
So these accusations of him being this diabolical serial killer, when you first heard them, how did you feel?
I was shocked. I was like, well, what about the other women? They didn't find any DNA on them. And if he's going to leave DNA in one or rape them, how come they didn't find his DNA in the other one?
Well, the other girls were so decomposed that they couldn't extract any DNA. Do you think it's a coincidence that 2 girls were found in the woods near the farm lived on with his dad?
No. Why would he dump the bodies at the place where he lived?
There's reasons why people dump bodies close to where they live, because they're familiar with the terrain.
Well, they lived all over Hudson, Marlboro, Berlin, Worcester.
Maine?
They had some kinfolk up in Maine.
They did?
Mm-hmm. Seems like they did.
Interesting.
And they probably, I'm sure they even worked up there because they worked all over up in there.
Up in Maine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's even connected to Maine, where Wendy Morello's body was found. If this guy is the Woodsman, the location makes sense.
What would you say to the families of the victims if you could?
I feel for them. It's a terrible thing to lose a loved one. I've lost my loved ones. It's a terrible thing, and hopefully one day they'll find out who killed him, and justice will be served.
What if it is?
You know, he'll have to deal with it.
Right.
He'll be the one to live with that.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Unintentionally, my source has given me several reasons to keep this person of interest on the suspect list. I'm about to call Kelly and share my new information with him, but he calls me first.
Kelly.
Listen, 13 has something he wants to say.
Something I never expected. 13 has a new theory on the Woodsman, and he wants me to hear it. But is he serious or just playing games? I have to find out.
I think these girls are all surrogates for somebody that he has a lot of anger against.
Talk about that anger that he has in himself.
He has a dominant woman in his life.
And she hurt him in some way?
She hurts him, belittles him. He just resents that so much. Of course, you know, he probably hates himself too for allowing this to happen. That's it.
13 has given me a whole new perspective on why the Woodsman kills. Is it really about taking revenge on a woman who abused him? Kelly thinks 13's right, and that the killer's mother is the abusive woman.
We depend on our mothers to keep us safe. And when our mothers do not keep us safe, and we grow up in a very dysfunctional type of family, that rage, in many cases, becomes internalized. And it's like walking around with this volcanic rage getting ready to erupt. He's punishing the victims for the abuse that he feels, he perceives, that he's suffered. You know, all these victims were mothers themselves.
They also had drug problems and were involved in prostitution. In the killer's mind, does that make them abusive mothers who deserve to be killed? If that is the case, then the Woodsman must have known his victims. Or at least he knew they were addicts and mixed up in hooking. I'm heading back to Maine South to speak to the sister of one of the victims. She says she's willing to give me the information that no one else has.
And there's a lot of people out there that know a lot. I don't want to say anything.
Between 2003 and 2007, in the urban jungle of Maine South, Worcester, 5 women fell victim to unnatural selection. Police believe they were abducted and murdered by an urban hunter, the Woodsman. 13 thinks the girls were lured out to the woods on the pretense of turning a trick. They had no idea that their date was a murderer. Like the murder of my sister-in-law, these cases are unsolved, and their families are desperate for answers. On the streets of Maine South, the code of silence rules. But I'm about to meet someone who will break the code. It's Jackie Rudy, the big sister of victim number 2, Carmen Rudy.
When did you know she wasn't gonna come back?
She came to my house and she bought an outfit to wear for a job interview she had the next day because she was really trying to get her life together. And she wanted to get her kids back. She wanted to have a happy family. But she never came back. And I knew then that she wasn't ever gonna come back. And I know that she was really, really trying to get her life back on track. I've seen her go through it many times before, but there's something different about this time. And she was basically homeless, staying with someone up in the Maine South area. And she'd have to come down Maine South every day to come to my house. And she did it. She came to my house every single day. She was staying clean. And for her just not to come back that one day, I knew there was something wrong.
So, when she's found, tell me about that.
The next thing I hear about is about how they suspect it was a serial killer, and I hear about the other women being found, and I hear this name brought up, which I do believe that he is the one that murdered my sister.
Jackie is talking about the person of interest in this case. She says he's well known in the Maine South area.
I heard that the morning after her interview that she was really upset, and some guy in a black truck came and picked her up from downtown. And it just so happens that he had a black truck. The description matched his demeanor, and a lot of people did see them together, but they don't want to come out and say it.
It's a shocking connection. The last time Carmen was seen may have been with the person of interest.
And people saw Carmen get into the truck?
Yes. And not only with my sister, there was other girls that got away from him somehow, I don't know, but my sister didn't. But yeah, he was seen in the area. I've talked to people that know the situation, and there's a lot of people out there that know a lot, that don't want to say anything.
What would you say to those people out there who know something?
That is the one thing we need. We need a person to stand up and to identify him being with my sister, to bring my sister's murder to justice.
Without an eyewitness coming forward, Jackie's belief that the person of interest is her sister's murderer is just that, her belief. Me, I understand her frustration. I know someone out there knows something about my sister-in-law's murder, but I can't force them to speak up either.
That interview reminded me how real this is for me, how personal it is for me. Jackie expressed that grief that families go through, that eternal pain, really, that never stops.
Just like Carmen, my sister-in-law, Diana, got mixed up in drugs and street life and paid the ultimate price.
Diana was someone that daily caused us trouble in our lives. And everybody has that person in their family or that person they know that is just a pain in the ass and causes trouble and just, they can't get it out of their own way. They can't help themselves. All of us used to constantly wish that this woman would just go away. And I think the advice I could give people would be, today, is don't wish that on anyone. Because one day you're gonna turn around and they're gone. I call addiction the most prolific serial killer in this country. Addiction to drugs and alcohol. And we can catch those killers. It's funny because Kelly, one of his theories is that serial killers are addicted to killing. They cannot stop. Addiction kills in many different ways.
It certainly affected my family. If the person of interest did kill these 5 women, there's still hope for justice. My law enforcement sources tell me all eyes are on him as he awaits trial in 2012 for the separate murder-rape charge. At least until that verdict comes through, he's off the street, and he can't hurt anyone. And if he is convicted, it might give authorities fresh ammunition to prosecute him in the Woodsman case. Police need your information too. In the wooded borderlands between New Hampshire and Vermont, 7 women are found murdered. Most have been viciously stabbed, some almost 30 times.
From the late 70s through to the 1980s, the Connecticut River Valley community was shaken by these grisly crimes.
Can a vision from the lone survivor's nightmares
I can remember this face looking right down at me.
match a son's confession of his father's brutal past?
His pants and shoes were covered in blood.
And reignite the cold case of the notorious Valley Killer. I'm M. William Phelps, best-selling crime author, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice. And just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
Boy, I'm telling you, nobody can hear her scream.
Because he is one. The River Valley murders are the most horrific attacks New England has ever seen. So far, they know of 7 female victims, aged 17 to 38, mostly abducted from the roadside, brutally stabbed, and then dumped in wooded areas. Police have no active suspects for these crimes. That's why I'm taking up the hunt, armed with a secret weapon. An incarcerated serial killer who gives his take on cold cases. His code name is 13. Can he help me find the Valley Killer before he kills again? To get to 13, I have to go through his gatekeeper, criminal profiler John Kelly. For over 20 years, Kelly has helped law enforcement nationwide hunt down fugitive serial killers and bring them to justice. In 1997, he was part of the elite task force that caught the Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway, America's most prolific serial killer. When I need a psychological take on a murderer, I go to Kelly.
You know, what I'm looking at here is a blood letter. The term comes from medieval times when, so-called doctors would roam around the country and try to cure people by letting blood out of them. So you'd have people who were actually very comfortable with the flow of blood from another human being. That's what you have here.
The Valley Killer's first murder of 26-year-old Kathy Milliken established the kill pattern that would be repeated with each new victim. On October 24th, 1978, Kathy visited a nature preserve in New London, New Hampshire. Someone stalked her. Then attacked, stabbing her more than 20 times, and left her for dead. An autopsy revealed the style of murder that would become the killer's trademark. Excessive, frenzied stabbing, but no evidence of sexual assault. According to Kelly, that's unusual. He says most serial killings have a sexual element. I want to know, could an obsession with stabbing be the Valley Killer's signature? His psychological calling card?
The signature is actually part of the crime that's based in the killer's psyche. It's part of the killer's fantasy. I think we should talk to 13 about this.
Kelly's relationship with 13 started in 2001. It wasn't the first time he had called on a serial killer. In 1993, he interviewed John Wayne Gacy on death row before he was executed for the rape and murder of 33 teenage boys. But with 13, it was different. This time, Kelly was looking for a long-term collaborator. Someone who could help him build profiles of active cases and put more serial killers behind bars before they kill again. He was in luck. 13 says he wants to make amends, and with back-to-back life sentences, he has nothing to lose. I can't tell you how many people he killed or what he did to them, because I'm not allowed to know myself. All I know is 13 has insight that Kelly and I, and even the best detectives on Earth, don't have. First-hand experience of murder.
Okay, John.
Why do you think he uses the knife? I mean, this guy is, could use other weapons. This guy is fixated on a knife.
A knife is quiet. A knife is personal.
Knife is personal. Why do you think he stabbed these women so many times, multiple times overkill?
That could be what really excites him. You know, the feeling the knife drive into the body. It's like no other sensation, no other feeling. Or the reason he stabs his victims is the act of penetration itself.
Do you think he had sexual problems himself in any way?
Oh, absolutely.
What do you mean by that?
He probably found it very hard to be around women. That's it.
It's a deeply disturbing insight. 13 says these attacks are sexual because the killer is using the knife as his sex organ. Psychologists call this picarism.
Picker is actually a French word, and it's someone who gets sexual gratification, sexual excitement. They get very excited and sexually gratified from stabbing another person with a sharp instrument.
If 13 is right, in the dark mind of the Valley Killer, murder and rape are united in a single, barbaric act. In 1981, this sadistic bloodletter took his second victim. On July 25th, a friend dropped Mary Elizabeth Critchley off near the Vermont-Massachusetts border. The 37-year-old college student was on her way back to Waterbury, Vermont. Her friend was the last one to see her alive. 2 weeks later, her body was found in the woods of New Hampshire, 80 miles from where she was last seen. Over the next 6 years, 5 more women were brutally stabbed to death, mostly snatched from public places. Authorities searched desperately for suspects as the body count continued to rise. Until 1988, when the killer tried to take an 8th victim. But failed. I'm about to meet the one woman on Earth who came face to face with the Valley Killer and lived. At the time of the attack, Jane Borowski was just 22 years old and 7 months pregnant.
I was a trusting person. It's a small town. I thought I was safe.
Jane's nightmare starts in August 1988 in this parking lot in Swansea, New Hampshire. She's on her way home from the county fair when she stops to buy a soda. It's midnight when a Jeep Wagoneer pulls into the parking spot beside her.
I didn't notice him getting out of his vehicle, but I noticed him walking around the back of my car.
Hey.
And next thing I know, he was trying to pull me out of my car. I was so scared I didn't know what he was gonna do. And I just started fighting. I screamed and yelled so loud that it popped all the blood vessels in my eyes. And he ended up taking a knife out of his back pocket and said to me, maybe this will persuade you to get out of the car.
Jane gets out of her car, but then her attacker starts to walk away. Pumped with fear and adrenaline, Jane makes a big mistake.
So I turned around and I said, hey, so.
And then?
Well, after saying the words that I regret for the rest of my life, he turned around and came back to me. From right behind me, he tackled me down like a football player. He was kneeling beside me and he just stabbed, just continued to stab. I got a lot of knife wounds on my hands, defensive wounds, and he just continued to stab.
I mean, you're protecting your child.
I was trying to protect my baby.
Right.
Then, the unbelievable happens. He stops. Jane manages to make it to a friend's house nearby. She thinks her nightmare is over. But is it?
All of a sudden, we hear a car drive by, and they slammed on their brakes. And I knew it was him.
I'm in New Hampshire, on the hunt for the Valley Killer, who has terrorized this area since the late 1970s.
As one local put it, people are spooked after the discovery of yet another body in this small town.
Jane Borowski is the only victim who survived.
I thought I was gonna die. There was so much blood that I just thought I was gonna die.
Just when the killer seemed about to strike the death blow, he stopped. But why?
Next thing I know, I'm getting up on my hands and knees, and he just slowly drove by me, looking right down at me as he was driving by me.
Did you see his face?
I saw his face. I saw the expression on his face. It was just so cold, like he had done nothing.
What do you do next?
I somehow got up and stumbled to my car and had a little bit of a hard time opening my door because he had cut the tendons in my hands. But I finally got in my car and started driving away up the road.
As Jane escapes, she realizes something terrifying.
As I was driving up the road, before I knew it, was behind him.
She's tailing her attacker.
I was so scared that he would see where I was gonna go.
She pulls into a friend's house.
All of a sudden, we hear a car drive by, and they slammed on their brakes. We heard the squealing of the tires. It stopped, and then it took off again.
Who was that?
I believe it was my attacker.
Tell me what you did after he left.
At that point, I was bleeding so much that I was starting to lose consciousness. When the police officer got there, I just kept telling him, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm not gonna live.
Why didn't the killer finish Jane off? Maybe he thought he had. Who survives 27 stab wounds?
2 collapsed lungs. My jugular was cut. My tendon in my knee was cut. My tendon in my hand was cut. And he had damaged a piece of my liver was removed because of the damage from the knife.
But for Jane, the worst part is the chance she could lose her baby.
I ended up carrying her for another 2 months after my attack. And when I had her, she was a very sick baby. She was born with no blood pressure, and my first sight of her was in an incubator, wires and tubes coming in and out of her, and she was on a ventilator. And I was so frustrated because it wasn't fair that we had just both fought for our lives, and now here she was fighting for her life again. And I had to sit there for 10 days and watch her fight. And it was so hard. So hard.
Incredibly, her daughter pulled through. She's a survivor, like her mother. Sometimes my work cuts close to the bone. My sister-in-law, Diana, was 5 months pregnant when she was murdered. Her baby never had a chance. Jane Borowski identified the killer's vehicle, a dark-colored Jeep Wagoneer, and gave police their only eyewitness description of the Valley Killer. It doesn't look like much, but 30 years later, this sketch is still some of the best evidence police have. Someone out there must recognize this face. I just have to find them. The police who worked these murders back in the day have moved on. But in the woods outside Newport, New Hampshire, where some of the victims' bodies were found, I'm meeting the cop who inherited the case 3 years ago, Detective Sergeant Stephen Rowland. He says women around here don't expect bad things to happen. That's what makes them so vulnerable to a predator like the Valley Killer.
New Hampshire's a very safe state. It's probably one of the safer states in this country. And people that live here are very trusting. It's not uncommon for hitchhikers to get picked up by total strangers, and you know, they'll get to their destination safely, you know, where you wouldn't even think about doing that maybe somewhere else.
What is the status of this case as we stand here today?
Well, all these cases can remain open and they're under investigation. They are unsolved homicides. We've had approximately about 100 unsolved homicides in the state of New Hampshire that go back into the early 60s. We have developed a cold case unit. 2 investigators are assigned to that particular unit. However, I haven't received any information on this case as far as any possible leads or any further information within probably the last year. That's when it becomes a concern, because until you find him, they will continue to kill women.
So, I mean, if I find out anything and I have some information, I could bring that to you then?
Absolutely, and I continue to look into leads. I will continue to look at any information that people may call into the cold case unit will be forwarded to me. There's no statute of limitations on the crime of homicide or murder, and they will remain open until we can find a conclusion or an individual that we can link or arrest for these crimes.
It's clear to me from talking to Detective Rowland that police need all the help they can get with these cases. They need new witnesses to come forward. But before I can find one, he finds me first.
I'm William Phelps.
This secret informant says he recognizes the man in Jane Borowski's composite sketch. Could this be the break investigators have been waiting for?
Well, there's a lot of suspicion from the family, and if he's guilty, then we'll know who he is. Everyone will know.
I'm reinvestigating one of New England's most notorious cold cases, the River Valley killings.
Part of the fascination I have with serial killers, I think, is selfish. It's personal. Obviously, my sister-in-law was murdered, and, you know, there's an indication that maybe a serial killer did it. That's one reason. I think the other reason, too, is that, you know, people ask me all the time, why do people kill? Everybody wants to know the why. You know, and I want to know why someone kills multiple times and why they're how do you become addicted to killing people? You know, I want to know what goes on inside that guy's mind. That's very important to me.
In my quest for understanding, my chief consultant is criminal profiler John Kelly, who sees a clue in survivor Jane Borowski's description of the killer's vehicle.
Now, when you talk about a Jeep Wagoneer, back in that day, that was not a cheap car.
Right.
We're talking about somebody that's probably middle class. Middle class is going to be part of the profile.
That's a big leap for me. That's a huge leap, Kelly. This type of serial killer for me is someone who is almost destitute. I mean, and you're telling me he's middle class all of a sudden.
How many destitute people do you know are driving around in a Jeep Wagoneer? How many destitute people do you know that can cover this kind of ground?
And his vehicle is very important to him.
This predator that we're after here, okay, is a predator that's looking for a victim of opportunity. And in order to find a victim of opportunity, he has to troll. He has to troll the whole area.
Right. So this is why we see victims spread out between years, not months, right?
Right.
So that becomes important.
Right. He's very patient. He's very methodical.
Information like this helps create a portrait of the murderer. But it's not the only reason I'm here. I value Kelly's help above all others. Because when it comes to getting inside the mind of a killer, Kelly has something no one else has. A direct line to an incarcerated multiple murderer who he calls 13.
Here's a killer, a psychopath, who I need to converse with to achieve the goal of taking another psychopath off the street.
Please wait. Okay, John.
This Valley Killer guy, do you want to tell me who you think he is?
I would say he's well-dressed, good-looking, confident, above average. From what I understand, he engages in high-risk areas where he abducts these women. Well, he's got to be very confident. And abduction seems to really excite him.
And do you think he's local to the area of the dump sites? I mean, these dump sites seem to all be within, 8, 10 miles of each other.
Yes. He wouldn't feel comfortable in a strange area. He's got to know the sites.
What kind of vehicle you think this guy would drive?
Kelly has not disclosed that Jane Borowski identified the killer's vehicle, a Jeep Wagoneer. It's a test for 13.
Van, maybe a minivan.
His answer isn't far from the mark.
Something confined.
So why would it be confined?
Oh. No one can hear a scream.
Do you think he took trophies?
Wow, I would. Just something to remember. That's it.
A lot of serial killers take trophies from their victims. A piece of jewelry or a lock of hair to remind them of the kill. Ted Bundy took this habit to the extreme. He kept his victims' heads as souvenirs. And when cops raided serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer's house, they found his victims' genitalia preserved in formaldehyde. But for forensics, it's what a killer leaves behind at the crime scene that's important. Physical evidence puts murderers behind bars. In the case of the Valley Killer, the best chance of finding any lies with the only known survivor, Jane Borowski.
What type of evidence did the police collect from you, Jane?
They scraped underneath my fingernails, I know that.
Do you think you scratched your attacker?
I think I did. Either in the car with struggling, I think I may have scratched him, or on the ground.
If the police have DNA, this case could still be solved. I've arranged to meet again with Detective Sergeant Rowland at one of the sites where the killer left victims. The remains of Bernice Quartermanche and Ellen Freed were found here in 1985 and 1986.
Bernice Quartermanche and Ellen Freed were found here. As you see behind us right here, this is the Little Sugar River, and it was right in this general area they were found.
The bodies were badly decomposed, but forensics found the Valley Killer's telltale signature, multiple knife wounds.
Pathologists were actually able to find nicks in the bones.
Right.
Most appeared to be in the chest and the neck area.
Some media reports of the Valley murders have cited a V-shaped stab pattern in at least 4 of the victims.
So I hear these rumblings about some V-shaped pattern the killer might be killing these women with, stabbing them in that way. Can you tell me anything about that?
I didn't see anything in the autopsy reports that indicate any kind of patterns or anything. There were specific areas, though, of the body that seemed to be attacked in all these cases, that being the chest and the neck area. Chances are they weren't killed in this particular location. They were killed in another location. Their bodies were brought here and dumped.
I mean, what makes you say that they weren't killed in this particular location?
The bodies just appeared to have been dumped in this particular area, no signs of a struggle, and the lack of actual physical evidence to indicate that the murder occurred here.
No DNA evidence of the killer has ever been found on the victims' bodies or at the crime scenes. The only hope is Jane Borowski.
So there is DNA then, some DNA available in the case to compare to if you had someone to compare it to?
Well, I don't really want to elaborate on the physical evidence that we have at this point, because they are open investigations. But I can tell you that the physical evidence that we do have, we continue to look at with our lab personnel.
Police have to walk a fine line. They need the public to come forward with new information on cold cases, but they can't reveal all the details of their investigation. As an investigative journalist, I know how that goes, and I'm used to finding my own paths to get to the truth. The families of victims tell me things they won't tell police, because they recognize I understand their pain. In 1996, my niece lost her mother to an unknown murderer. Just like Carrie Washburn, daughter of the Valley Killer's 5th victim.
My mother was the life of the party. She loved life. When people were having a bad day, she cheered them up.
On July 10th, 1985, 10-year-old Carrie Washburn waved goodbye to her mother, Eva Morse.
The day that my mother left for work, she dropped me off at my aunt's. I really felt like something bad was going to happen, and I begged her not to go.
Eva Morse hitched a ride to work in Claremont, New Hampshire. She accepted a lift from a woman who dropped her off near a local animal hospital. Then, Eva disappeared.
I realized that my mom wasn't coming home or something was really wrong when I woke up and I didn't hear her voice.
For 9 months, Carrie waited.
Every time somebody knocked on a door, I ran to answer it. Every time the phone rang, I ran to answer it. I hoped that my mom would walk through the door, like she always had.
And then, on April 25th, 1986, her mother's remains were found, 20 miles from where she was dropped off. It's the same place that victim number 2, Mary Elizabeth Critchley, was found 5 years earlier. Right here, Eva Morse's body found. And just up over the ridge, 500 feet away,
Mary Elizabeth Critchley. 2 bodies.
What kind of killer has multiple sites to dump bodies, 10 miles apart? And are his victims killed where they're dumped or murdered elsewhere?
So he has the body, and he plumps her down, and does he kill her here? No, she's dead already. Maybe not, I don't know. Now, how the hell did he get her up here? She had to be dead, or she had to be hogtied or something. I mean, look at this terrain.
One thing I can say for sure is that the killer knows these woods. I can almost hear John Kelly read it out loud. Criminal Profiling 101.
When a serial killer has a body, that is when they are most vulnerable. That is when they are most fearful. So what are they looking for? They're looking for safety.
Safety. This killer felt safe in at least 3 different woodlands within a 50-mile radius. Then, after 7 victims, he stopped. Or did he?
She hesitated for a moment and then whispered into the phone,
"Murders."
The body was discovered near what's called the Cat Hole Road. Authorities say a local who was fishing discovered the remains.
When a serial killer is on the loose, authorities throw their all into the hunt because a psychopath won't stop killing until he's caught. But in 1988, after 7 murders, the Valley Killer broke the rule. I want to know why, so I've asked Kelly to call 13 again.
Why do you think he stopped killing? All of a sudden, for 10 years, this guy's killing, then all of a sudden, 1988, boom, stops.
He moved. He's either in a different area. He could be arrested on a lesser charge or something.
You're saying he could be in jail, too.
Yeah, he could be in jail. That's it.
That's it, all right. 13 has reminded me of another killer I researched before. He's incarcerated now, and he matches the Valley Killer profile. My contact in that case is a woman in southeast Massachusetts, Bonnie Kiernan. The killer I'm talking about is now in jail for the murder of Bonnie's sister, Crystal Morrison.
her expressions never changed through school.
Bonnie's story goes like this. She and her sister, Crystal, didn't speak for 18 years. Until one night in February 2008, the phone rang.
You know, I sat up in bed when she said it was Crystal. You don't hear from your sister in 18 years, you can sit straight up, you know?
Crystal told Bonnie she was calling from her boyfriend's house in Florida. She sounded nervous. Was she worried about being overheard? Then, suddenly, Bonnie's pet bird started a ruckus.
The bird started flipping out, and she said, "Who was that?" I said, "That's not a who, it's a what." I said, "It's my stupid bird, Molly." And then she just went, "Oh." And that's when I said to her, "What's going on down there?" And she hesitated for a moment, and then whispered into the phone,
"Murders."
In the very next sentence, when she said,
"What's your bird's name?"
I had just told her Molly.
"Yes."
I waited, it was like 10 seconds, and I went, "Oh my God. Missing Molly Bish."
In 2000, 16-year-old Molly Bish was abducted from a swimming pond in Warren, Massachusetts, just south of the Valley Killer's known hunting ground. In 2003, her decomposed remains were found in some nearby woods, but police found no evidence to identify her killer. In 2008, after talking to her sister, Bonnie went to police with the tip. Was her sister's boyfriend Molly Bish's killer? She was terrified for Crystal's life, but she was too late.
4 days later, I get a knock at the door, and it was 4 cops. And so they sat me down, and they told me that my sister was a victim of a homicide. My sister was stabbed over 39 times. They stopped counting at 39.
For me, this is where the profile starts to line up with the Valley Killer. The excessive stabbing matches his style of murder. Plus, Crystal and her boyfriend used to live in the area where the Valley Killer hunted before they moved to Florida. Were Molly Bish and Crystal the Valley Killer's 8th and 9th victims? It's an angle investigators have never pursued. Crystal's boyfriend was never convicted of Molly Bish's murder, but he is now serving 25 years in a Florida prison for Crystal's murder. Maybe 13's right, and the Valley Killer is already behind bars. It's a new person of interest after all these years. And before I get a chance to look deeper, I get a lead on another potential suspect. What's going on? A stranger has come forward with a decades-old secret. He thinks he knows who the Valley Killer is. And for the first time ever, he's going public. The contact wants to remain anonymous, to protect his family. And if he's proved wrong, to protect who he's accusing. His father.
So first I want to thank you for coming. A very courageous thing to do. I applaud you for what you're doing. We're trying to get to the truth.
Well, there's a lot of suspicion from the family about my father. And if he's guilty, then we'll know who he is. Everyone will know.
The contact's mother, now deceased, saw the composite sketch of the killer as described by Jane Borowski and had a terrifying realization. It was a dead ringer for her husband. She told this story.
One night he came home drunk. He came in the house with no shirt on, but his pants and shoes were covered in blood.
You're covered.
And she never asked him any questions about it. She was in mortal fear. Her response to that was to take the clothes and burn them. The next day on the news on the television, she saw that a female had been murdered within a mile or so of a bar that my father frequents. And this caused her a lot of anxiety. And once again, she never spoke a word to anyone.
It sounds to me like your mom died with some secrets, right?
Most definitely.
It's only circumstantial evidence so far, but there's more. The son goes on to paint a portrait of a violent and dangerous man.
My father had issues with women, with all of them, daughters, mother, and wives. He had rage issues and would completely get out of control.
Know your place.
We had lived in Philadelphia, actually, for a short period of time. And he come home from work. He didn't like what she had made for supper. We lived on a second-floor apartment. And he had a fight with her, and he threw her out the window and held her there by her hair and threatened to drop her if she opened her mouth one more time.
But for my contact's mother, some stories were just too painful to tell.
She said that he was a deviant, and that's kind of where she left it with me.
A sexual deviant.
A sexual deviant.
And she just left it there.
I never asked her. Some of these things was too difficult for her to talk about.
From Philadelphia, The family moved to a farm in Massachusetts where they bred their own livestock.
He butchered the pigs and chickens on a regular basis.
And I mean, did he do it the way that you're supposed to do it, humanely, or did he have his own little way of doing things? Did he use a knife?
When he killed the pigs, he would lure them over to a food trough, and when they would lean over to start eating, he would just hit them between the eyes with a hatchet.
Between the eyes?
Yeah, he would stick them between the eyes, and they would run around with a hatchet stuck in their head.
Somebody who enjoys killing does something like that.
He had no conscience.
And then this.
My father owned a Jeep Wagoneer, and I rode to work with him in that Jeep Wagoneer every day.
Do you think your dad is the Valley Killer?
My being here says that I think he's capable. I think Dad's capable of being a monster. Is he that monster? I don't know if Dad did these Valley killings or not, but I just think this is something we need to find out.
And so, with two new strong persons of interest, this man's father and Crystal Morrison's boyfriend, I need to go back to the one person who has the Valley Killer's face etched into her mind. Survivor Jane Borowski. Will she recognize one of them?
Have you ever had a reaction before to a person of interest in this case, like you're having right now?
No.
For decades, the Valley Killer has gotten away with murder, while the families of his victims suffer. Jane Borowski and her daughter are the only ones who survived this monster. But for Jane, the nightmare returns every time she closes her eyes. And she won't have peace until the Valley Killer is identified.
I try to just live one day at a time. I have to take care of my family, but I struggle. I've been in the hospital 3 times for depression, 2 times for suicide attempts. My attacker has been a part of my life for 22 years. Even though I don't see him, I don't know who he is, maybe if he's caught, I can let that go.
I want to help Jane heal and move on, so I'm going to show her photographs of the 2 new persons of interest I've developed.
Hi.
Will her nightmares finally end?
This is difficult stuff, I understand. But I have some new information I want to share with you. I have some photos. I'd like to show them to you to get your reaction.
First, I show her the convicted murderer of Crystal Morrison, serving 25 years in a Florida prison. I can't reveal his identity on screen because he hasn't been charged with the Valley murders.
No.
No reaction at all to that?
No. No.
No, huh?
I don't see anything. I was once told that as soon as I saw a photo of him, I would know it.
And I'm showing you a photo, and...
No.
Next, I introduced Jane to my new contact, who thinks his father could be the Valley Killer.
Jane, I brought some photos of my father I'd like you to look at.
Again, I can't show his face, and maybe this time, I don't need to, because Jane's face says it all.
I just need a minute.
Sure.
The hairs on my arms are raised. It's almost like I can remember this face looking right at me as he was driving by. The chin, the cheeks, the hairline, the mouth, the eyes.
Have you ever had a reaction before to a person of interest in this case, like you're having right now?
No. Nope, I'd have to say, I've seen quite a few photos, and this one definitely raises the hair on the back of my neck.
Jane's reaction is chilling.
Okay. She sees something that we see, myself and my family. When my mother first saw this profile sketch on television, she couldn't believe. That's the father of my kids. And she was just floored by it.
Has Jane's attacker been identified after all this time? And if so, where is he now? Gone to meet his maker. He died in 2008. Jane wanted to see him caught, but at least 6 feet under, he can't hurt her anymore or kill any more women. And maybe now, at last, her nightmare is over.
I want to thank you.
But for the man's son, a visual match is not enough. Is his flesh and blood a murderer? He wants the kind of proof only DNA testing can provide.
If I could match my DNA to any DNA they have from any of those cases, my family could get some answers. That's what I want done.
The Y chromosome is passed from father to son and is usually identical. So if the police have viable DNA from Jane's attacker, it could be compared against my contact's sample, and he'll get the answer he needs. I'm putting my contact in touch with the New Hampshire State Police. His DNA could be the most important evidence in the case so far. It needs to be handled properly.
Detective Rowland. Yeah, I'm William Phelps. Good, how you doing? Listen, I told you I'd contact you if I had any information.
Like me, the victims' families, and the brave man who told me his story, law enforcement continues to strive for answers in this case, and to identify the Valley Killer, dead or alive. So what can we learn from all this? It's never too late to come forward. Authorities need your help to catch killers, and the families of victims need answers. In the late 1970s, Detroit, Michigan was the site of unspeakable crimes.
4 children were abducted, held captive for days, then murdered.
Strangely, the victims were bathed and carefully redressed before they were dumped. I'm taking a fresh look at this horrific case, uncovering a secret history of pedophilia, questionable suicide, and a possible cover-up.
It's all about money and power. And how do you get to the bottom of it?
He was in hell. It's not too late to bring the babysitter killer to justice. I'm M. William Phelps, best-selling crime author, and I have an obsession: serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice, and just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have: someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
Boy, I'm telling you, nobody can hear her scream.
Because he is one. Over 13 months in 1976 and 1977, someone snatched 2 boys and 2 girls from the streets of suburban Detroit.
He held them prisoner for days, sexually molesting the boys before finally killing them. Then he left their bodies carefully washed and dressed to be discovered on area roadsides.
That's why people call him the Babysitter Killer. He's never been caught, so I'm taking up the hunt. But first, I'm meeting with criminal profiler John Kelly to learn more about the predator I'm chasing. This is one of the reasons why I don't write about kids. The worst kind of murder imaginable here.
The devil is alive and well in the suburbs of Detroit.
In his long career, Kelly has seen every kind of killer under the sun. But this case turns even his stomach.
This is sadistic. This is the worst of the worst. It doesn't get any worse than this.
Where do you begin with something this twisted? Maybe only the dark mind of another killer can make sense of it. Since 2001, Kelly has been developing a secret source who helps him decode criminal minds. He's a multiple murderer, serving back-to-back life sentences. Kelly's code name for him is 13. 13's insight has put other murderers behind bars. But with the Babysitter Killer, there's a catch. How does he feel about, child killers?
Oh, 13 really, really hates child killers. I mean, he loads child killers.
Isn't that wonderful? A serial killer who kills older individuals hating a serial killer who kills children. That's interesting.
That's the hierarchy of the prison system. The lowest rung in the prison system is the child killer.
I want Kelly to ask 13, why does this guy molest and murder his victims? Then bathe and redress them before dumping their bodies.
You've reached the state prison.
Please wait.
Okay, John.
Oak Park, Michigan, the serial killer up there. This guy killed 4 children. They're just objects to him, these kids. Yeah.
If he looked at those as children, I don't think he'd ever be able to harm them. They were just a piece of meat.
Okay.
Just another piece of meat.
Piece of meat for him to get sexually gratified?
To dehumanize them in such a way.
What he did is he washed them and he cleaned their clothes and he pressed their clothes and then he posed them to be found after he killed them. Again, he didn't try to hide the body.
Yeah, that's a lot of remorse.
Wait a minute. A killer with compassion?
Mm-hmm. He did this, he knows he's sick. He knows he can't leave him alive because he doesn't want anybody to know that. That's it.
Is 13 correct? That the ritualized washing, dressing, and posing is a sign of remorse?
Well, it was very surprising and even shocking for me to hear remorse come out of his mouth. These kinds of guys usually don't feel remorse.
If the Babysitter Killer does feel ashamed of what he's done, it still hasn't been enough to make him turn himself in. And that means more children are at risk. To pick up this killer's trail, I'm headed into the heart of the Midwest. 35 years ago, the auto industry here was booming. This was suburban bliss, where families lived out the American dream.
You know, back in the 70s, this area, Little League games, pancake breakfasts at churches, PTA meetings, tag sales, kids walking around.
Communities were close-knit, and people were optimistic about the future. And each day, the Stebbins family of Ferndale counted themselves lucky. No one suspected that February 15th, 1976, would shatter their dreams. 12-year-old Mark Stebbins was a quiet boy who collected toy soldiers and wanted to be a Marine. He was playing pool with his family at the American Legion Hall on a Sunday afternoon when he got restless and decided to walk home, just 3 blocks away. His mother told him to call when he got there, but she never heard from him again. After 4 long days, the news finally came that Mark had been found, dumped next to a shopping center. His body and his clothes perfectly clean. An autopsy revealed that he had been bound, smothered, and violated with an object. Over the next year, 2 girls and another boy were abducted and held captive for up to 19 days before they were killed. I'm here at the corner of Maple and Woodward in Birmingham, where the 4th victim, Timothy King, was abducted. I'm meeting with Don Stutt, who was a young police officer in the 70s, and James Ahern from the original task force. They tell me when Tim King went missing, everyone immediately feared the worst.
Based on the prior 3 cases, in my mind, it was something much more than a typical 11-year-old runaway. So I called our chief of police at the time, Jerry Tobin, and I said, we have a problem. In the meantime, he got together a lot of other area jurisdictions, including the sheriff's department. And by daylight, they had about 200 police officers and sheriff's deputies. Wow.
The search went into overdrive as police stopped cars and pedestrians at random. Even the public joined the hunt.
All the communities were totally involved. The citizens were helping the police.
Yeah, and you got to remember, too, in 1977, particularly in neighborhoods like ours in Berkeley and Ferndale, Royal Oak, kids walked to school. They left the house in the morning, walked to school, walked home at lunch. This really precipitated the whole beware of strangers mentality.
It was a time of trust and innocence. To me, that sounds like the perfect setting for a predator. But I'm wondering, this intersection was such a busy spot. Wasn't the killer worried about witnesses?
This is a high-traffic area, always has been for police officers. And, you know, with the stores, the drugstores, the restaurants, hotels, obviously frequented by hundreds of people all the time.
And he must have known that, our guy.
I would think so.
I want to know, does that mean this killer is overconfident, lucky, or just stupid? I'm meeting again with my profiling contact, John Kelly, to get his take on it.
Let me tell you, he's really taunting law enforcement. He's dumping these kids and posing them right under the cops' nose in affluent neighborhoods.
By posing, he means when a killer lays out bodies in a particular way. The babysitter killer smothered his victims, cleaned and redressed them, then posed them as though they had never been harmed.
In my mind, he's saying, here's your child back, better than when I got him.
But with one of the girl victims, the babysitter killer suddenly changed his pattern. Was he trying to send a message?
She was shot in the face with a shotgun.
I'm in Detroit, Michigan, trying to heat up the trail of the notorious babysitter killer. He's known to have killed 2 boys and 2 girls, but he's never been caught, and there could be more victims we don't know about. This case may be as cold as the killer's heart, but anyone touched by these murders will never be able to move on until justice is served.
Child killer task force detectives want to look through the old film footage that Channel 7 may have from the days of the original investigation.
Reporter Heather Catallo is one of those people who can't let go. She's been covering the case for over 10 years. I'm meeting with Heather at the site where victim number 2 was found. A little girl this time. December 22nd, 1976, Christmas time in Royal Oak, Michigan.
Yeah, off to the park with some friends? Yeah. Hey, stop!
12-year-old Jill Robinson seemed in a hurry to leave the house. But why? Was she going to meet someone? The next day, her bicycle was found behind a hobby store on Main Street. Then, the day after Christmas, a driver heading out of town on the interstate spotted something by the road. A young girl lying on her side, fully clothed and still wearing her backpack. Then, the driver saw Jill's face. She had been shot at point-blank range with a shotgun. The other victims were smothered. I asked Heather Catallo why she thinks the killer shot Jill.
In all my years of covering this case, I've never really been able to get a really clear answer. Now, one thinking is, could she have been suffocated? Perhaps she wasn't all the way dead, and the killer panicked at the last minute.
Right.
Or something must have happened, because it was certainly very different from the other MOs with the other children.
Yeah, I mean, for me, even her being a female is very different for a guy who goes after pre-pubescent boys.
The killer's first victim was a boy, and usually child killers stick to one gender. But this guy's taking both.
At first glance, it doesn't seem to add up.
It really doesn't. He obviously molested the boys. The girls were not molested. And I don't know that anyone's ever really been able to explain that, but maybe the killer was acting really quickly, and did he not, with haircuts, was he not able to tell? I don't know.
Heather says the killer left clues for law enforcement.
All of the victims were left along busy roadsides. They were all north-south roads.
Wow.
So maybe it was ease of access. Maybe the killer was trying to tell police something.
So the killer, too, I think, and you pointed this out, no one has pointed this out to me, is trying to say many things. North, south, the time of day, the day of the week. The killer's talking to us.
It seemed like it. And they were listening, but they just couldn't figure it out, and still can't. And the other thing that they were really trying to figure out, and still, I think, was, did this person have the capacity, they must have, to hold the children for as long as they did?
Heather believes the killer must have had a secret location where no screams could be heard. And finally, in 2005, authorities zeroed in on a suspect who had exactly that. For legal reasons, I can't say his name or show his face. But at the time of the murders, he was an active pedophile who molested young boys in the basement of a neighborhood bike shop. His main hunting ground was Detroit's infamous Cass Corridor.
The Cass Corridor is sort of this area where a lot of not so good things happen. And apparently back in that time frame, there was quite a ring where pedophiles would hang out with kids, take pictures, that kind of thing, with child pornography.
Police believe the man was at the center of this ring of child predators. And they soon found more reasons to suspect he could be the babysitter killer.
He apparently moved to Ohio in about 1978, which is after the murder stopped. So that sort of piqued people's interest.
Then, years later, he said something to a friend, also a pedophile, that he would live to regret, because the friend told the police.
He said, hey, doesn't this picture, showing a picture of a child, doesn't this look like the King boy, or something to that effect? Now, not saying it was Timothy King, but something like that. And so, of course, then all the task force members started really going after this guy.
Why would he be talking about one of the babysitter killer's victims years after the murders? I want to learn more about this suspect, so I'm meeting with the cop who interrogated him, retired Michigan Police Sergeant Ray Anger.
I interviewed him for 3 hours. He confessed to all the kids that he molested.
How many?
There was at least a dozen. About what kid it was, what he did, and where he did it, and when he did it. He knew he was going to prison forever in Ohio. He was not getting out. He was gone.
Then, Ray made him an unbelievable offer. If he agreed to take a lie detector test about the Babysitter murders, he could get this special deal.
I told him, I says, I'm authorized to give you this deal. You can go to any prison you want in the United States under a different name, and no one will know who you are or why you're there. He says, I did not kill those kids or have anything to do with them.
The suspect pled guilty to the molestation charges only and received 3 life sentences. Did he take the truth about the murders to prison with him? It's a question Ray asks himself every day. This case is more personal to him than other cops. The killer's 3rd victim was a friend of his son's. 10-year-old Christine Mihalage disappeared on January 2nd, 1977, just 1 week after victim number 2, Jill Robinson's body, was found.
Please, Mom, please, can I go?
It was right after Christmas. She just lived a couple blocks up the street. She wanted to buy a teen magazine.
But why not?
Can't cross over 12-mile road. It's too busy.
I'm not a baby anymore.
Her mother consented.
Okay.
She came up here. Mother waited for her return. She didn't come. Mom went to work, and still the daughter hadn't come home. Mom called a few of her friends. They hadn't seen her, and then she called the police.
When you first heard Ray, tell me what you're feeling.
It was not good. My feelings was just, we've lost another child.
Even 35 years later, the memory is unbearable. Christine was missing for 19 days. 19 days of agony for those who loved her. 19 days of God only knows what for poor Christine.
This community was in an absolute state of panic. You couldn't find a kid walking on this street anywhere.
So the normal course of innocence is interrupted.
Yes.
Dramatically.
Was the Cass Corridor pedophile the Babysitter killer? Me? I'm having doubts. Because that guy only went after boys. The Babysitter took boys and girls. And I still don't know why. I need to talk to John Kelly again and see if his contact on the inside can help.
What am I going to get out of him if we sit down with him again and ask about this? Why boys and girls?
If you talk to 13 on this case, you're going to get feedback on a serial killer's experiences.
Last time, 13 said this killer sees his victims as nothing but pieces of meat to gratify himself with. But the girls weren't sexually assaulted. Can he explain that?
Okay, John.
2 boys and 2 girls. He sodomized the boys. Why do you think he took boys and girls?
Man, I don't know. It's tough because you don't know whether this guy is homosexual, bisexual, or what.
And why do you think he would sodomize them?
I don't know.
It seems crimes against children may be beyond 13's understanding. But then, Kelly asked him something I never expected.
Can you tell me about your childhood and the trauma in your childhood?
I grew up with a very strict dad. He had a very low threshold. He'd get really upset. He'd come down with his belt and beat the hell out of us. Of course, I wasn't the nicest kid, and I was always getting into trouble.
How did that make you feel?
It hurts normal for us.
It was normal in your house?
Yes.
It was a normally abusive house.
That's it.
Where was Kelly going with that? And why does it matter that 13 was abused? What can that tell me about the babysitter killer?
Research bears it out that the majority of pedophiles were sexually abused as children. But also, research certainly bears out that the vast majority of serial killers were extremely abused as children.
Now I understand why Kelly turned the spotlight on 13. He thinks 13 and the babysitter killer could have something in common. They may both have committed violent crimes as a way of regaining the power they lost when they were abused themselves.
This guy, is he getting his fantasies met by having sex with the kids or killing them?
The fantasy encompasses the whole ritual from beginning to end. The abduction, the bondage, the torture, the murder, all inclusive in this guy's fantasy.
So both?
Both.
Kelly believes this killer gets one high from sodomizing the boys and another high from the kill, whether it's a girl or a boy. That could be why he's taking both genders. After the Cass corridor lead proved a dead end, it would be the fourth victim's own family who eventually turned up a new suspect. But had the police already caught this guy and let him go?
He was cleared on the basis of that polygraph and got out. If he killed more kids, someone has a lot of explaining to do.
By January 1977, panic reigned in suburban Detroit. One boy and two girls had been abducted and murdered. Whose son or daughter would be next, and when? Parents told their children not to go anywhere alone. But 11-year-old Tim King was eager to visit the local drugstore. Now I'm here with Tim's family, his father, Barry King, and his brother and sister, Chris and Kathy, to hear what happened. They tell me, on March 16th, 1977, Tim borrowed 30 cents from his sister and left home on his skateboard without telling anyone. The family didn't waste any time before calling police.
At that time, sometimes they would wait 24 hours on a missing persons report, but the police were there immediately and immediately fanned out searching for him, as did members of the family.
The longest 6 days of their lives passed by until Tim was found.
11-year-old Timothy King was found dumped by the roadside in Lavinia, in neighboring Wayne County. His body was still warm. His clothes had been pressed and his fingernails were scrubbed.
The medical examiner also found abrasions on his wrists. His skateboard was placed carefully by his side. Like victim number one, Mark Stebbins, Tim had been bound, molested, and then smothered. To the trained eye of a forensic pathologist, a body is a roadmap, one that can lead straight to the killer.
So, doctor, you recognize that boy?
Yes, Timothy King.
So I'm meeting with Dr. Warner Spitz, the examiner who was called to the scene on that chilly spring day. Right away, Spitz noticed something odd, and it gave him his first piece of information.
There was a cat, a whitish cat, if I remember correctly, sitting on the boy. And the reason that the cat was there is because the body was still warm when the cat came, because that's why the cat sat on him, to be warm.
That told him that Tim hadn't been dead very long. Then he noted the familiar signature.
The clothing was clean. The clothing did not seem to be in any disarray. In fact, the body was clean.
And the other telltale mark of the babysitter killer.
There was some suggestion that there was sexual mutilation or sexual handling that does not belong in a little kid of 11 years.
Based on your experience, looking at this body, the sexual abuse, the way he was murdered, was this an experienced killer or someone who just panicked and killed maybe at the last minute?
No, this person was an experienced killer. This was in the open. And, you know, that also tells you something about how callous this murderer is. He's not afraid. He's gotten away with it with other cases.
Talk to me about that.
A less seasoned murderer would hide the body, would seclude the body, would have the body in an area where it's difficult to find, where there will be decomposition before you find the body, and then the medical examiner is at a loss what to do with a decomposing body.
Is this killer taunting the police and you?
He may well be. He's totally unafraid, waving it to the authorities, and they're unable to do anything because they don't know who he is.
Forensics confirms it. This killer is experienced. Spitz has added another piece to the puzzle. But it was no consolation to the King family. Barry King buried his son and began what would become a lifelong mission to find the killer.
For the next 30 years, literally 30 years, everybody who called me with a tip, I turned it over to the police. And we just left it up to the police to resolve this case.
But the leads ran cold.
Everyone kept thinking, well, the manhunt is so active, this case will eventually be solved. But for more than 20 years, they told us we have no credible leads, we have no credible suspects.
It's not going to be solved, basically, was the message.
On the 30th anniversary of the murders, the family talked to police about raising awareness through the media. Finally, the cops told them they had a solid lead on a suspect, the Cass Corridor pedophile.
So then they followed up and said, well, they did have a lead they thought was good. So they asked us just to wait a year or so until they could investigate and see if he was indeed the guy. So we agreed. We said, that's why we talked to you. We didn't want to impede anything.
But we know where that went. The suspect took jail time for molestation charges, but refused to talk about the murders. Another dead end. Then, in the summer of 2006, Chris King got a phone call. A family friend, a polygrapher, had heard a startling confession from a colleague. The colleague claimed he had polygraphed a suspect in Michigan in 1977, who he believed was the babysitter killer. It was just weeks before Tim was killed, and the suspect was let go. Had police hidden a suspect from the King family for 30 years? Tim's sister Kathy passed on the tip to a detective she trusted. Days later,
A detective called me and asked me if our family knew anyone by the last name of Bush who lived near our high school. And I said, no, that doesn't ring a bell, but I'll ask my family. Nothing rings a bell. I call my friend who's an attorney, and she goes on Ancestry.com and finds an H. Lee Bush who's got 4 sons, one of whom, Christopher Bush.
Christopher Brian Bush was the son of a wealthy General Motors executive and a 4-time convicted pedophile who lived near the King family. In February 1977, Bush and two friends were charged with forcing up to 75 boys to engage in sodomy, oral sex, and pornographic photo shoots. While in custody, Bush was polygraphed in reference to the murder of victim number 1, Mark Stebbins, but then released on just a $1,000 bond. His two accomplices went to prison. The Kings believe Bush's powerful family pulled strings to get him off.
He came from a rich family. Here's someone convicted 4 times of criminal sexual conduct with minors who's on the street.
After taking the polygraph, Bush went back into the community. 1 month later, Tim King was killed.
He was cleared on the basis of that polygraph and got out. If he killed more kids, someone has a lot of explaining to do.
The big question is, did Bush really pass the test?
Polygraphers have gone back and looked at that original polygraph test from 1977 to state police and said he did not pass that test.
Wow. Was there a miscarriage of justice? And where is Bush now? Dead by his own hand. He didn't leave a suicide note, but he left something else.
They find a drawing of a young boy who appears to be screaming in agony.
Christopher Bush, a man convicted multiple times of molesting children. Barry King is more convinced than ever that Bush had a hand in his son's murder.
I'm in Oakland County, Michigan, trying to catch up with the infamous Babysitter killer. As I search for this villain, I'm lifting the cover on a secret history of pedophile activity in the community and re-examining 2 persons of interest in the case. One was part of a child pornography ring, a Cass Corridor pedophile. He's now in jail. The other, Chris Bush, was convicted 4 times of sex crimes against minors, but never served a day in prison. The King family believes Chris Bush was involved in the murder of their loved one, Timothy King. They passed on a tip from a friend to police and waited for them to act.
There's a year that goes by where the police say, just be patient. This is the best lead we've ever had. We have corroborating physical evidence. We might be having a press conference very soon where we will close the case.
But the family says meetings were canceled, and the Oakland County prosecutor would not respond to calls and letters. Tim's father finally reached boiling point.
I want to know who killed Tim, and I don't have that many years left.
In 2010, Barry sued for access to the case files under the Freedom of Information Act. And in 2011, he and his family received more than 3,400 pages of information. When he got to one page in particular, Barry's heart stopped. It was the suicide report for the man he believes killed Tim, Chris Bush. On November 22nd, 1978, a housekeeper showed up at Bush's house and couldn't get inside. So she called his brother, who called the police. They found Bush in his room, killed by a gunshot to the face. I asked Tim King's family what else was in the report.
And now, what do they find inside his bedroom?
They find bloody ligatures on the floor.
Could these have been the ropes used to bind Tim and the other boy victim, Mark Stebbins? Then, something even more chilling.
They find a pencil drawing of a young boy who appears to be screaming in agony, and it's taped on the wall of this man's bedroom.
But is it just any boy or a portrait?
Well, they thought that it resembled Mark Stebbins. The hood is up on this drawing, which is how Mark's body was found. So that's something the killer would have known, and that was not public information at the time.
So they called the task force right away, thinking this is a very solid suspect in the child killings.
So where did this new information lead police? And where is the evidence now?
So the drawing's still around, but the ropes have gone missing.
And there's no property report / receipt that would indicate what happened with those ligatures. Even if evidence is destroyed, they memorialize that, and they would keep that piece of paper, and nothing like that is in the file.
And with today's DNA, bloody ligatures, that could solve the case. If there's a match, you could solve the case instantly.
How could such vital evidence go missing? Was it part of a cover-up? Bush's suicide certainly casts a shadow of guilt over him, and the murder stopped after he died. You know, one thing I've always shied away from in my career of writing is writing about kids who were murdered. And it's a simple reason. I walk up the steps of the mother or the father, the brother, the sister of that victim. And, you know, I've had someone in my family murdered, but there's no way I can compare that pain to losing a child that way. Someone who lives that pain every day is Mike Stebbins, brother of victim number 1, Mark Stebbins. Is that how you remember him?
Yes, it is. That was his very last, I believe it was his school picture. Yeah, that's how I remember him.
Mike remembers his brother walking out of the American Legion Hall so long ago.
I kicked myself in the ass because I should have went with him. And I wanted to stay and play pool. Yeah, it's been 35 years for me, and I can't forget. I try to go on with my life, but, you know, you can't forget.
And then there's been this recent drawing. What do you think of that drawing?
I don't want to see that again. I know what I think of it, but I don't know if I should say it.
Say whatever you feel.
I believe that's a drawing of him being sexually assaulted. You know, when I first saw that picture, you know, if my brother went through that for 4 days, he was in hell.
These days, Mike says all he wants is an answer. What would solving this case mean to you?
It would take a lot of, you know, gears turning in my head away, take the weight off my shoulders.
And what would you like to find out?
I want to know who's the perp.
If you could talk to him today, what would you say to him?
Tell us what you know.
Was Chris Bush Mark Stebbins' tormentor? The evidence suggests he was. But something's bothering me. What kind of killer draws a picture of his victim in agony, then cares for him afterwards by bathing him? It's almost like Jekyll and Hyde, or two different people. Is it possible Bush had a helper? I need to get Kelly's take on this.
I think it's very probable that there are two killers or a team, because when you look at the abduction, how easy it seems to be for these kids to be abducted. Two people, at least, are better than one. And also, we know that these children were held captive. Now, in their captivity,
right,
how could they be controlled by just one person?
And here's the thing. There's been another revelation, many years after the original crimes. In 2005, a hair was identified on the clothing of the third victim, Christine Mihalich, but it doesn't match Bush. So, who does it belong to?
They had to have a lure in some way in order to get kids into their vehicles.
I've just learned that a suspect in the child murders of Oakland County, Michigan, was concealed by police for 30 years and only revealed in 2006, when one of the victim's family members received a tip from an insider. Chris Bush was a known pedophile at the time of the murders, and he committed suicide after the last victim was killed. I'm about to speak to someone who believes Bush may be guilty, but that he didn't work alone, and that an accomplice helped stage his suicide. Does she have proof? Erica McAvoy's sister was victim number 3, Christine Mihalich. Christine was held captive for 19 days. For Erica, that's the first clue that Bush had helpers.
This was not one individual who in fact committed these crimes. This had to be a group of people. You could not pull off abducting a child, holding her for 19 days, and only being the one person to know. You're gonna eventually talk to somebody. They're gonna know what you're doing.
Erica also believes Bush would have needed help abducting the victims.
Chris Bush was a slob. There is no way a child is going to go to him. They had to have a lure in some way in order to get kids into their vehicles.
Was it another child? Or a teenager, perhaps? Erica thinks so. She believes the hair found on her sister's clothes was left by a teen who knew Bush.
He would have been 15, 16 years old at the time. Who wouldn't go with a kid?
Erica believes she can name that individual. She also thinks Bush's suicide was staged, and perhaps that same person played a role.
What's the percentage of people who commit suicide and shoot themselves between the eyes? I said, how do you know he committed suicide or he was not killed?
And what answer did you get?
He said based on the suicide report that they were fairly certain that in fact he had committed suicide and there was no evidence to suspect any foul play.
No, please. Erica has handled guns throughout her life. So for her, the death scene only raised more questions.
We were flipping through the photos and the rifle was sitting on the bed there next to the body. And I questioned as to how and why he could actually shoot himself. Granted, he's probably 6 foot tall. Could he physically take that and shoot himself between the eyes? He probably could, but I think the likelihood of that, again, the percentage of it just does not add up.
And strangely, forensic tests found no gun residue on Bush's hands.
Not to mention a couple of years later when we actually saw a copy of Chris Bush's suicide report, it mentions 1 bullet being found in the head, but there were also 3 shell casings found in the room. But it does not mention, in fact, finding any bullets from those other casings.
And the incriminating ligatures and sketch? Possibly part of the setup, according to Erica.
Planted. Who says that someone didn't plant that there in order to draw the suspicion and point the finger at him to indicate that, in fact, he was the one?
The discovery of an unidentified hair in 2005 has reignited a case that many thought would never be solved.
And when they sent the clothes in 2005 to be re-examined by the Michigan State Police Department, they discovered this additional DNA, and that was when I first learned that, in fact, there was any sort of evidence that would give anything to link a living person or even a dead person at that point.
Could it be the crucial physical evidence that links the killer or killers with one of the victims? The wheels of justice are starting to turn again. Michigan State Police are taking the new evidence seriously. DNA from the hair has been tested against Erica's person of interest. And it's a match. Has law enforcement found the killer? I'm meeting again with retired police sergeant Ray Anger to see what he knows.
Apparently, Bush and he were friends, and the mitochondrial DNA matches him.
Ray makes an important point. The quality of the hair, after so long, made a perfect DNA match impossible. But it did give us mitochondrial DNA.
What are your thoughts on mitochondrial DNA?
It's good, but it's not absolute proof. What it does is put you in the ballpark where the DNA that we are familiar with, it's like 1 out of 500 billion people, where the mitochondrial DNA says, okay, it's a certain percentage of this population.
Mitochondrial DNA narrows it down to 1% of the Caucasian population. Not close enough for police to make an arrest, but still, it's a huge lead. A grand jury has been established to review all evidence and listen to the tenacious families who never stopped demanding answers.
Now, new detectives are on the task force, and a grand jury is hearing testimony and examining evidence in the hopes of solving a case that still haunts so many families who are hoping for answers.
We can only hope police are finally closing in on the babysitter killer, or killers. The families have waited a long time. They've shed too many tears, been frustrated beyond belief. It's time for the truth to come out. Columbus, Mississippi was a retirement haven until 5 senior citizens were brutally murdered in their homes.
Why would you do something like that to an 80-year-old woman?
The killer has never been caught.
While these murders were occurring, residents began to arm themselves, while police relied on the public for help.
I'm lifting the lid on this shocking cold case, sifting through the false leads and urban myth to get to the truth. I'm M. William Phelps, best-selling crime author, and I have an obsession: serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice, and just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
Boy, I'm telling you, nobody can hear her scream.
Because he is one. In the 1990s, the sleepy town of Columbus, Mississippi was rocked by the murder of 5 elderly citizens over 2 years.
We got a white female, approximately 80 years old.
Mac Fowler, George Wilbanks, Robert Hanna, Betty Everett, and Louise Randall. 2 were stabbed, 1 bludgeoned, and 2 others hog-tied and strangled. Ages 61 to 80. Their golden years cut tragically short. The fear spread like wildfire. Sweet Southern grandmothers started carrying guns, and strangers received cold looks instead of cordial waves. No one in the town of 30,000 people could understand what kind of killer would prey on seniors and why.
At that time, rumors swirled around town about a serial killer stalking residents, but still no killer has been arrested.
My investigation starts with a visit to my 2 expert consultants on cold cases, veteran criminal profiler John Kelly and a very unusual colleague he's been developing for 10 years, an incarcerated serial killer who gives him his take on other killers. Kelly calls him 13. 13 knows the mind of a murderer inside out, and these cases stir old memories for Kelly.
You know, to be honest with you, this case kind of tugs at my heart.
Kelly traveled south in 1999 to profile this killer, until a shakeup in the local police department changed the state of play, and Kelly came home. But he hasn't forgotten Columbus, and he never will, until the killer's caught.
I'm very interested in seeing what you come up with, because this is unfinished business for me.
Here you have 5 murders of elderly people spread out over Columbus, Mississippi, brutalized inside their homes basically in the middle of the day.
You brought up a good point. Being killed in their homes, not being murdered in hospitals or nursing homes by so-called angels of death.
Kelly's brought up a special breed of serial killer. Health workers who murder the helpless people they care for. Angels of death. Men like former nurse Charles Cullen, who administered lethal doses of medicine to at least 40 patients over 16 years. Or Donald Harvey, an orderly who used poison, smothering, and faulty oxygen tanks to kill 52 people during a 17-year spree. Both claim they were acting out of mercy. But was their real desire to play God? The killer down in Columbus is killing seniors in their homes. He's no angel of death. So what drove him to murder? Time to ask another murderer, who's no angel either. 13.
What do you think the motive was for these murders?
Money.
Money?
Money, yeah.
Robbery, yeah.
These people were tied up and gagged.
That's correct.
Okay, he probably did that to search the house for money.
Okay.
Or something he could sell.
Right.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised if these people were murdered shortly after the beginning of the month when they got their welfare checks. In the group that I hung out with, they called the ladies called that their Mother's Day gift. You know, the girls that were on welfare, they get their Mother's Day present on the first of the month.
Was the kill the main aim here?
No, the killing again, he just did not want witnesses. No witnesses. That's it.
These guys are about stealing and killing for their own creature comforts, and that's where comfort killer comes from.
Kelly and 13 think the Columbus murderer is a comfort killer who steals from his victims, then kills them so they can't be witnesses. But I'm not so sure. From what I know so far, only 2 of the victims had anything stolen, and we're talking tiny amounts of cash. Which means if this guy is a comfort killer, he's not a very good one. And if he didn't want witnesses, why not just wear a mask? Something isn't adding up, so I'm heading south to get more information.
In July 1996, Columbus police began investigating the death of Mac Fowler. Then 15 months later, another death. Like Fowler, George Wilbanks was found murdered in his home.
The first 2 victims, 71-year-old Mac Fowler and 70-year-old George Wilbanks, were both stabbed. The third, Robert Hanna, was beaten to death, while the 2 females, Louise Randall and Betty Everett, were strangled. For me, that raises more questions. Like, would a serial killer really switch up his method of murder? This is it. When I think of the South, this is the picture I have in my head. Mom and pops, cafe on Main, steeples, small town life. Main Street, USA. It's where people what? People go to sleep with their doors unlocked. But then what happens to this sleepy community? What happens is one murder, then 2 murders, then 3 murders. And people start to go crazy. People start to wonder, is there a serial killer here preying on these people? Preying on the elderly. And what could be worse? What could be worse? One thing's for sure, these crimes terrified old folks back in the 90s. Should they still be fearful? To find out, I'm going straight to the top. Columbus Chief of Police, Joseph St. John. So murder itself is pretty rare in this town, then?
Yes, and it's going to be taken personally. I think when you get into a small town environment like what we have, whereas in some bigger towns where, as much as this sounds awful, where murder becomes part of the everyday life or becomes regular, not in a small town like Columbus. When something like that happens, it leaves an impact and people remember it. When you talk about these murders, they're part of the consciousness of this culture, of this community.
St. John wasn't in Columbus at the time of the murders, but as chief, this cold case weighs on his shoulders. So the 5 murders we're talking about, they have not been solved?
Unfortunately, they have not been solved, but I don't want to give the impression that they have not been investigated. You know, don't ever forget that each one are individuals. And don't forget that each one of those people have a face. And don't forget that each one of those people deserve the right to have their case looked at individually.
Where should I go from this point?
I think probably the best person to go talk to get a very good understanding of what was occurring during that time is Lieutenant Sylvain McQueen.
It's clear the specter of this killer still haunts the people of Columbus. But what did Chief St. John mean when he said each case should be looked at individually? Are we looking at more than one killer here? To dig deeper, I'm following the chief's orders and meeting Lieutenant Sylvain McQueen. He was one of the original detectives who worked the murders, and he remembers the terror that swept the elderly community.
You have old ladies, old men that are going to pawn shops. They're buying weapons, just emptying the shelves, if you will.
Wow.
They're coming to the police department. They're learning how to shoot. People are installing security systems within their homes. It's total pandemonium, if you will. It's chaotic. We're working a lot of overtime trying to solve these cases.
So, Sylvain, you were part of the investigation from the beginning. Talk me through what happened.
Well, when it began, it was just another, if you will, not to underplay anything, it was another murder. We go out, we process the crime scene, we do investigative leads, but then another murder occurred before we could solve the first murder. And then another murder occurred. The town is literally turned upside down. The everyday functions, the things that we know as the norm, life as usual, it's not happening anymore.
How come?
The term serial murderer.
That did it all?
That did it. It turned the town upside down.
But McQueen is still working these murders, and he's optimistic.
Investigative work is, there's 2 trains of thoughts here, if you will. There's what is called old school, and there's new wave, if you will. And what I believe in is just pounding the pavement until you get it done.
The problem is, it didn't get done. Once the panic got out about a serial killer roaming the streets, the police department was thrown into turmoil, with all its energy diverted into reassuring the public.
The focus was taken off of the investigations themselves as a result of the media frenzy.
So we have an investigation that's starting, stopping, problems in the department. how do we find the person of interest?
Many people of interest have been developed by the powers to be that were within the Criminal Investigations Division during that time. At one time, we even had a task force that had been formed that were doing nothing but working on the murders. And so we've gotten to a point now that we're going to solve, if not all, we're going to solve some of those murders, that I can assure you of.
So as I mingle about the community here in Columbus, is it possible I could walk past the murderer on the streets while I'm here?
Yes, sir, you could.
It's an unsettling thought. I may already have brushed with a killer. But Chief St. John's advice is still nagging at me. Look at these murders individually. And why is McQueen talking about solving some of the murders? Enough with the hints and clues. I need straight answers. Is this really a serial killer case? Luckily, Kelly has hooked me up with a secret source. So let's talk about the misconceptions and then the truth.
Investigators from across the Golden Triangle pitched in to try and help Columbus police solve these gruesome crimes.
It's a Southern Gothic mystery with a touch of urban myth. Who murdered 5 senior citizens in Columbus, Mississippi during the late 1990s? The locals say it was a serial killer, but he's never been caught. I'm trying to dig out fresh leads, and so far, it all points me to one big question. Are we really looking at just one killer? I know it would give everybody lots and lots of comfort if they could put like one diabolical person handcuffed behind their back, doing the perp walk, you know? I know that would make everybody feel good, but is it the truth? That's what we need to find out. I'm heading back to talk to my profiling contact, John Kelly. Back in 1999, he was called in to Columbus to profile the killer, or killers. But he'd hardly begun before an embezzlement scandal shook the local police department to its core.
This investigation, you might say, completely blew up. You know, I don't know if you know that the chieftain was arrested for taking money out of the Crime Stoppers tip fund and giving it to his girlfriend. Yeah, the FBI arrested him.
Nice.
Okay? So the whole investigation blew up. The new chief comes in. Get this. He takes all the detectives and he puts them out on the street, back into patrol. He then takes all the patrol cops and guess what? Magically turns them into detectives. So now it seems like this case, you know, fell through the cracks.
This small-town murder mystery just got a little more mysterious. But luckily, Kelly has an inside source he wants me to meet. Someone connected with the original investigation. He'll speak to me only if he can remain anonymous, because he's going to say what others won't. He tells me the first 2 murders of Mac Fowler and George Wilbanks are not connected to the others. Police had solid suspects in both, and each knew their victim.
George Wilbanks, he was a retired interior decorator. We had a suspect in that case that we felt real strong about. We talked to him at length, and at one point, we almost had him to break, and then he would just pull back. He never would admit to anything, but some of the things he was saying to us led us to believe that he was the person that committed the crime.
Without a confession or good physical evidence, the suspect in George Wilbanks' case was not charged. It was the same with Mac Fowler. Detectives had a person of interest, but not enough proof to confirm their suspicions or make an arrest. For my anonymous source, the frustration still burns.
I think a lot of misconception, a lot of people feel like the police department's not doing the job or can't solve anything, and it's just not true. It's real hard to solve these types of crimes, especially when people don't leave a lot of evidence. A lot of people have a conception that it just because you touch something, you're going to leave a fingerprint, and that's not always true.
This is a big twist. Only 3 of the murders may be connected after all. This case isn't so clear-cut as people think.
You know, when something is not working, you have to go down a different road. You have to look at it differently. You have to think about it differently. Can't put blinders on, especially when you're dealing with a case that is tugging at you to go the other way.
I gotta tell Kelly about this.
Mac Fowler, I'm gonna cross him off this pool of serial killer victims because it was just a random killing that happened for no good reason.
You see, that's a major fact.
The other thing is this. George Wilbanks, cross him out, baby.
But I'm still not sure what could motivate someone to murder the remaining 3 seniors. Is this killer psychotic, or is it something else? I want Kelly to see if 13 has any more ideas.
I've seen good people that turn to drugs, and they would do things that they never thought they would do.
When 5 elderly residents of Columbus, Mississippi were brutally murdered in their homes between 1996 and 1998, rumors of a serial killer sent the town into all-out panic. And 15 years later, locals are still haunted by the memory.
People there, they have not forgot about these cases. I mean, you kill 5 elderly people in a community like that, and the people do not let that go.
A lot of people still believe the urban myth that one killer was responsible for all 5 murders. But I've learned from a confidential source that the first 2 victims are not connected. That brings the victim count down to 3, all murdered in 5 weeks during October and November 1998. Robert Hanna, Louise Randall, and Betty Everett. So what do we know about the killer that connects them? Maybe Kelly's insider, the killer he calls 13, can shed some light on this.
Hi, John.
Tell me what kind of guy murders these elderly people.
Somebody that works in an old folks' home, maybe.
Right.
Or delivers food to these elderly.
Okay. Do you think he was a drug addict?
Good possibility. Good possibility. I've seen good people that turn to drugs, and their entire attitude changed. You know, they would do things that they never thought they would do. That's it.
13 has given me 2 solid new leads to chase. Drugs could play a big role in this killer's brutal crimes. And he may have some kind of job that gives him access to seniors. Kelly recalls a healthcare connection between the 2 female victims.
We're looking at Louise Randall. She has healthcare workers coming to her house.
A lot of elderly do. I mean, that's not so rare.
Yeah, and they were from. And then we have Betty Everett, who worked and cut hair at.
Kelly's theory is that a killer working at a local aged care facility may have known the 2 female victims personally, or at least have known that they lived alone and where. But what about Robert Hanna? He wasn't involved with any care facility. I need to find out if he's connected to the women in some other way. And the best place to do that is on the ground. I need to get back to Columbus and investigate further.
Louise Randall. Here we are, Louise Randall.
Louise Randall, 80, was found dead in her home on October 21st, 1998. There was no sign of forced entry.
She was what? Bound, gagged, strangled, was not sexually assaulted. Her house was ransacked, but nothing was taken. Now, the ghetto is right down the block. I witnessed drug dealing going on myself today. You know, you involve drugs and the evil that the deal in drugs brings into the situation, anything's possible. You know, maybe someone from the hood decided, you know what? I'm gonna try every door on this block to see which one is unlocked. And the one that's unlocked, I'm going in. So what? They get to Randall's house, they find it unlocked, they go in, and they try to shake her down for whatever money, jewels, whatever she has. And she just pleads the fifth. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. And they kill her. So was she killed by a drug addict? Was she killed by a serial killer? Who in the hell killed this woman?
I'm headed across town to where the other female victim, 67-year-old Betty Everett, lived and died.
On November 17th, Everett's body was found in her North Columbus home after she failed to show up for work. Neighbors last saw her taking out her garbage.
Betty was found 4 weeks after Louise. Again, there was no sign of forced entry. The house was ransacked, but nothing was taken. And she was bound, gagged, beaten, and then strangled to death. Did Betty refuse to give up her valuables? Or did she simply not have any? Now I'm heading into one of Columbus's poorer neighborhoods, where victim number 3, Robert Hanna, lived.
Approximately a 60, 65-year-old black male, seemed to be head trauma.
On October 13th, Robert Hanna's house was set on fire. When firemen arrived, they found his body.
On the street, I meet Mr. Hanna's former neighbor, Ricky Watson. Tell me about Mr. Hanna. What kind of guy was he?
He was a good old guy. He didn't bother nobody. He speak to people. He didn't have a wife. And if you ask for anything, he'll give it to you. I don't know why he ended up killed.
What were people scared of most around here after Mr. Hanna was found bludgeoned to death?
Well, most of them were scared to come outside. People were watching their back, and a lot of old people were really scared. They were thinking that maybe there's somebody from out of town or some serial killer done come in town, but they haven't found him yet. That's the main thing about it. All I can say is, hope the Lord they find him, find whoever did it, but I hate it. And I'm just happy my mama wasn't around at that time, and whoever they weren't looking for my mom. I'm just happy, but I'm sad that whoever it was that killed them people.
Robert Hanna, aged 61, was found dead in his kitchen. The interior of his home ravaged by fire. His wallet was found in the sink, emptied of what little cash he had. Now that I've scouted the neighborhoods, one thing's clear. No forced entry means the killer either knew his victims or was at least someone who wouldn't raise suspicions if he was seen in the area. But there are still so many questions about what happened inside the houses. Why was nothing stolen from the female victims? And why was Robert Hanna's house set on fire? Does one of the crime scenes have a secret to tell?
From analyzing the crime scenes, you're able to see some glaring dissimilarities between these cases.
I'm in Columbus, Mississippi, working a triple murder cold case with 3 bizarre twists. 1, the victims were all senior citizens. 2, it seems robbery was the motive, but only one of the 3 victims had anything taken. 3, the killer could still be walking the streets. Can forensics help put him away? I'm meeting with Austin Shepard, Director of Forensics at the recently established Columbus Crime Lab. Armed with state-of-the-art technology and a specialist knowledge, Shepard has a radical new take on the evidence.
So we have a new crime lab here, which gives you the opportunity to recheck these cold cases. How did you do that?
I looked at the analytical techniques that were available back in the mid-'90s and late '90s, as opposed to what we have available now. And you know, what we're doing at present is going through these cases and reanalyzing them, basically. With the reanalysis, we're opening up a lot of new doors that we've been able to develop several very promising leads through this.
Shepard lays it out for me. Forensics confirm that the murders in 1996 and 97 of Mac Fowler and George Wilbanks are not connected to the 3 deaths in 1998. And although he can't comment on the details of active leads, he drops a bombshell. At least one of the remaining 3 cases may not be connected either.
From analyzing the crime scenes, looking at MO and motive, you're able to see some glaring dissimilarities between these cases.
Can you just, if you will, talk me through as much as you can the differences in each of the crime scenes?
The evidence tended to show that in some cases the offender may have been a little more organized, whereas other crime scenes presented more of a disorganized feel, which is one of the things that leads us to believe that these cases, you know, are not actually connected as much as people think.
According to Shepard, some of the crime scenes may have been staged, manipulated by the killer to try and trick investigators into reading the evidence incorrectly.
When you start really looking at the scene itself, you begin to see aspects of staging, which would lead me to tend to believe that it's actually more of an organized killing, whereas others were much more disorganized. So,
kind of a hit and run type of thing.
Sort of an opportunistic killer, basically.
Forensics have really moved the case forward with new information. And although Shepard can't tell me which murder is the odd one out, the facts seem pretty clear to me. Both female victims were strangled. Robert Hanna was beaten and stabbed. The women's houses were ransacked, but nothing was stolen. Hanna's wallet was robbed. Louise Randall and Betty Everett were hog-tied and gagged. Robert Hanna was not. I think Hanna's out of this. So now we're down from 5 victims to 2. The bad news is we're up from 1 killer to 4. But something's bothering me. If police long suspected the deaths may not be the work of a serial killer, how did the urban myth get started in the first place?
Now, does the coroner generally give interviews like that at the scene?
It's not uncommon.
To find out, I've arranged an interview with a local WCBI news reporter, Joey Barnes. Over the years, Joey's tracked community feeling about these murders and received inside information from law enforcement.
There was numerous theories and, in a small town, rumors are going to run rampant. And once the serial killer rumor got out, it never went away.
So let's talk about this investigation now, early on. How did it proceed?
At the beginning, I really don't think the community was very happy with how things were progressing, because when you have this number of people that are grouped together and killed over a short period of time, especially for our area, they want answers, and they want them quick.
At that time, rumors swirled around town about a serial killer.
Unlike most people, Barnes was aware investigators had multiple suspects early on, and that they knew not all the murders were connected. But unfortunately, police appeals for information gave the public the opposite impression.
Crime Stoppers with the police print these posters. What happens?
I believe it incited this community. It promoted that serial killer mentality and thought that there was only one killer.
So let's fast forward some years.
There's still a lot of questions that have gone completely unanswered. And because of some circumstances, there may never be an answer to some of these murders simply because of witnesses moving away, witnesses dying, suspects dying, or possible evidence that was damaged during the crime scene collection.
Still, Barnes has faith all the cases will be solved, and he has a tip for me.
The two that are connected, it would seem to me, it's someone local. Someone here knew these ladies' routines, knew what they did, and knew how they could take advantage of that.
The similarities in the murders of Louise Randall and Betty Everett are overwhelming. But if the killer did know so much about his victims, why didn't he make sure they had something worth stealing? I've got an idea I need to run by Kelly.
What if robbery is just a ruse? And this guy's just about the kill? So if robbery is just the ruse, if robbery is the staging, then this guy is just about the kill.
A thrill killer. Someone who gets off on seeing his victims helpless and terrified. Now that's a different kind of beast altogether.
Would you give that steak to Mike if he wants it? Next door? Yeah, okay.
Like the infamous Charles Manson, who dressed up his savage murders in a bogus cult philosophy. But Kelly's not buying it.
It's hard for me to believe that somebody would stage a situation where murder has taken place and made it look like a robbery and spent all that extra time not knowing when somebody was coming in on these women to see how they were doing.
So then, if it's not staging, then the motive is different.
Well, if it's not staging, I'm believing the motive is the same with both women. Money. Whoever killed these women, I truly believe, was about the cash.
Kelly wants to call in another opinion on the robbery motive question. Former King County Chief of Detectives Frank Adamson is a crime scene expert. So what's his take on it?
Was the motive robbery? Do you really believe robbery was the motive, Frank?
I think this person did come in to rob these people. Why did he kill them? I think that he killed them because they could identify him, and he didn't want to be identified.
Frank, I'm looking at this totally different, and I'm looking at the idea that he's using the robbery thing as a stage, right? To throw everybody off because he likes to kill. Some people are just evil, you know, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. They just wanna kill. They just wanna spread violence throughout the world and watch the world burn, right?
He's evil. We have
No dispute about that.
No dispute about that. Where the dispute lies is, I see this person as not making the mistake of giving the police more evidence. He went in there to rob, and he wanted to get rid of these victims so that they couldn't put him back in jail where he belonged.
I know Adamson has more experience in this area than I do, but Columbus forensic investigator Austin Shepard has seen the actual crime scenes, and he believes staging is a factor. I think we need a killer's take on this. Kelly is stuck on robbery as the motive. He still thinks the killer was looking for money, but couldn't find any. But the facts of the case have changed. We're now talking about a killer with just 2 female victims. Nothing taken from either. Will that change 13's take on it?
I'm ready.
There was no sign of any break-in. So what does that tell you?
So she knew her killer.
Was this guy getting a sexual high by tying them up?
No, that's just in there while he searches for the money.
Okay, got you.
13's still stuck on robbery, too.
Do you think he may have tied them up and kind of tried to scare them into telling him where they may have had a good bundle of their money hid?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of older people hide their money.
That's it.
You know, Matthew, I have to tell you, I agree with 13 on this. I just don't think that this guy was a thrill killer or a rage killer and that he was killing out of rage.
Sometimes 13 and what he says makes sense to me, and his insight helps us. But in this case, he's absolutely wrong. I think the robbery aspect of this is a smokescreen. If we're going to connect these 2 cases, I think it was about power, it was about control, it was about getting off on these 2 victims and controlling them.
I know 13's got experience I don't have, but I'm the one on the ground. I'm talking to the cops. I'm examining forensics. He's just sitting in his cell. This time, I'm trusting my own instincts. And right now, my gut's telling me to talk to the only person of interest ever named publicly in this case, the son of one of the victims. He maintains his innocence and says he knows who really did it.
I just know there's no reason for those keys to be there. No reason whatsoever.
In the quiet, church-going town of Columbus, Mississippi, the murders of 5 elderly citizens remain unsolved. And I've discovered there could be as many as 4 different killers. After years of investigation, only 1 suspect in any of the murders has ever been publicly identified.
I was just kind of blown away at the fact that they even suggested I do such a thing.
Grady Randall is the son of one of the victims, Louise Randall. In 1999, he was questioned in relation to his mother's murder. But why did detectives suspect him in the first place?
They said the only person that would know what you know is the person had to have been there. That person had to have been there at the time. And I said, well, I can assure you, all I know is what I've been told. And I said, you know, when I went to the evidence room, and as soon as I said that, they looked at each other dumbfounded and said, you what?
Who took you in the evidence room?
I'd just rather not mention names.
No one except investigators should have access to the evidence room, which means the reason Grady knew too much about the crime and therefore became a suspect may have been due to an error in police procedure. Grady was released, and then he gave police a real person of interest. In the days after his mother's murder, he found a set of keys inside her house that belonged to a local man.
Those keys should have gone to the police immediately. And being in the situation I was in, I guess it just didn't dawn on me what I should have done at that moment. And so, you know, I returned the keys to the owner.
And the owner was whom?
Well, I'd rather not say, due to the fact that, you know, police department, it could interfere with their investigation.
All right, let's call the owner of the keys John Doe. Why are these keys significant?
There's no reason for those keys to be there. No reason whatsoever for them to be there.
How did he act after your mother was murdered?
very talkative and very friendly, whereas prior to that, he wouldn't say hello or how you doing if we looked each other in the face.
Did he ask you for those keys?
Yes.
He came to you, Grady, and asked you for the keys?
Numerous times.
Was he worried about those keys?
Yeah.
Why would your mother have his keys, Grady?
She wouldn't.
So inside, did it look like someone had robbed the place?
It was, in my opinion, staged to look that way, yes. Mama wasn't the type somebody would break into to rob.
He's no expert, but Grady supports the staging theory, too.
Grady, do you think John Doe murdered your mother?
I've had my suspicions.
If the man who killed your mother was standing right here, what would you say to him?
You know, just why would you do something like that to an 80-year-old woman? I would just like to know why.
If robbery was just a ruse, was it a thrill kill after all? Where did police get with the John Doe lead? Columbus authorities won't comment, but I'm meeting a retired member of the force who has a new lead for me. Gary Moore was the lead detective on the murder of Betty Everett.
Hey, Gary, thanks for meeting me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So Betty Everett's house, right there?
That's right.
This was your case. Tell me about it.
She had gone out that morning to put the trash can out by the road before she left for work. When she walked out to the road, that's when we speculated that someone had slipped around the corner of her house and entered the carport door and was waiting on her when she came back in.
Moore developed a strong person of interest in his case. Could this be the final blow to the idea that any of the murders are connected?
I had developed a suspect in Miss Everett's case. He lived just around the corner with his elderly mother. I went and talked to the guy, knocked on his door. He came to the door, told him who I was and that I wanted to talk to him. And the next day, I get a call from an attorney telling me that he's not going to talk to me, not going to do anything, you know.
What's more, the suspect was once arrested for physically abusing his elderly mother. He fit the profile. But before Detective Moore could investigate further, the suspect skipped town.
So by your gut instinct, Gary, is he responsible for this murder here?
It's very possible he could be. I was wanting to explore that possibility a little bit more and didn't get the opportunity to. It bothered me that we never did get anywhere to the point of making an arrest on it. I'd lay awake at night back when I was working on the case and just thinking, you know, what do I do next? I need to do this, I need to do that, and, you know, spent a lot of nights without a lot of sleep. But I've always been told, now I don't know, I've always been told that the perfect crime is someone that does it by themselves and keeps their mouth shut. And that there may be a little truth to that. I think eventually, maybe down the road, they'll get caught. If not, you know, God will take care of them.
Moore can't say anything about the current status of the investigation. But my own conclusions are clear. The Columbus serial killer is an urban legend. The reality is, we could be looking at 5 killers, one for every victim. Fear and rumors created a monster in this town.
I can see why the community here was in a frenzy. I can understand why. And I can also understand why they would want to face on that evil.
Columbus authorities continue to strive to identify the perpetrators of these crimes. With the help of science and the public, the families can still get closure. One quiet summer's night in Newark, New Jersey, a beautiful young woman was fatally stabbed and strangled in her own home.
Just find out who killed my daughter.
I think I know who did it, and he's killed before.
The prosecutor called him the most dangerous defendant he'd ever prosecuted.
But there's a catch. To get the proof I need, I have to dance with the devil.
He stabs them as he's pleasuring himself.
I'm M. William Phelps, best-selling crime author, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice, and just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
Boy, I'm telling you, nobody can hear her scream.
Because he is one. I write about killers. That's my job. And for my research, I reach out to them, behind bars. Son of Sam, Danny Hembry, Kristen Gilbert, Gary Lee Sampson. The list goes on. We're talking more than 30 convicted killers.
The man now on death row for a 3-state killing spree wants a new trial. After Gary Lee Sampson pleaded guilty, he was given the death penalty.
Most of them don't talk much, but one of them did.
In a letter Snellgrove wrote in New Jersey, he said he gets a strong sexual arousement from seeing a good-looking female become helpless. And he mentally rehearsed strangling girls, posing the body in a sexual pose.
Ned Snellgrove is serving life in prison after strangling and stabbing 2 women to death and trying to kill a third. Since 2007, he sent me over 100 pages of letters claiming he's innocent of one of those murders. But I don't buy it. In fact, I think he may be guilty of one more murder he never got nailed for. A New Jersey cold case from 1982. The murder of Jane Goodwin.
Police in Newark are searching for a killer tonight after a 30-year-old woman was found stabbed to death in her home.
For 2 years, I tried to get the truth out of Snellgrove, but I pushed too hard. And in 2009, he cut me off. Still, I haven't given up. Jane Goodwin's family needs closure. And if Snellgrove won't talk, I'll have to get inside his head some other way. First, I'm consulting with master criminal profiler John Kelly.
Matthew, how did you get involved with this fellow?
Well, you know I wrote a book about him, so I wrote to him. I want to get inside his head, kind of like you in 13. I wanted to try to get inside Ned's head.
Kelly knows what it takes to dance with the devil. For over a decade, he's been talking to a convicted serial killer he calls 13, who shares his insight on murders. My relationship with Snellgrove only lasted 2 years. Where'd I go wrong?
I've interviewed murderers before, right? But I'm just hoping that somewhere down the road, I can get into the mind of the monster.
Right. Get into the mind of the monster and hook him. You wanted to use him, and you felt that you had an angle, okay? But do you think maybe he was using you?
Snellgrove tried to use me, that's for sure, to manipulate me into fighting for his cause. But he never succeeded in taking my mind off Jane Goodwin.
I'm looking at one particular murder that he may or may not be responsible for. Jane Goodwin, 1982, found in her apartment in Newark, New Jersey, and her breasts were exposed, and she was stabbed, all right? And I gotta find out the why here.
We're actually looking at a signature. And this looks like, if I'm correct about Mr. Snellgrove, This looks like Mr. Snellgrove's signature.
His work.
His work. Because the signature is very ritualistic in the fantasy that the serial killer entertains and ultimately acts on.
What does it say about his mind?
Well, I mean, you're talking about the mind of a serial killer, so why don't we talk to another serial killer and find out?
Kelly uses 13 as a special consultant to get inside the dark minds of murderers. Can 13 help me get into Snellgrove's mind? I've sat in on lots of these calls, but Kelly always does the talking. And I'm fine with that. Because I know I could never talk so nicely to a killer.
Okay, John.
How are you?
Good, man.
Good. I'm sorry I missed your calls the last couple of days. I've been on the road.
I was only calling to let you know that I'm ready.
Cool. You're ready?
Yeah, man.
All right, it's good. It's all good.
I can tell you, my conversations with Snellgrove never went like this.
This is my colleague here, M.W. Phelps. Big case. He's been involved with this. He's written about it. And this is the one I was telling you about where a victim by the name of Jane Goodwin, up around the Newark area, was stabbed in the breast. Why is he focusing on having them naked from the waist up, leaving the clothes on from the waist down? You know.
He may have a fetish on breasts. I knew of a young lady that knew of a guy who liked to have her rub her feet on him as he masturbated.
Okay.
Which is kind of strange. But, you know, fetish is a fetish.
Fetish is a fetish.
13 is definitely on the right track. Snellgrove was known to masturbate at his crime scenes. But I want to know, what drove him to take a victim in the first place?
There's some kind of trigger there.
Okay.
That really makes him go off. And just wants to kill women. That's it.
Both Jane Goodwin and Snellgrove's confirmed victims were attractive women with large breasts. Could that physical type be his trigger? I have to admit, 13's insight has been useful. But Kelly and I have different ideas on how to talk to a killer.
The information is what's important here.
I understand.
He's a piece of garbage.
I understand that. I understand he is. But let me ask you a question. Would you rather have the information or not have the information?
Well, I'd rather have the information, obviously. But, you know, the way we go about getting that information is another thing. I mean, we call the shots with this animal here, okay? Not him.
So you want to try and exhibit power and control over a serial killer whose whole M.O. is about power and control.
Yeah.
And you think you could do that?
Yeah, hell yeah, I can do that. Let him know who's the boss.
And get him to talk to you?
Absolutely.
You mean
I've done it before.
And get him...
And you know I've done it before.
Well, you've done what you think you've done before, but we'll see if you got into the mind of a serial killer or if a serial killer got into your mind.
Kelly has a lot of experience with killers, but he's got this one all wrong. I did get into Snellgrove's mind, deeper than he wanted, which is why he cut me off. You see, I've studied Snellgrove closely, and what fascinates me most about him is, if you didn't know the horrific things he's done, you'd think he was just a regular guy. His first known victim was 23-year-old Karen Osman. They dated at Rutgers University in New Jersey until she broke it off. Then, in December 1983, Karen ran into him at a Christmas party. They chatted until Karen decided to leave. Not long after, Ned left too. Later, in Karen's apartment in nearby New Brunswick, Ned's dark urges exploded. He strangled her until she passed out, arranged her body in a seductive pose. Then he stabbed her more than 10 times in the breast with a steak knife and left her on the bedroom floor, where she was found by her family on Christmas Day. They immediately suspected Snellgrove, the jilted ex-boyfriend. But here's the twist. They thought he may have killed Jane Goodwin, too.
He was pale and looked sick, and that would be around the time that Jane was killed.
I'm in New Jersey trying to heat up a cold case. The 1982 murder of Jane Goodwin. Jane was 30 when she was stabbed to death in her Newark apartment. Ned Snellgrove worked in the area at that time, and the way Jane was killed matches his known victims. Was Snellgrove Jane's attacker, or is the killer still out there?
So here is your notes from reading my book.
Right.
I'm with Alida Goodwin, Jane's mother. She contacted me in 2008 after reading my book about Ned, looking for more information. And I promised her I'd help find out if Snellgrove killed her daughter.
Over the years, tell me what you've learned about Jane's murder.
I was told first that she was stabbed. And I thought, okay, she walked in the door and somebody stabbed her, you know. But I wanted her to suffer the least pain. And I thought, if that's what happened, thank God she didn't know what happened. But then I found out she was also strangled, and I thought, she suffered.
At the time of her death, Jane had been at a new job for 2 weeks, and she'd been taking a computer course with the company Snellgrove worked for. He was 8 years her junior, but he was confident, good-looking, and a real charmer.
So it brings up a list.
Maybe he and Jane struck up a conversation and made plans to catch up later.
Okay, thanks.
Jane never mentioned meeting a guy named Ned to friends or family, but she hardly had a chance to, because before she even finished the training course, she was dead. 1 year later, in 1983, Snellgrove strangled and stabbed his ex-girlfriend, Karen Osman, exactly the same way that Jane was killed. When she read about the murder, Alida Goodwin reached out to Karen's mother.
I wrote to her and said, I really know how you feel, because this just happened to me a year ago. And I said, if I can help you in any way, please contact me. So she did immediately.
Karen's mother told Alida she'd always had a bad feeling about Ned Snellgrove. As soon as she heard Karen had been murdered, she suspected him. And after talking to Alida, something terrifying occurred to her. Did Snellgrove kill Jane Goodwin too?
Well, the thing that sticks in my mind the most is she said that she saw Ned Snellgrove on August 20-something, late August, and that he looked like he had been through something very bad. He looked terrible. He was pale and looked sick, and that would be around the time that Jane was killed.
It's only circumstantial evidence, but it was enough to start Alida on a quest for answers.
My hope would be, before I die, to just find out who killed my daughter. I've had people say to me, why do you want to know? Well, maybe you have to go through it to understand why. You just have to know. It's so unfair not to.
After 30 years, police haven't found enough evidence to tie anyone to Jane's murder, but Alida hasn't given up.
It looks like you've done your own investigation, really.
Yeah, well, I assumed that I would have to do my own work because it didn't seem like anybody else could do it.
I haven't given up my search for answers either, because I know what it's like to need closure. My sister-in-law, Diana, was around the same age as Jane when she was killed, and her killer has never been caught either. Let me tell you, there's no pain like it. And in 2006, here in Berlin, Connecticut, where Snellgrove used to live, that pain hit me real hard.
So I'm here, and I'm investigating Ned's case. And I come upon this hotel. And my brother and sister-in-law used to live there, not long before she was murdered.
It was 1996, and they were locked in a downward spiral of drugs and street life. The rest of my family, we all feared the worst for them.
But this place here dredges up memories, let me tell you. And they're not good.
But some things connected with Diana and my brother Mark make me very happy. Like the beautiful daughter they left behind, my niece, Miranda.
Hey, Miranda.
Hey, I'm Matt.
Miranda remembers the good times.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. We had a lot of love and affection from my mom and from Mark. And my mom had a good sense of humor. And she played with us and did all the things that moms do with their children when they're young.
Sadly, drug problems soon overwhelmed the family. It was addiction that led to Diana's murder. And eventually, it's what killed my brother, too.
Because really, when your mother died, he spiraled out of control with drugs to just numb that.
Numb the pain.
Yeah.
I agree. I totally agree. When I... It's gonna make me cry.
That's okay, Miranda.
When I was at Mark's deathbed, I held his hand when he took his last breath. And I told him it was okay that he can go to be with Diana. And he took his last breath to be with Diana.
Yeah, I remember that.
Before he passed away, Mark confessed that Diana had asked for drug money right before she was killed.
He didn't have it available. He wasn't gonna have that money available for a few days. And she said to him, well, I won't be here in a few days if I don't have that money today. And he was unable to give that money to her.
And a couple of days later, she was gone.
She was gone.
So that leads to him knowing who did it then.
As he lay dying, we asked Mark what else he knew about Diana's murder. He said the matter had been taken care of. Did my brother take revenge?
I don't know. I don't think that there's any truth to that personally. I think maybe he would have liked to have it taken care of.
We may never know who killed Diana, but if I can help bring answers to people like Alita Goodwin, it makes my own load easier to carry.
To see that shallow look in Jane Goodwin's mother's eyes. All this woman wants before she dies is to know who killed her daughter. She deserves that much. She deserves to know who took her daughter away from her.
I have to try and help her get the truth. So I've come to the scene of the crime, Jane's apartment in downtown Newark.
It was right here in 1982. 30-year-old Jane Goodwin found stabbed and strangled to death on her apartment floor. A source that I wish I could say, but a source that is uncontestable told me that blocks from here, Ned's business card was found.
Police also found an open bottle of wine and 2 glasses in the apartment, which means Jane's killer got her to trust him. Exactly what Snellgrove did with his known victims.
Well, we know that a leopard doesn't change his spots. And I know that Ned's signature is all over this crime scene. All over it.
But my instincts aren't proof. It was the same with Karen Osmond's mother, who was certain Snellgrove killed her daughter, but had no evidence. Until he struck again. In August 1987, 44-year-old Mary Ellen Renard attended a New Jersey singles event where she was flattered by the attentions of a polite, much younger man. He bought her a drink and asked her to dance, but she left the bar alone. Snellgrove followed her, but this time had his luck run out.
Mary Ellen tries to fight her way down the stairs. She manages to break free from him.
I'm looking back over the crimes of Ned Snellgrove to see if I can link him to the unsolved 1982 murder of Jane Goodwin. In 1983, Snellgrove killed his ex-girlfriend, Karen Osmond. But at the time, no physical evidence connected him, and he walked free. Then, in 1987, he attacked Mary Ellen Renard, but she managed to escape and ran straight to police. Snellgrove was charged with attempted murder, but no one was prepared for what happened next.
I was stunned when his attorney came to me and indicated that he would be willing to plead to Karen Osmond's murder.
I'm with Fred Schwanweed, who prosecuted the Mary Ellen Renard case.
For a defendant to come forward and admit to a homicide that had been open for many years with no prospect of being solved, that's extraordinary.
Do you believe he had an ulterior motive to that?
And he was thinking that at some point in the future, either there might be a technology that would be developed, a DNA type of technology or something else, that would place him at the scene or help convince a jury that he was guilty.
Snellgrove was smart because he knew that by admitting to Karen's murder now, he could avoid a life sentence or even the death penalty if found guilty later on. The prosecution accepted the deal.
The main motivating factor for us was that we wanted to bring closure to Karen Osmond's family.
Snellgrove confessed to killing Karen and attacking Mary Ellen in exchange for a 20-year sentence. He'd be eligible for parole after only 11 years.
Smart like a fox, Ned Snellgrove.
In 1988, Snellgrove started serving his sentence here at the East Jersey State Prison in Woodbridge. But Fred Schwanweed says Ned stayed on his mind for one very sinister reason.
Ned was dangerous precisely because he didn't look like a bad guy. I mean, we all go to the movies, we watch TV shows, and you always see the same actors playing the bad guy because they look like bad guys. They have the kind of face. Ned was just the opposite. Ned had the kind of face that you would say to yourself, Eagle Scout. He was a handsome guy, he was a personable guy, very bright, and none of the alarms would go off. He didn't have any characteristics that would raise a woman's awareness to a level where she would defend herself against him.
So when Snellgrove's sentence came up for review, Fred Schwanweed sent out a warning.
Well, I told the parole board Ned Snellgrove was the most dangerous defendant that I have ever dealt with in the criminal justice system. I believe that he might do something like this again whenever he was released, even if he was released after 20 years, that there was a real danger that he was going to do something like this again.
Fred Schwanweed saw how deadly Snellgrove was, so why didn't others? I'm thinking profiler John Kelly can explain.
He's able to fly under the radar because when he needs to, he can become a chameleon and he can switch on that mask of sanity.
And that's funny because his surviving victim, right, says he went into the bathroom, and when he came out, he even looked different. He became another person.
This guy walks around as a charmer with the mask of sanity on, getting along with everybody. But inside, you have this volcanic rage.
Wow.
That is just bubbling, and finally, it explodes. This volcanic rage comes out. And who does it come out on? Helpless women.
Kelly is describing the classic psychopathic killer. Charming on the surface, deadly underneath. Just like another murderer we know, 13.
Bottom line, even though, in a way, he's a colleague of ours and helps us on these cases, we're dealing with a psychopath. And we must never forget that.
I couldn't forget if I tried. But if 13 can help me get inside Snellgrove's mind, I'll play along.
Okay, John. Knock yourself out.
Well, thank you so much.
13's had my case files on Snellgrove for weeks now. So can he give us some more insight?
You know, but this guy here, he probably doesn't talk very much. He fantasizes about this all day long at work.
Okay, he's always fantasizing, okay.
His fetish is, he's very ashamed of it. He doesn't want people knowing. That's it.
Thirteen's right on the money again, because Snellgrove fantasized all the time. During his trial in 1988, he sent a chilling letter to the judge. He wrote that every time he saw a woman he liked, he imagined strangling her or hitting her over the head, carrying her limp body to a bed, undressing her and arranging her arms and legs in some kind of seductive pose. Later, in prison, an even more disturbing fantasy emerged in his letters to an old friend. He began to model himself on America's most notorious serial killer, Ted Bundy. You see, Snellgrove may have known how to wear the mask of sanity, but Ted Bundy was the master of it. Between 1974 and 1978, he charmed as many as 50 young women into believing he was just a regular guy, before revealing the monster within and murdering them all. Bundy became Ned's pinup boy. He's studying Ted Bundy's books. He's studying Ted Bundy's life. And then he starts writing to a friend of his. And if I may, I'd like to quote from one of those letters. Bundy's way of going about it, his M.O., is a textbook for what I should have done in order to avoid arrest. He planned his crimes. Bundy planned his crimes. Ned's telling himself, I need to plan better in order to be what? To be the perfect killer. In 1999, Snellgrove was up for parole. Would he now be given a shot at trying to measure up to Bundy?
I'd have to think it's a heck of a coincidence, and you have a serial killer in the same location as this poor woman that gets killed.
In 1988, Ned Snellgrove confessed to the 1983 murder of Karen Osmond and the 1987 attack on Mary Ellen Renard. He was sentenced to 20 years for both crimes. But after only 11, he was up for parole. Despite the grave warnings of prosecutor Fred Schwanweed and the sick fantasies revealed in Snellgrove's own letters, he was released. Ned went home to Connecticut.
right here in this house. This is where Ned moved when he got out of prison. He lived in the basement. His parents lived upstairs. And this is the place where Ned Snellgrove fantasized about being better than Bundy.
Snellgrove got a job as a traveling salesman, selling frozen meat to housewives. And his dark thoughts traveled with him. It wasn't long before they got the best of him. Snellgrove became a regular at a bar in downtown Hartford, Connecticut. 32-year-old Carmen Rodriguez also liked to hang out there. She got to know Snellgrove well enough for chit-chat. Then, one night in September 2001, it went further, and they left together. There's no physical proof of what happened next. But a cellmate Snellgrove allegedly bragged to while in jail on separate charges later testified to what he says occurred here at this fairground in nearby Berlin.
So this is the Berlin Fairgrounds. This is where families come, have fun, eat cotton candy. And this is also where Ned Snellgrove brought Carmen Rodriguez for her last ride. And they come down the street right here, and Carmen thinks she's just going to party a little bit with Ned. And they pull in here, and Ned drives back to that woods over there, and he starts in with Carmen, and he grabs her around the throat, and she gets away. And she runs into the woods, running for her life. Ned tackles her. He drags her back to the car, like that, where he puts her on the back seat, on a tarp, and he starts stabbing her, and when he's done, he hog ties Carmen. Puts her in garbage bags, puts her in the trunk of his car, and then he takes back off, and he heads out to Rhode Island.
For 4 months, Carmen's family suffered in agony, praying that their daughter would be found. And then, in January 2002, she was.
In January, in rural Rockville, Rhode Island, a body was discovered, the body of Carmen Rodriguez of Hartford, missing since September when she was seen with Ned Snellgrove.
One of the detectives who worked the case, Steve Malikas, is meeting me here, outside the downtown bar where Carmen was last seen.
Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Matthew?
When Carmen went missing, Malikas checked out all the regulars at the bar, and something about Snellgrove made alarm bells go off.
Every time he went to the bar, he would park right where that red car was, and then he stopped going after Carmen was last seen in the bar. And then when she was missing, after a few weeks, he did show up. He didn't park in the same spot. He hid his car way down the road.
His shady behavior and the fact that Ned had left the bar with Carmen got law enforcement's attention. Cops searched his home, and what they found was straight out of a horror movie.
So what do you make of that?
These are the mannequin heads that were seized inside of Ned's house. That was bizarre. We showed the picture to Ned what this was, and he's trying to claim that his nephew drew that, which is not the case. The eyes are perfect, and it's right onto the Adam's apple where you would strangle someone and then hit someone in the head.
So he's basically practicing how to murder.
Looks like it. That's what we thought.
Police also found a stash of videos, news clippings, and books, all relating to Ted Bundy. Then, Malikas interviewed Snellgrove.
You stared into his eyeballs. What was that like?
You know, my gut feeling was that Ned was basically telling us, yeah, you don't know how I did it, and I did it, and you know I did it, but you don't know how I did it, and he was happy with that. It was almost like a cat and mouse game. We knew he did it.
Malikas, can you give me your personal opinion of Ned Snellgrove?
He's really an odd guy. He's very arrogant, and he's intelligent, but he thinks he's smarter than everybody else. He actually thought he was kind of like a lawyer, too.
Arrogant, just like Bundy. Cunning, just like Bundy. Maybe even stupid like Bundy. Because Bundy's fatal mistake was his own record keeping. And Snellgrove did the exact same thing.
Tuesday, detectives searched the car and the house. In November, Hartford police took from the car what they thought might be clues to a murder, the murder of Carmen Rodriguez.
Snellgrove accounted for every tank of gas and every hour of his life. But on the day Carmen went missing, Ned's figures did not add up. And then, those letters he wrote in prison came back to haunt him too. In one, he wrote how he dreamed of selling his story after he was released. Except he wasn't finished killing yet. These were his exact words. In terms of the saleability of my story, don't think in the short term. Wouldn't it be a great story when I pick up right where I left off?
He's self-admitting that he has a problem, and he's self-admitting that he enjoys killing, and it's sexual release. So, I mean, right there, that's a huge problem, you know? And then you have him leaving the bar with Carmen Rodriguez. That's, you know, he's sunk right there, I think.
In 2005, Snellgrove went on trial for the murder of Carmen Rodriguez and pled not guilty. But he was convicted and sentenced to life. In Connecticut, that's 60 years. The judge called Snellgrove a psychopathic braggart who was beyond redemption. The courtroom applauded. Finally, he was off the streets for good. Still, Snellgrove never stopped fighting. He gave this rant in court, imploring journalists, write to me, come visit me, because I will have the answers and I will prove that my guilty verdict is unjust. So I went to him. In February 2007, I wrote him my first letter. And I want to get John Kelly's perspective on Snellgrove's reply. There are so many aspects of my case, he says. I have no way of knowing how your curiosity was first piqued, and therefore I do not know how to react to your interest. So he's fishing, is he not, Kelly?
Obviously fishing. He's trying to find out what you know and try to get inside your head.
So we're both playing a game.
You're playing a mind game.
My plan was maybe act like his friend. Maybe say, Ned, you know, I'm willing to take a look at your side of this. What do you have to offer? Mm-hmm. I don't know that he's going to turn on me, though. In my letters to Ned, I tried to make him talk about his past, hoping he might mention something I could connect to Jane's murder. He wrote me back over a dozen times, but gave me nothing I could use. And I got the feeling he was playing me. That's when I got angry and demanded the truth. And I told him in this letter, I said, it's time for you to come clean. And I laid out all these questions for him. How many have you killed? Why are you a breast man? Where does that come from? Were you abused as a child? Did you kill Jane Goodwin? In one outburst, I unleashed all my frustration and disgust at Snellgrove, believing I could force the answers out of him. In February 2009, Snellgrove wrote me back and called my bluff. Dear M. William Phelps, investigative journalist, under quotes. I want you to go to this page on this date in the New York Times, and I want you to look at that article, and I want you to read it again and again and again, because that's going to be my reality. And of course, I dropped this letter, and I flew down to the library and looked up this old newspaper because I wanted to know if Ned Snellgrove was threatening me. And all the article said was, DNA exonerates inmate and gets him out of jail. He was telling me that someday he's gonna get out and what? Come after me? He knows where to find me. But I wasn't worried about that. I was worried this might be the last letter he'd ever send, and any chance I had at a confession to Jane's murder would be gone. John Kelly has managed to keep a killer on the line for over a decade, Can he tell me the secret to making it last?
Our relationship was over. He obviously didn't want to answer any of my questions. He didn't want to address the truth.
What we're looking at is agendas and deadlines. I mean, it took me 9 years to establish the type of relationship I have with 13 now. I mean, I'm dealing with a psychopath. When you were dealing with Ned Snellgrove, you're dealing with a psychopath that has an agenda to use you. You, at the same time, have an agenda to try and get the information out of him.
Yeah, I mean, mine is not an agenda. I'm just trying to uncover the truth. I mean, call it agenda if you will. That sounds derogatory, I think. Ned, you're right. Ned's motivation is to get out of prison and use me.
Exactly.
I'm not using him. I'm trying to get information out of him so I can solve a damn cold case.
Whatever the reason, he has a reason, a selfish reason, and you have a reason. It's not selfish. It's to help others. But bottom line is, you're going in different directions.
But that's not the real problem. I know it, and Kelly knows it. The real problem is Ned got to me.
You have to look at what is your goal? And are you going to let your personal emotions interfere with your goal? Are you going to let your personal emotions stop you from gaining very important information?
Yeah, I'm just concerned that Jane Goodwin's mother, Aletta Goodwin, I'm concerned that there'll never be an answer for her.
Kelly's right. My emotions got the better of me. And I blew my chance at getting Snellgrove to talk about Jane. Now I need help from anywhere I can get it. And this could be my lifeline, because for the first time, Kelly's letting me talk directly to 13.
And William Phelps, I hope you don't mind me asking you a question.
I tried to get into the mind of convicted killer Ned Snellgrove and find out if he killed Jane Goodwin too. But he got into my mind instead and gave me the brush off. Now all I have are questions. Maybe profiler John Kelly can give me some answers. He says Snellgrove is a classic psychopath. So what makes him fit the definition?
A psychopath is a person who really feels no remorse or empathy for other human beings and who extracts a certain amount of pleasure, in this case, sexual pleasure, by mistreating, abusing, and in this case, killing them.
But there's no sexual penetration here. There's no rape. There's none of that. So the sexual element of this crime is in the breasts.
Exactly.
But I think there's more to this than just a breast fetish. I want to know, why did Snellgrove stab his victims? Could that be sexual too?
Can we get 13's take on this?
Okay, John.
There's no penetration into the woman sexually, okay? What do you think about that?
Probably just wants to touch them.
Okay. Do you think this guy's impotent? I mean, this guy's all about the upper body, the breast. He stabs them about the breast, okay? And that's how he kills them, okay? Bloodletting with a sharp instrument. But, I mean, this guy's not having any penetration except for the stabbing. What do you think about that? Tell me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know? I get the feeling 13 does know, but he's holding out on us. I want to try a different approach.
And I want to thank you so much, and hold on one more second. Matthew wants to ask you a question.
I got angry at Snellgrove and tried to interrogate him. I thought I could play bad cop, but it backfired. I won't make that mistake again. And this is my chance to prove it.
I'm William Phelps. I hope you don't mind me asking you a question. I was wondering if you had anything else to add that we might have missed.
The stabbing is the penetration. He stabs them as he's pleasuring himself. That's it.
Wow. That's exactly the kind of insight I tried to get out of Snellgrove, but failed. And now I'm wondering, if I'd played it right the first time, could I have gotten Jane Goodwin's mother, Alita, the closure she deserves?
It's all in a fog because, you know, nothing can be done that I know of, nothing I can do, and apparently nothing anyone else can do. I don't know. I don't know. It's disappointing.
A cold case police officer recently showed Snellgrove a photo of Jane Goodwin.
He went up to the prison and saw Ned and held up a picture of Jane in front of him and asked him, did he know her? Did he recognize the picture or some similar thing? And Ned just turned away and refused to answer anything.
I hope someday Ned will speak up about Jane's murder so Alita can get some peace. As for me, well, Kelly thinks I've learned my lesson, that I'm ready now to dance with the devil for real. I've started developing a new serial killer source. Someone I can bring to the table and give us another perspective to help crack cold cases. If I can pull it off, this could be the beginning of a long relationship.